After 2 decades of battling extra-dimensional monsters and protecting the world, Lim Day is finally ready to retire and enjoy a peaceful life. However, the morning after his retirement party, he wakes up to find himself back in time, before he even gained his powers. When Lim opened his eyes the next morning, he wasn't in his nice house. Instead, he found himself lying in the small student dorm room he had lived in 20 years ago. He panicked and picked up his phone nearby, and when he saw the date on the screen, he froze. It said the year was 2018. He threw the phone at the wall in frustration and shouted, "This has to be a joke. Lim can't understand why this is happening. Just yesterday, he started a comfortable life. Now he's back in the past. Before the injury that ruins his knee. Before the monsters, before he becomes a hero." He screams in frustration, asking himself over and over what went wrong. But then something strange catches his eye. On his wrist is the rare watch his friend Jong Chul gives him as a gift in a flashback. Lim remembers Jong Chul telling him the watch might be a relic from the legendary mage of the Byron continent. Does the watch have something to do with this? Lim wonders. He recalls studying the watch before falling asleep the night before. He thinks maybe that's the reason he is brought back. Just then, loud banging shakes the door. An aggressive voice shouts from the other side, demanding to know why there's so much noise. The voice belongs to the annoying son of the dormitory owner, known for throwing loud karaoke and booze parties every night. This guy often acts like he owns the place. He even demands money from Lim before he can get out of bed. As the door opens, the dorm owner's son looks annoyed and asks, "What takes so long?" Lim smiles calmly while sizing him up. The bully wears an expensive jacket made from monster leather. He complains about the noise, claiming it's affecting his mental health, then pretending to be generous. He offers to forget the whole thing if Lim gives him money, especially the rare watch. But Lim isn't going to let that happen. He slaps the bully's hand away, then delivers a sharp slap to his face. Causing a nosebleed, Lim grabs his head and knees him in the face. The years of bullying flash through his mind. This is payback, even if it isn't enough. Lim spares him and says it's time to move out. Back in 2018, Lim remembers a key event, an accident at the construction site that injures his knee, causing him pain for the rest of his life. But now his knee is fine. This second chance means everything. It's time to get serious after controlling mana for 20 years. Lim feels confident about adjusting to this body. Still, his muscles are weak, and he hasn't been eating well. Hunger hits hard looking around. Everything is still under construction. That's when it becomes clear why no one notices a lesser gate opening. Nearby monsters emerge, catching everyone off guard and causing many deaths. Suddenly a portal opens right in front of him. People scream and run in panic. A red speckled dog-like monster bursts out from the gate, sharp fangs ready to attack. Amid the chaos, a small girl is surrounded by wolves screaming for her father. Lim rushes and pulls her out and shields her with his body. He tells her to run while he faces the wolves. He grabs a nearby claw hammer and fights back. His first strike causes a wolf to cry out. Another wolf charges from his side, but Lim reacts quickly with a low swing to its jaw. Knocking it back, Lim fights fiercely. Another blow launches a wolf several meters away, but hunger returns, making things more difficult. Jokingly, he suggests the wolves look delicious, remembering the taste of their meat from his previous life. The wolves hesitate in fear. Though his younger body is weaker, it has no knee pain, allowing him to move quickly. He dodges an attack and delivers a powerful overhead kick, but the wolves keep coming. Lim realizes a single hammer won't be enough. He then uses the watch like brass knuckles and punches. A wolf remains unharmed. That's when he realizes how incredibly strong the watch is. He looks around and sees about 10 wolves still remaining. Just in time, the police arrive and take control of the situation. Lim feels relieved, however. His jacket is torn during the fight, which annoys him. A man comes up to thank Lim for saving the girl and others. He asks for Lim's name and workplace to send a reward. Lim replies that he has no job and hasn't even registered as a superhuman yet. He has only just awakened a few hours ago. Man takes his phone number instead and thanks him. Lim quickly leaves, saying he has other things to do. The man calls after him, wanting to interview him. But Lim disappears. Everyone begins whispering about a new awakened. being young and powerful later. Lim finally finds a place to eat and orders beef soup. The taste brings him joy while eating. His phone rings. News of his battle spreads fast. In 2018, 2 years have passed since the first gate opened. Superhumans are replacing police and military forces. Guilds are rising to power. And everyone wants to recruit the strongest fighters. Lim knows what's coming. He also knows that many future superhumans will turn into criminals. Plans to handle monster appearances haven't been formed yet. Worse, the 6 major disasters are already beginning to appear. With all his knowledge of the future, Lin makes a decision. This time he'll use everything he knows to retire in just 3 years. But not just any retirement. A peaceful, safe one. This second chance won't be wasted. Lim is sitting and enjoying it as messages keep coming in. He seems to enjoy the melody despite the distractions. Suddenly a man comes up to him and asks if he is Lim Dean. Lim confirms it, and the man introduces himself as Kim Gilson, the manager of the ruling family's guild. Kim has watched the video of Lim defeating monsters and is impressed. He immediately wants to meet him and offer something, as long as Lim hasn't signed a contract yet. Just as Kim is about to speak, a woman enters the room. She asks if Lim is the same person from the monster fighting video. Now that she is seeing him in person, she finds him even more attractive. Right after her, someone from the Warrior Guild arrives. They mention that the interest in Lim is endless, and more people keep coming to where Lim is sitting. All of them try to recruit him to their own guilds, and it almost turns into a fight. Lim tells everyone to be quiet. He warns that if they say even one more word, he won't join anyone no matter how much money they offer. Lim asks if they should talk somewhere else. Then they are transported to another location. Lim states he won't take up too much of their time and asks what kind of premium they can offer for signing a contract. Kim responds that the contract has clauses that can't be disclosed. He also asks why Lim doesn't take time to listen to each offer, one by one, while eating cake. Lim asks if Kim is part of the ruling family's guild. Kim proudly replies the guild has 1.5 years of tradition. Lim wishes him a good trip home and remarks he doesn't plan to sign with them. He questions why he would join a guild with such management and predicts that the guild will soon merge with another. Lim asks how long he should wait for the next offer. Suddenly, a kid behind Kim shouts that their guild is offering Lim 1 billion won. Other managers raise their offers, each trying to outbid the others. Lim calmly drinks his tea and thinks about how much the Black Hounds Guild would offer. He reflects on his time with them before going back in time. Someone then offers 2 billion won, saying it comes with top salary, benefits, and item mining tasks. It is the woman again, the manager of the White House Guild. The White House Guild is newly founded, but within 3 years, it will become one of the top 3 in Korea. Lim guesses this is the reason for their aggressive approach. He asks everyone except Miss Back to leave. He tells them they can leave their business cards just in case. Now alone with Back, she explains that on her way to meet him, she watched Lim's monster fighting video several times. She compliments his skills and points out that just yesterday, he was an ordinary person. Lim is surprised by her elegant way of showing that she has done her homework on him. Baek believes Lim is either a genius or someone with rare characteristics that give him an edge in battle. She mentions the White House Guild wants to support his growth. Lim reads through the contract and thinks about how, in his previous life, he would never have imagined getting such an offer. He asks if he can add a few conditions. Baek watches closely as Lim writes into the contract. Suddenly, she is surprised. She exclaims Lim is joking, but Lim insists he is serious. His added terms include a 4-day work week, a fixed end to the workday, and the right to refuse long-term tasks. Baek gets angry thinking it is a joke, but Lim remains firm, saying those are his terms. Baek pauses, then asks where he gets so much confidence. Lim assures her they won't regret signing him. Baek stands up and says she will review the terms and return in a few days. He also asks if Lim prefers drinks instead of coffee next time. Lim doesn't respond. He thinks that it wouldn't benefit him to show emotion. Baek doesn't know that her father is the head of the guild. Lim gets up and decides to register as a superhuman. He arrives at the Korean Disaster Management Center. Lim goes to the Superhuman Support Service and announces he wants to register the girl. at the desk explains the person in charge is absent, and that she is new and might not be able to manage on her own. Lim mentions he is in a hurry and asks if she can do something. She agrees to try contacting her boss. Lim is sure someone will help her as he needs to finish things quickly. Girl calls her boss and explains that a young man wants to register. She asks if Lim has any special skills. Lim replies he uses physical strength but doesn't have skills. That is a lie no one currently believes in magic. So Lim knows they'd only find out about his powers if he shows them. But in this life, he has decided not to. The girl states they will start with a strength test. Go into a room with a barbell and she asks him to lift it. Lim grabs it with one hand and lifts it above his head without effort. The girl is surprised the barbell weighs 200 kilograms. She remarks he really is superhuman and apologizes for doubting him. He hands him a temporary superhuman certificate and notes they will contact him once the official one is ready. Lim thanks her and wishes her a good day. Suddenly, the head of the Superhuman Support Center, Yu Sang-vu arrives. Lim is horrified and wants to avoid him. Nothing good has ever come from dealing with Ju Sang-woo. Lim decides to never come back here again. Ju asks if this is a new superhuman. The girl confirms it, and notes it is the same Lim Dean she had mentioned. Ju realizes who she means and calls Lim a supernova. Then the scene changes to the pollution control area. This place has been abandoned due to monsters. But everything will change when the dimensional gate opens. The Gaia continent, a fantasy world of swords and magic, will open a gate to Earth within a year. In Korea, only one gate will open and it will be right here in this zone. Lim is happy and plans to buy the place once he receives his contract bonus. He believes it will make him rich. Then he plans to sort things out and go monster hunting. Suddenly, someone shouts for others to get out or die. Lim hears a girl's voice warning the intruders not to come closer. Recognizing the language of the Gaia people, Lim realizes something is wrong and runs toward the sound. He uses his concealment skill to blend into the environment. This skill has been used in the past for dangerous missions, involving espionage and assassinations. Lim doesn't want to repeat that life. As he runs, Lim wonders if the girl is being chased. He needs to see what is going on. He finds a little girl facing 3 adult men. She warns them again and tries to form a fireball, but it fails. The men find it amusing and remark they would pay her for the show. Lim guesses she is a refugee from Gaia and has been unlucky to run into these criminals. One man offers her food in exchange for surrender. Lim notices a tattoo on a man's arm. It is the mark of the Red Serpent criminal group. He knows then that they are human traffickers. With little mana left, Lim stops using concealment. He doesn't see any law enforcement nearby and decides to act. He pulls out a knife, lunges, and strikes the first man in the back. Then he quickly cuts the throats of the other 2 with smooth, silent movements. The girl is shocked. Lim coughs and asks if she is from the Gaia continent. She is surprised he speaks her language. Then her stomach growls. Lim asks if she likes meat. After a while, the girl thanks him for saving her and promises that one day she'll repay the favor. Lim curiously inquires how many servings she can eat. Fortunately, he had bought enough pork earlier. However, the girl doesn't understand what he means. Shifting the topic, Lim wonders if she crossed the dimensional gate alone. She does not give him a proper answer. He then presses to know where she had been before and where her home is. But the girl hesitates and refuses to reveal anything. Lim also tries to find out her age, but she remains silent on that too. In the end, Lim gains nothing from their conversation. They sit across from each other. When the girl pleads for his help, she confesses that she knows nothing about this place, can't communicate with anyone, and barely has any energy left. She admits she can use fire but struggles to control it. Lim responds that he's busy and not suited to babysitting, emphasizing that he needs a reason to take care of her. Still, he offers her a deal. She can stay for a month during that time. He will teach her the local language and provide her with basic knowledge. In return, she must take part in daily chores and run errands. The girl eagerly responds, asking if she really gets to stay. Lim is already beginning to worry. She introduces herself as Lily and says she hopes they get along. Her name feels strangely familiar to Lim, though he can't quite place it. As he reflects, something clicks. Lily, who can use fire. He suddenly recalls. the monster that will burn down half of Seoul in 10 years. She has flame-colored hair and the power to control fire. Her name is also Lily, and she comes from the Gaia continent. Known as the Fire Witch, she is one of the 6 disasters. Lim starts to connect the dots. This girl looks exactly like the Fire Witch. Like 2 drops of water from what he remembers. The Fire Witch was kidnapped as a child by a criminal organization and groomed to become a harbinger of destruction. Now, he considers the possibility that he might have a chance to stop one of the 6 disasters. After a while, Lim and Lily walk through the grocery market. Him remarks that he'll make her a special dinner tonight. He approaches the counter and asks the vendor if they have any Predator F. After the first dimensional gate opened, a food crisis emerged, prompting people to migrate to Montana. Now the supply of Predator F exceeds demand, since people have yet to understand its value, which lies in its rich mana content, something vital for survival in the future. Seeing Lily draws sympathy from others, so they're given extra food. Lim then remarks that she needs to buy clothes, and instructs her to choose from the options. Lily excitedly points to a white and red outfit, but Lim overrides her choice. He outfits her in a tracksuit instead, saying it's more suitable for walking around the dump. They end up buying several identical suits later. Back at home, Lim notes that he has prepared Lim D's signature mana-infused dishes for dinner. Lily grimaces and asks if that's really what they're going to eat. Lim insists that healthy food usually looks unappealing. Lily sniffs it and admits it smells good. Lim pulls out the shikjang he'd saved for later, but decides they can eat it now. Lily grabs a chicken leg, takes a bite, and lights up with joy. She declares it's delicious and insists that from now on, she only wants chicken. Lim warns her to eat the rest, or he'll throw it in the soup as well. After tasting the soup, Lim admits it's surprisingly edible, although inwardly he's feeling like he might die. He can't help but think that if he hadn't returned to this life, he'd be eating gourmet meals at a restaurant right now. The thought frustrates him. Lily complains that her tongue is numb, and Lim chides her for talking like that. After they finish eating, Lim gets up, instructs her to wash the dishes and sit down to read a book. He makes it clear that he does not want to be disturbed. Lim then begins meditating using the Great Sea of Mind technique. This practice increases his magic power and enhances control. He had trained in it before returning, and now he notices his mana growing faster than expected. In the past, no matter how many calories he consumed, there were no such effects. He speculates that proper nutrition might be the missing factor. He feels his Dannian expanding and realizes that by continuing with mana, rich food, and mastering this technique, he could surpass his previous strength. Eventually, he decides it's time to wrap up, but his stomach growls. Lily hears this and playfully offers him more chicken. He turns with an awkward smile. They end up eating that awful tasting soup again. Lily screams in protest, saying she hates it. 2 days pass, and Lim reflects on his rapid progress. With his current strength, he believes he's ready to go treasure hunting. Suddenly his phone rings. It's Beck, who remarks that she's a bit disappointed he didn't call her first. She wonders aloud if he even cares about how she's doing. Lim, having almost forgotten about the guild, tells her he's been preoccupied. Lim asks how the contract renegotiation was going. Beck falls silent, and Lim guesses that she's facing difficulty. He confirms this, explaining that she couldn't persuade their leader. However, she adds that the head will hire him if he proves he's capable. Lim wonders if they truly intend to test him back. Apologizes, saying she finds it ridiculous. She offers to come up with another solution if he waits a few days. But Lim immediately agrees to the test on one condition. Lim arrives with Lily at the guild headquarters of the White House. When Beck questions who this little kid is, Lim claims Lily is his stepsister, who recently returned from abroad and doesn't speak Korean well. He explains that due to unexpected circumstances, he'll need to bring her along for a while. Meanwhile, Lily is struck by Beck's beauty and, speaking in her native tongue, wonders who she is. Lim casually mentions that she is the woman who gives them money. Lily, equating money with chicken, concludes that Bayak must be a very good person. Bayak reassures Lim that their guild doesn't interfere in the personal lives of its members. Soon they're greeted by the White House Guild's head, Chong-Su. He explains that they had planned to visit Lim first, but were delayed due to business. Lim responds, cheerfully comparing his arrival to a field trip. Changsu then brings up the added clause Lim proposed, to double the contract if he passes the test, and confirms that Lim is ready. Suddenly, a massive energy presence fills the area. Changsu questions if Lim is really worth such a sum. Lim senses that Chan, despite appearing untrained in martial arts or magic, emits overwhelming mana. Lim thinks to himself that a monster is a monster, no matter the disguise still. He refuses to be intimidated. He releases his own mana and forms a protective sphere around himself, asserting that he will prove his worth. Changsu promptly instructs Beck to rewrite the contract. They decide not just to double, but triple the original offer. And at a bonus clause, Lim will receive 20 billion won if he passes. Shocked Lim recalls he was initially offered only 2 billion. He comments that Changsu must be quite hot-tempered and declares that he's ready to start the test. Immediately, they are transported to the White House's underground training ground. Changsu explains that the test will be considered a pass if Lim defeats 3 guild members. Since this isn't a fight to the death, no one is to go too far. Lim is then introduced to his first opponent, Huan Zhang Hyuk, despite his young age. He is a member of the First Guild Association. Beck wonders what weapon Lim will choose. Lim responds that only his watch is sufficient. Zhang is annoyed at Lim's arrogance and thinks Lim has just awakened and still dares to fight, only using this mere watch. However, the match is signaled to begin. Zhang starts running at high speed around Lim. The hero can't quite understand the technique at first. He recalls reading about Zhang in a magazine. Kin's skill lies in speed. He grows faster the longer he keeps moving without pause. Lim quickly realizes he needs to strike before Jiang becomes untouchable as Jiang circles him rapidly. Viewers begin to doubt Lim's chances. Beck looks on with concern. Zhang prepares to end it swinging his sword, but Lim notices, understanding that the moment someone lets their guard down is the moment they can be beaten. Lim intercepts and knocks Zhang down with a well-timed strike. Observing the outcome, Lim concludes that Kin's own speed worked against him. Lily cheers for his victory, while Beck and Chang Su stand stunned. Lim turns calmly and wonders aloud who's next. Changsu praises Lim for his impressive performance. Lim checks on Zhang's condition, and Changsu reassures him that Zhang's life is not in danger, as doctors will take care of him. After a couple of days of rest, he will recover. Changsu acknowledges Lim's ability to keep his power in check, but Lim wonders if he truly believes that. Meanwhile, Lim reflects on the consequences of losing control, knowing that if he hadn't controlled his force, his opponent's head would have flown off. Lim realizes that he is now guaranteed $6 billion under the contract, having met the set requirements. He shifts his attention to the 2 remaining opponents and suggests making the test more enjoyable. Lily notices Lim's smile and questions its meaning. Lim becomes serious, asserting that a fighter must always be in command of the situation. The second sparring venue is an artificial forest training ground. Bank explains that the White House has 2 associations, each consisting of 6 teams with 5 members. Next opponent is Yang Daehun, the head of the 6th team in the first association. As the main tank of the White House, he is known as the Bull. He expresses his anticipation for a good fight, while Lim recalls that the Bull is among those who radiate an instinct to kill him. As the match begins, the bell rings and Lim immediately charges at Yang Daehun, aiming a strike at the clock. Yang Daehun successfully blocks the attack with a shield and counters with a sword strike, which Lim narrowly dodges. Seizing an opening, Lim maneuvers behind him and executes Falcon's Claws, making Yang Daehun wonder if Lim had trained in martial arts. Before awakening, Yang Daehun attempts another sword strike, but Lim dodges and counters by pushing him backward with Iron Mountain. The force of impact sends Yang Daehun flying. Though Lim realizes that the Bull's endurance is formidable, Yang Daehun acknowledges Lim's strength. Lim initially intended to conceal his capabilities until facing his final opponent, but Yang Daehun's strategy pressures him to reveal more. Yang Daehun proposes that Lim join his team, believing they would work well together. Lim questions who makes that decision, and Yang Daehun declares that it is up to the victor. Changsu affirms the Bull's statement. prompting Lim to declare that if he defeats the bull, he will become the head of the team. He announces his plan to create his own independent team and recruit members on his own terms. The head acknowledges Lim's proposal, but imposes a strict condition. If Lim loses, he will receive half of the signing bonus, and his contract duration will be doubled. Lim accepts the terms. Young Daehoon asks if Lim is certain about his ability to defeat him. Lim in turn questions the bull's motives regarding Baek, suggesting that the bull's aggression stems from personal interests. He challenges Young Daehoon, asserting that victory does not grant the right to arrogance. Lim foresees Young Daehoon's downfall, predicting that he will soon endure humiliation and eventual expulsion from the guild. Young Daehoon loses his temper, activating the bull mode, which enhances his physical attributes and combat abilities. He charges at Lim, who retaliates with a great sea of mind technique. Lightning Fist. Lim advises the bull to block the attack with his shield. Young Daehoon follows the advice, but the force shatters his shield. Changsu and Baek watch in shock as the rookie manages to defeat the bull. Exhausted, Lim sits on the ground reflecting on how difficult it is to earn money. His body feels weak, and he struggles to believe that a single lightning fist drains so much of his strength. He decides to recover using his mind technique, knowing that he will need his full power for the next fight. Baek approaches and congratulates him, officially naming him the head of the 7th team. Lim smiles at the title, thinking about how his victory has added another $1 billion to his income. Determines that he can now aim for all 20 opponents. When asked about his final challenger, the head reveals that it is himself. Changsu admits that doubted Lim would defeat Commander Daehoon, while Changsu smirks and states that he has no choice but to face Lim in the last match. Lim feels uneasy about fighting such a formidable opponent. Unexpectedly, he declares that he is giving up. Changsu is shocked and questions Lim's decision, attempting to persuade him. Changsu offers $20 billion for just 5 minutes of combat, followed by $3 billion for every additional 3 minutes. However, Lim refuses, stating that he is incapable of continuing. Baek steps in, reminding the head that it is time to finalize the contract. Lim proceeds to sign, while Unwai notes that the conditions are remarkably favorable. Lim expresses hope for a successful collaboration. Baek asks about Lim's strategy for recruiting members, and he responds that he plans to do so gradually. When questioned about signing contracts with others, Baek confirms that Lim has the authority, but is unsure who he intends to enlist. Lim hints at recruiting someone highly talented, yet unaffiliated with any guild, causing Lily to speculate. Could it be her? Lim turns to Lily and requests her to create the largest flame she can. She complains about being hungry, so Lim promises to buy her 3 chickens. Excited, she rushes to the side, reminding him of his promise, and then conjures a massive ball of fire above her. Larger than her own body, Baek is deeply moved and wonders if Lim's younger sister is also superhuman. Lim confirms that she is, and states his intention to recruit her as a member of his team. Lily's fire does not ignite anything around her, demonstrating her perfect control over her ability. This impresses Lim, as he only trained her for a few days in his past life, despite her having once been regarded as a calamity for no reason. He then proposes discussing the payment for Lily's contract and prepares to begin negotiations at $3 billion. However, Lily interrupts. Focusing on the chicken, they fulfill her request, and she officially becomes a member of the 7th White House team, securing a contract fee of $5 billion. The White House owns the building where they are, which houses various facilities, including training halls, living quarters, and control rooms, managed by numerous permanent employees. As they walk, Baek asks if Lim is impressed by their advanced equipment. He responds that he is not easily surprised, noting that the equipment feels outdated compared to what he has seen in the future. Eventually, they arrive at another location where Lim admits that he is impressed. Baek explains that the building houses an equipment development workshop, assuring him that any requests will be completed within a week. Lim remarks that he has someone to issue orders to, but will still take a few items from the workshop. For the time being, he chooses to use the blades available, deciding that they will suffice for now. He asks if the examination is over, and Baek confirms that it is, since it is Lim's first day. Baek states that his duties will conclude after a meeting with the head. Suddenly the chief rushes toward them, delivering an urgent message from the control room. All teams are currently engaged in missions, leaving him in a difficult position. He apologizes for the timing, but asks if Lim can take on a mission. Lim considers how he had hoped to leave work early today, before asking about the mission details. Before long, Lim arrives at the heart of the crisis. The portal looms 10 meters above the ground, releasing massive snails in overwhelming numbers. He notices numerous people stuck in the green slime, unable to escape, assessing the situation. Lim realizes that most of the monsters have already been handled. He wonders if intervening is truly necessary, but is informed that they need samples of the new monsters. His task is to collect at least 3 snails while preserving their original state as much as possible. He recognizes that these creatures will be avoided in the future. Repulsive snails that explode upon impact, releasing foul-smelling slime. Lily complains about the stench, and Lim blocks her sense of smell using mana, asking if she would like to learn the technique. He warns her that it likely won't work on the first try, but with practice, she can master it. To his astonishment, Lily suddenly exclaims that she has already succeeded and can no longer smell anything. Lim barely has time to explain before she masters the technique, reaffirming her extraordinary talent. Lim instructs Lily to remain still while he captures the snails. He realizes that Nico has struggled to obtain a proper sample. The creatures detonate with even the slightest touch of mana, while non-mana attacks prove ineffective. Determined, Lim begins his hunt. Spotting a slug on a tree, he delivers a swift kick, sending it flying. The slug attempts to counterattack, but Lim employs and uses an open palm technique to spin the creature rapidly. The slug whirls so fast that it loses consciousness. Lim secures the first sample. Watching him in awe, Lily enthusiastically asks Lim to teach her the technique. He teases her, demanding a payment of 100 billion. She refuses, protesting that such a sum could buy an enormous amount of chickens. Lim laughs before declaring the samples collected. He hands them over to the assembly team, marking the end of his mission for the day. Baek expresses surprise, stating that Lim could leave if he wished, but she still considers it significant, since it is his first assignment. She asks if he is nervous or has any questions. Lim reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. The other members had already taken care of most of the problem. Before his arrival, 3 men approach Lim. One wearing red, he acknowledges Lim as a new recruit, mentioning that he heard about the White House hiring someone recently. Noticing Lim's shoulder strap, he remarks that Lim is a commander, and wonders if the White House lacked manpower, forcing them to put a rookie in charge. He then asks if Lim's technique was part of his ability. Jang Sok from the Black Hound Guild steps forward. It turns out he was Lim's former boss. Lim dismisses Sayok's chatter, urging him to get to the point. Sayok complains about the constant explosions from the snails, which have made proper sample collection impossible. Lim immediately asks if Sayok truly wants him to share. He refuses, outright frustrating Sayok, who questions Lim's audacity in speaking to him so casually. The head of the Warrior Guild's 3rd team steps between Suk and Lim, advising Suk to moderate his words. Similarly, the captain of the 5th team from the ruling Family Guild approaches Lim, advising him to be more cooperative with his comrades. He suggests that frequent encounters on the battlefield need mutual support and improvement. However, Baek adamantly warns Lim not to relent, promising to file a formal complaint with the head. Lim has experienced such situations countless times before. He knows that if he refuses, they will attempt to take the bag by force. Instead of arguing, he throws the bag toward them, telling them they can have it. They eagerly accept, but Lim takes a step forward and sits on the sack, daring them to take it if they truly can. His unexpected response shocks them. The captain of the ruling Family Guild tries to negotiate, while Sayok accuses Lim of handling the situation poorly. Lim quietly instructs Lily to set the entire area ablaze on his signal. She asks if she should burn them, but Lim quickly clarifies that doing so would create unnecessary trouble. He refuses to let her become a catastrophe. Sayak, growing frustrated, yells that he will teach Lim a lesson as his senior. Suddenly, the portal shifts and a colossal slug begins to emerge. Panic spreads as people flee the scene, while the monstrous creature fully exits the portal. A superhuman warns Lim not to interfere, and Lim takes Lily with him, heading toward the car while carrying the bags. Meanwhile, the others struggle to battle the slug, encountering difficulties. The creature ensnares them with its tentacles. They shout that they need to sever the appendages first. Beck urges Lim to engage, arguing that a single strike is enough for him to claim the rewards. He tells her not to worry, confidently stating that they will never defeat him like this. The heroes continue their efforts to defeat the monster, shouting about its dissolving slime. Sayak orders the tankers to retreat for now and instructs them to prepare for a long-range attack. The team notes that this creature is far more dangerous than the smaller snails they encountered before. Lily impatiently asks how long they plan to stand and watch, and Lim replies that they will wait until everyone has evacuated. Meanwhile, Wang Guho from the Blackhound Guild, known as Pushover, desperately tries to flee. His comrades have had their weapons corroded by the monster's slime and decide to retreat, fearful of its approach. Wang pleads with them to take him along, but they insist he use his abilities to escape. The creature's tentacles have already ensnared Val, rendering him unable to fight back. The monster prepares to consume Val, who screams for help. Lim watches the scene unfold and questions whether Wang's comrades truly consider themselves as allies. Without hesitation, he slashes through the tentacle, gripping Val, and steps in front of the monster. Shielding him, Lim turns to Wang and tells him that this is not how he should be using his abilities. If Wang truly wants to understand the right way to fight, he will have to find Lim after the battle. Lim signals Lily to begin, and she immediately unleashes her flames. The other superhumans are astounded, struggling to comprehend the sheer intensity of the fire. Bike urgently tells Lim to consider the others before acting recklessly, warning that the support team will arrive in 5 minutes. Beck suggests waiting to fight alongside them, but Lim reasons that since reinforcements will arrive soon, he should claim all the loot for himself. Beck points out that the fire prevents drones from approaching, so it must be repositioned. However, Beck ignores this and expresses concern for Lim's safety. He reassures her, promising to defeat the monster and return unscathed. This monster is unusually brutal, and Lim recalls an entry about it in the picture book. He understands the importance of remembering successful strategies. For emergencies, fire is the monster's weakness, and after separating it from the group, Lim notices a visible slowdown in its movements. He rushes forward and instructs Lily to cover him. He realizes that the monster's tentacles are regenerating quickly, so he will need Lily's assistance throughout the fight. Lim maneuvers around the creature, waiting for the right moment. Before signaling Lily, she sets the monster's tentacles ablaze, and Lim praises the outcome, urging her to continue as expected. The monster retracts into its shell to recover, after losing most of its appendages. According to the book, the creature even seals the portal shut. Lily approaches Lim, wondering how they will proceed now that the monster has sealed itself. Lim states that they will use the supplies from the car. He knows that the monster's shell is incredibly resilient, so he must target weak points. He grabs a stake and drives it forcefully into the shell, repeatedly striking to weaken the structure. The other superhumans watch in confusion, unable to understand what Lim is trying to achieve. Meanwhile, Wang Guo reflects on Lim's words about using his abilities differently, and Val wonders if Lim's approach is truly correct. Returning to Lim, he continues hammering stakes into the shell, preparing for the final phase. With a nail secured, he aims for the center and resolves to use his most powerful attack, drawing upon the great sea of mind technique. Lim strikes with his lightning-fast fist. However, as he makes contact, electricity surges through his body. Shocking him, the current travels between the stakes, shattering the monster's shell. Lim collapses onto the ground, writhing in pain, his body too weak to execute normal movements. Lily rushes to his side, asking if he is all right. She questions whether he was electrocuted, and Lim, still dazed, reminds her that she was supposed to assist him. He assumes they have finally defeated the monster. Lily asks if she can remove the firewall, but Lim requests that she keep it active a little longer. Since they worked hard for this victory, they should claim all the loot for themselves. He notes that the monster's meat is incredibly soft and rich in nutrients, and they begin storing it in bags. Lily contemplates the idea of snail chicken, but Lim tells her that the meat will serve as the perfect ingredient for a nutritious Manhwa recovery meal. After gathering enough resources, Lim concludes that their haul is sufficient. Just then he receives a message from the captain of the second team, Bang Woo-hyuk, who has been informed of the hero's situation. He announces that his team is on their way to assist. Lim hurriedly tells them to wait, and only enter once he removes the firewall. He is still missing an important item. Bang wonders if just the two of them can handle the slug, concerned that Lim is pushing himself too hard on his first day. Lim finishes collecting everything he needs and instructs Lily to lower the flames. As the firewall vanishes, the arriving team is stunned. One of them asks if the commander defeated the monster himself. Lim replies that he fought with everything he had and was simply lucky. The yak is skeptical, unable to grasp how Lim accomplished what the rest of them could not. Lim asks if he can leave the cleanup to Commander Bang, who reassures him that it won't be a problem. Bam tells Lim to return home, reminding him that if he is seriously injured, he should go to headquarters for treatment. Lim recalls Bayak's warning that if he got hurt, he would know the consequences, and decides to rest before worrying about anything else. Time passes and night falls. Lily complains about wanting to sleep and eat. Lim praises her efforts and invites her to eat to her heart's content. Thrilled, Lily marvels at the vast amount of chicken before her, insisting that it feels like a dream. She enthusiastically mentions wanting to go snail fishing again. Lim takes a sip of his beer, curses and remarks that moments like this make life worth living. Lily notes that he says this every time he eats. Suddenly, she loudly repeats the curse word. Shocking Lim, he quickly realizes the importance of watching his language around children. He scolds her, explaining that it is a bad word and forbidding her from using it. Lily, confused, asks why he is allowed to say it. He firmly insists that she is not permitted to use such words. However, she continues to challenge him, wondering why he says bad words whenever he eats chicken. Lim has been using the Great Mind C technique for a long time, but it keeps weakening him. He wonders what to expect after last night's drinking. Recognizing that the technique functions more as an emergency measure, he knows better than to get drunk, but still checks his phone to see how many calls he received in the morning. When he picks it up, he notices multiple missed calls from Manager Bayek. As soon as he returns the call, Beck angrily scolds him. Lim, still exhausted, explains that his muscles are aching from working too hard the previous day, so he's been resting. Beck apologizes and asks if he is feeling better. Lim responds that he is still recovering and asks if there is something she needs. Beck informs him that she plans to actively recruit people for his team and wants his input. Lim understands the necessity of assembling a team. That includes shooters for combat support, medics for care, an operator to manage communications from the control room, and secretaries to handle scheduling and paperwork. Recognizing the impact these members would have on performance, he entrusts Bayak with selecting them according to her judgment, praising her ability to assess character. Laughing, she agrees, reminding him that she was the one who hired him in the first place. He proposes calling him again after lunch, and Lim agrees. He then expresses his interest in recruiting a superhuman named Wang Guahu from the Black Hound Guild and asks Beck to get in touch with him. Later, Lim calls the head of state, Jiang, who grants him 3 days off work. Lim protests, insisting that he is just a little tired, but Jiang reveals that Bayek has already explained everything to him. Jiang states that Lim will be unable to join the mission until the full team is assembled. Considering this, Lim decides that taking a break for a few days is acceptable. Jiang advises him to rest and avoid excessive stress. When Chang later contacts Lim about the future of their guild, he suggests that Lim join him in battle once he has recovered. However, Lim stops listening and instead asks Lily if she is hungry, before telling the chief that he will focus on resting. Lily excitedly runs and asking if they will be eating chicken. Lim replies that he has prepared something even more delicious. Unlike the previous dish, this one is made from fresh, high-quality ingredients with a soft texture, enhanced with a snail heart. He explains that it is a special, healthy manna blue dough. He presents a bowl of snail meat soup, acknowledging that the color looks odd, but assuring that it is nutritious. Lily, having eaten plenty of chicken yesterday, says she is not hungry. Lim apologizes, then starts eating, savoring the rich flavor. His enthusiasm catches Lily's attention, and she begins to doubt her decision. Lim teases her, offering to eat her portion as well, but she suddenly decides to try the dish herself. She tastes it and is immediately surprised, exclaiming that she is incredibly happy. Lim jokingly tells her not to be dramatic, reminding her that the world is full of delicious food. Lily, still stunned, declares that she no longer trusts Lim's judgments on food. He informs her that dinner will consist of fried pork belly. Curious, she asks what kind of pork belly he means. Lim proudly states that it is more expensive than chicken. Amused, Lily remarks that such food is worth living for. Lim wonders where she picked up such exaggerated expressions, then explains that if she wants to enjoy delicious meals, she needs to adjust her nutrition. He proposes going treasure hunting together, following the opening of the first gate. The surviving monsters establish territories. Among them, the orcs unite into a tribe. Within their domain lies a relic from another dimension. The heroes arrive near the orcish territory, and Lim, observing through binoculars, pinpoints the relic within a stone statue. Previously, an expedition team discovered and retrieved the relic, but this time Lim plans to get to it first. Analyzing the situation, he estimates that the tribe consists of approximately 200 orcs, though his body has recovered thanks to the central crystal. Facing them alone would be impossible. Lim decides to infiltrate, instructing Lily to ignite a fire upon his signal. She asks about the signal, and he explains that when the torch on the other side goes out, she should light the entrance. He warns that if she fails to see the signal, she must forget about the relic. Using concealment, Lim cautiously advances, with Lily following suit. He is confident that no one in the tribe can detect them, unless a stronger enemy appears. As he approaches the statue, he notices that 10 orcs are guarding it, and feels certain that he can handle them alone. Drawing his knife, he suddenly spots the tribe's leader, a mutant orc. This orc demonstrated monstrous strength during the expedition team's prior attack, making it a formidable opponent. Deciding to stick to his plan, Lim throws a rock at the torch, causing it to fall. Lily immediately recognizes this as the signal, while the orcs begin to grow uneasy. Tribe leader quickly issues commands, which Lim sees as an advantage. He prepares to destroy the statue, but is abruptly caught off guard when an orc sneaks up behind him. Shocked, he realizes that the creature has sensed him through scent. The mutant orc proves to be far stronger than expected, forcing Lim to retreat, running through the flames and past the orcs. Lim understands that concealment is now useless and disables the technique while escaping. Lily, realizing the situation, asks if he has been discovered. Lim shouts for her to run as well. After distancing themselves, the heroes rest near some ruins. Lim notes that although they have not run far, exhaustion has already set in. Lily then recognizes the place and reveals that she passed through this cave. Upon entering the gate, he describes how strange individuals attempted to capture her, prompting her escape. Lim deduces that she is referring to the Red Serpent people and suspects this cave is their hideout. Surprised that they would settle near an orc tribe, Lim praises Lily for her keen observation. Recognizing the potential advantages of this discovery, Lim suggests entering the cave. Lily hesitates, expressing reluctance. Lim instructs her to hide in the bushes and remain silent, telling her to contact him if anything happens. Alone, he enters the cave while activating concealment. Inside, he observes a heavily guarded area, confirming that the Red Serpent is not a small organization. He wonders why they chose to settle near the orcs. Moving deeper, he spots masked individuals engaged in an unknown activity. When he sees one of them handling a white powder, shock washes over him as he suspects it to be serpent dust. Lim observes the illicit drug trade surrounding serpent, a substance derived from plants of another world. Many have succumbed to addiction, losing their sanity and ultimately perishing, despite years of investigation. The police have failed to dismantle the operation. Lim wonders how such a well-hidden facility has gone unnoticed for so long. Inside, the warden commands workers in lab coats to accelerate production, warning that failure to meet the quota by tomorrow will lead to severe consequences. Lim surveys the situation, noting that the Red Serpent Group has approximately 100 armed members and 30 drug manufacturers. He also estimates that around 50 kilograms of serpent are stockpiled, though he cannot determine its monetary value. Only that it likely exceeds several trillion. The supervisor reports a surge in demand, creating a supply shortage. He mentions that another worker died yesterday. Slowing production, he apologizes, explaining that they are selecting individuals who, even if they die, will not hinder output. Lim feels revulsion toward these people, viewing them as despicable creatures. Suddenly the lights go out, throwing the facility into chaos. Group members panic, shouting that they cannot see and demanding the lights be turned back on. Amid the commotion, someone realizes that the serpent supply has vanished. Unseen Lim moves through the darkness carrying a box, although his concealment shields him from direct sight. Some members notice faint traces leading outside as he steps into the open. Lily asks if he is finished. Lim responds that this is only the beginning, warning that they will soon be pursued. He instructs her to prepare herself, emphasizing the need to evade capture. Lily grins, commenting that it sounds fun, then reaches for the box. Lim stops her, insisting that it is dangerous and ordering her to remain silent. Moments later, Red Serpent members emerge, spotting them. Lim remarks that the hunters have arrived and urges Lily to hide. As he secures the box, the attackers fire at him. He relishes the chase, noting their inability to land a hit. Arriving at the orc hideout, Lim recognizes familiar faces. The tribe leader roars, leaving the Red Serpent members confused and alarmed. Lim instructs Lily to emerge from hiding and hurls the box forward with tremendous force. Gang members react in disbelief, questioning his sanity, while the orcs struggle to comprehend what has just landed before them. One of the Red Serpent members suggests eliminating the monsters, retrieving the serpent, and then dealing with Lim. Realizing that now is the perfect opportunity to slip away, Lim activates his concealment once more. A battle erupts between the orcs and the gang. The Red Serpent members fire repeatedly, trying to hold the creatures at bay. However, among the orcs is a mutant, impervious to bullets. Recognizing its strength, the group decides to prioritize eliminating the gray-haired warrior. Mutant orc charges forward, swiftly killing one of them. Lim and Lily watch from a safe distance. Lily asks when the chaos will end. Noting that she is hungry, Lim advises patience, explaining that some situations require careful observation, assuring her that the conflict will soon resolve. He considers initiating a cleanup. Mutant orc overwhelms its opponents, slaughtering all who stand in its path. Raising its weapon high, it lets out a triumphant roar. But then something unexpected happens to the tribal chief. Lim acknowledges the mutant orc's effectiveness in dispatching the criminals, then delivers a fatal blow to the chief. Tribe leader collapses. Lim predicts that without leadership, the remaining orcs will soon fall into disarray. Wasting no time, Lim moves to the statue, striking it forcefully with a hammer. Finally, he uncovers the Keeper's bracelet, an artifact that enhances healing and strengthens its wearer's condition through mana consumption. It also enables a defensive spell, which becomes even more potent when worn as a pair. As the bracelet shrinks to fit Lim's wrist, his recently expended mana replenishes. Lily curiously asks if it is a treasure. Lim affirms this and gestures for her to approach. He fastens the second bracelet onto her wrist, prompting her to ask why he is doing this. He explains that it has a protective spell invisible to ordinary eyes. Blushing, Lily remarks that they now have matching bracelets. Lim tells her to stop talking and simply accept it while she remains weak. The artifact will allow Lim to track her location in case of danger. He gathers his spoils, including the tribe leader's hide, which will make excellent armor. Lim suggests delaying dinner as he must return to the cave. Lily questions the need for his return, but Lim promises to explain later. He instructs her to burn the village to the ground. She asks if they will go out to eat afterward. Lim avoids making a promise, but assures her there will be something delicious. Lily gleefully complies, setting fire to the village and shouting that she expects a good meal. Lim watches in shock momentarily, wondering what would happen if she were ever left to starve. Back at the cave, Red Serpent members fire at Lim, but the heroes remain shielded. Lim demonstrates the bracelet's protective spell, explaining that once Lily masters it, she will be able to wield it freely. Lily suggests using it offensively, and promptly hurls the shield at their enemies. Impressed, Lim acknowledges her talent. The last remaining gang member pleads for his life, offering to reveal everything about their operation. Lim, however, expresses disinterest, focusing instead on the location of the safe. An hour later, the heroes exit the burning cave. Lim uses that it was an ideal hidden facility. Besides obtaining money, he has acquired valuable items. Satisfied with their destruction, he asks Lily if she has finished blowing everything up. She notes that some Red Serpent members might escape. Lim reassures her, stating that they have nowhere left to run. Approximately 35 Red Serpent members and drug manufacturers remain. Lim decides against killing them, but refuses to grant them freedom. Addressing one of the gang members, he mockingly refers to him as Sarudiak, a Sarudiak, and orders him to follow. The man protests, asking why he was given such a name, and Lim strikes him for talking too much, declaring that Red Serpent member resembles a Sarudiak. That is a Japanese rice cake. He instructs Lily to lead the captive to the tent and commands the others to surrender. At the security post, they protest, questioning whether he will actually release them. Lim silences them, reminding them that their actions are illegal and threatening to beat them if they fail to understand the gravity of their crimes. Ultimately, the Red Serpent members agree to surrender voluntarily. The guards express disbelief at the number of people found within the restricted area and the discovery of the serpent production facility. Lim anticipates that the gang members will be handed over to the police and suspects they will attempt to incriminate him and Lily. He hopes their testimony will not be taken seriously. Lim considers establishing connections with Titan Kim Soo-ho, recognizing the importance of alliances in this life. Reflecting on Lily's performance, he decides that she has earned a well-deserved, delicious meal. Lily arrives at the tent with Sarudiak and immediately pounds the floor, shouting that she is hungry. Confused, Sarudiak fails to grasp her complaint as she repeatedly demands food. After a while, Lily sulks, feeling disappointed that Lim had promised her a meal as tasty as chicken, only for it to smell unpleasant and appear messy. Lim hands something to Sarudiak, who quickly understands and takes charge. He prepares 2 pork bellies cooked to perfection, fried garlic and seasonal green olives, wrapped in a sesame seed salad with a crisp piece of lettuce, meant to be eaten in one bite. Lily tastes it and is instantly delighted, declaring that the food is incredibly delicious. Lim notices her excitement and reminds her to chew properly before speaking. Lily realizes that the longer she chews, the better the flavor becomes. 4 days pass, and Lim begins to prepare for more demanding tasks. In the meantime, he purchases the land next to his tent, using the money he received from a guild. The seller, noting the low price, asks if Lim is certain about buying 10,000 pu. Lim responds that future events are unpredictable, and it is wise to be prepared. Sarudiak, whom Lim had brought along for his skills, begins constructing a log house. He commits to handling construction, cooking, cleaning, and other responsibilities for the next 3 years, explaining that Lim has given him a chance to start over, determined to live honestly. He vows to work hard. Lim affirms this plan, instructing him to remain diligent. Lily, impressed, expresses admiration for Surutik's cooking abilities to ensure Surutik does not escape. Lim disables his martial arts capabilities by striking pressure points, unable to reverse the effect. Surutik remains under Lim's control. Lim intends to use him as a workforce for 3 years, eventually granting him some money and allowing him to leave. At the White House Guild headquarters, Beck informs Lim that she will temporarily assist the 7th team. Since Lim is new, she insists that he needs an experienced guide. Lim questions whether she truly plans to replace herself later, but Beck assures him that she will. Citing her busy schedule, she informs Lim that his official assignment starts tomorrow, and for now he must familiarize himself with the documents provided. While reviewing the files, Lim realizes that his contract includes a clause preventing him from taking on time-consuming tasks. Beck explains that the mission request to destroy the gate came from the government a few days ago. For guilds are participating, and the government estimates the cleanup will take 3 days. 7th team is the only one assigned to this schedule. However, Lim knows better than to trust official estimates. Monster gates fall into 2 categories. Some close automatically after monsters emerge, making them relatively manageable. Others labeled as Type B remain open indefinitely. In such cases, someone must enter. Eliminate the monsters and destroy the core to shut the gate. Recognizing the location, Lim realizes it is one of the most notorious gates, the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits before rewinding time. He had frequently mentioned its infamy as an instructor. Had he participated in this mission back then, he would have died. Beck mentions a recent conflict with another guild and asks if Lim wants her to reassign the mission. Refusing, Lim asserts that the 7th team will handle it. Beck advises him to remain calm and composed, regardless of what happens. Lim assures her that he understands. Then, sarcastically questions whether she expects him to throw a tantrum. She jokingly suggests that it is possible. As Lim rides in the car, he considers the need for a strong tank to clear the gate. The recruitment of Wang Ho has been delayed due to a contract termination fee, meaning Lim must go after him personally. When the car arrives at its destination, the driver steps out and bows, asking Lim to take care of himself. Lim dismisses the gesture, stating that it is unnecessary in the future, but expresses gratitude for the ride. The driver smiles in understanding. Beck comments that Lim appears quite cool at the moment, so Lim finds it uncomfortable to be surrounded by honest, kind people. He prefers the company of aggressive and ruthless individuals, such as the members of the Black Hound Guild he once worked with. Arriving at the meeting point, Lim and his team are greeted by Kim Hyun-tae from the Black Hound Guild. Alongside him are Wang Guho and the team captain. Jang Suk-hyun. Lim exchanges pleasantries and shakes hands with Kim, who mentions hearing a lot about him at the negotiating table. Kim questions whether they are serious about taking Wang. He acknowledges Wang's value as an employee, but being the guild head's younger cousin and handler of dubious affairs, Lim anticipates excessive demands for contract cancellation. Beck states their understanding of the guild's stance. As she prepares to discuss the $5 billion termination fee, Kim interrupts, correcting her. Wang renewed his contract that morning, raising the termination cost to $10 billion. Beck is visibly shocked. Kim nonchalantly states that if they pay the amount, Wang will be theirs. Lim recognizes Kim's deliberate provocation, likely reinforced by secret recordings. Rising from the table, Lim tells Bayak they are leaving. He realizes that she, as the guild head's daughter, has been manipulated. Kim feigns disappointment, noting Wang's apparent lack of enthusiasm for leaving. He sarcastically advises them to reconsider and taunts them about the expired cake. Enraged, Lim suddenly strikes Kim across the face. Knives appear as reinforcements arrive, but Lim warns them to reconsider their actions. He challenges their confidence, questioning whether they believe they can overpower Jong Sok. Lim demands the guild leader's presence. He realizes that since they were so eager to provoke him, he might as well escalate the situation. Beck protests his aggressive approach, though her expression betrays satisfaction. Lim questions whether he is imagining her enjoyment. Lily, observing, asks why Lim attacked those who gave her cake. Lim reassures her that she need not. worry and instructs her to avoid eating food from strangers. In the future, he resolves to have Sarushiok handle all her meals. Despite their claims about the Sarushiok's expiration, Lily remains unharmed, rendering their lie insignificant. Lim approaches Wang Guoho, stating that they will talk later, successfully intimidating him. Suddenly, a powerful presence permeates the room. Lim deduces that the guild leader, Demon King Kim Tae Jin, one of the first awakened, has arrived. Beck nervously asks whether he has been summoned. The guild leader demands an explanation, feigning ignorance despite watching everything through the cameras. Lim confirms that he initiated the call, declaring his intent to clarify matters. However, before doing so, he requests that everyone else leave. Jin remarks on Lim's loyalty, noting that it is admirable for someone willing to accept full responsibility. Lim instructs Lily to follow Beck back to headquarters. Lily mischievously asks whether she can burn the place down. Shocked, Lim warns her against acting recklessly, threatening to withhold fried chicken if she plays with fire without permission. Once alone, Lim questions Jin's intentions. Jin acknowledges Lim's intelligence and directly asks whether he would like to work for him. Surprised, Lim clarifies whether Jin is proposing that he switch sides, knowing that the contract termination cost would be astronomical. Jin denies requesting Lim to leave his guild, instead suggesting he remain at White House, while occasionally passing along information. Recognizing the offer as a spy arrangement, Lim listens as Jin promises generous compensation and invites him to review the contract himself. Lim inquires about the consequences of refusing. Jin calmly warns that Lim will pay dearly for his actions today. If pushed too far, he could lose an arm or two. Meanwhile, outside the guild, Changsu yells at Jin to release Lim. Changsu stands armed, threatening to break in within 10 seconds if Jin does not comply. As he begins counting down, Lim casually appears behind him, asking about the commotion. Surprised, Changsu reveals that Bayak claimed Lim was kidnapped. Lim assures him that he apologized to the guild and they accepted it, commenting that his sincerity must have been persuasive. Earlier, Jin threatens Lim to take his offer, or he can face serious consequences. Before that, Lim informs Jin that a little birdie has told him about Jin's close relation with his sister-in-law. Jin becomes furious and demands to know how Lim is aware of this. Lim responds that if Jin wants to keep the secret, he should consider some of Lim's terms. Lim first demands that Wang Ho be released, without paying the termination tax. He also presents a written amount for his silence, and hands Jin a piece of paper. Before Lim went back in time, Jin had an affair with his younger brother's wife for decades. Eventually, they were caught, and the younger brother and his wife tragically committed suicide. Shocked by these events, Jin left the service. Lim is confident that Jin will do whatever it takes to keep this information hidden. Chang remarks that Jin is as cunning as a snake and will not let them go so easily. Bike reprimands Chang Su, stating that he should be grateful that nothing happened. Meanwhile, Lim notices that Lily is quieter than usual. He pats her and asks if she is all right, assuring her that not every problem needs to be solved immediately. Lily, however, only says that she is hungry. Beck notes that the environment is not ideal, suggesting that Lily may be in shock. Lim asks Lily whether she would mind having chicken for dinner. He realizes that if the guild was their priority, they wouldn't have come to the rescue. He also concludes that joining the White House was a smart decision. A while later, Wang Guo and Lim meet. Wang apologizes for what happened the previous day, explaining that the head begged him to renew the contract. Lim interrupts him and suggests they sit down. He reassures Wang that everything was sorted out yesterday and declares that from this day forward, Wang is the tank of their team. Lim orders Wang to call him commander. Lim is aware that Wang grew up in an orphanage and is introverted and cold toward people, which led to him being mistreated in the Black Hound. Wang died when the first disaster struck. Puzzled, Wang asks, why is Sirius commander? Like Lim would choose an untalented tank like him. Lim simply responds that he needs him. Wang starts to speak about his specialty, but Lim cuts him off and orders him a freeze. Gwen Min Cheol, known as the Moving Fortress, will become a supernatural hero. respected by all in 10 years. Min Chiel is a petrification expert. Just like Wang Lim recalls seeing the pieces of rock Min Chiel created when he was still a child. Observing Wang's body in person, Lim is certain that Wang's petrification ability surpasses Min Chiel's. Lim predicts that in half a year, Wang will become the top tank in Seoul. Wang is shocked, exclaiming that this cannot be happening. Lim reminds him that since he considers himself untalented, Lim is now giving him talent. Something Wang denies. Wang is deeply moved by this. Suddenly, Sarudiak arrives and announces that Lim's request has been fulfilled. The hero states that it is just in time and orders it to be brought in. The dish consists of soup made from a monster's parts and inner core. Lim states that everyone must eat 3 plates, as they need to prepare for their 4-day journey into the labyrinth of fallen spirits. 2 days later, at the location of a monster hunting mission, Lim is fighting against a monster that resembles a white lion. He yells at Wang, reminding him that as the team's tank, he must not be afraid. Lim orders Wang to get as close to the monster as possible and immobilize it for 2 days. Wang consumes 3 bowls of monster soup, along with 5 training sessions per day. Petrification enhancement training is not ready yet, but Wang grabs and immobilizes the monster. However, the strain causes him pain. Lim urges Wang to hold on for another minute, promising that if he fails, he will have to eat 6 plates of monster soup. Wang, determined not to consume more of the soup, pushes himself to complete the task. Petrification abilities strengthen the more they break. So Lim decides that Wang must be pushed past his limits. Turning to Lily, Lim tells her it is her turn. Lily refuses, complaining that she has been eating disgusting food every day. Lim reassures her that there will be chicken for dinner that night. Motivated, Lily aggressively orders Wang to step aside, fearing he might get hurt. Using her fire abilities, she swiftly defeats the monster. Wang, amazed, watches Lily and marvels at her strength. Lim asks Lily why she calls the tank. She responds that Lim was the first to call him that. Lim turns to the dispatcher requesting updates on other monsters. He is aware that 8 white tigers emerged from the gate 20 minutes ago, meaning they must fight another one to obtain a sample. Bike reports that only one target is moving 7 hours away. She notes that the warrior guild is closer to the target than they are. Lim asks about the distance difference, and Bike explains that the heroes are 2 kilometers away, while the warrior guild is only 1 kilometer away. Determined, Lim states that he will run ahead and instructs the others to follow at their own pace. He assigns Lily to look after Haegu. Lim dashes after the monster at incredible speed. His training and mana-rich diet have enhanced his abilities, even though they have not yet reached their former level. As he passes a guild member, he loudly declares that the white tiger is his. The guild member is shocked. The warrior guild has already prepared magic spells and is rushing to attack the white tiger, which is problematic, because the first to strike will have claim to the loot. Lim swiftly executes the shadow body technique. Crescent Moon, he leaps onto the monster, delivering a decisive blow that instantly takes it down. The warrior guild is astonished, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Lim reports to the dispatcher that the hunt is over, leaving her stunned. As the map indicates the hero has only just arrived, Lim dismisses the concern and asks whether there are any other nearby targets. She replies that another monster is located in the south. Meanwhile, the heroes have already defeated this monster. Lily asks whether she cooked it properly this time and inquires whether they will have chicken for dinner. Lim assures her that a sample can be collected from the monster. Dispatcher reports that the monsters are gone. The gate is destroyed and the situation is stable. Lim confirms that they are wrapping up, as the hunt is over. A doctor with long blue hair approaches Lim and asks if they need his assistance. Lim replies, everything is fine. Lily just needs to wash her hands. This guy is Cheon Il Nam, the leader of an on-site medical support team. Another young boy tells Lim that the video of their hunt came out great. He is the leader of field filming support team Cheon Il Nam. Lim looks at the video and he's amazed to see the scene, as it looks just like a movie. Meanwhile, Cheon SEO asks Lim to move his arms, as he is responsible for dismantling the equipment. Beck has hired the 3 Cheon siblings for the field support of Team 7. Lim knows that these boys are soon going to make a big name for themselves. In their relative fields, he wonders how Beck hired such a good team. He apologizes to the siblings for not remembering their names and ensures they will get plenty of rest and bonuses for the future hunts, and requests them to take care of his team. Siblings get happy hearing these generous words, and Nam makes sure he has recorded this moment. After a short while, Lim's driver tells Lim that he is very popular among the team. Lim plays it cool and replies, he is just observant with people's feelings in this field, because in his past life, he also had to follow someone's orders without any question. Later on, he got tired and left the guild, so he does not want his team members to feel the same way. At the White House Guild headquarters, Beck comments that Lim is remarkably skilled at communication for someone only 20 years old. She jokingly asks if Lim is living a second life, but he dismisses the remark, urging them to focus on business. Beck presents a list of necessary items and reports that the special equipment Lim ordered will be ready in 2 days. Please, Lim commands. Beg for her efficiency as he flips through the list. He stumbles upon a potential contender for the team. Bike explains that finding information on this person was difficult since she only had a name. However, she managed to locate an online video showcasing items crafted by the applicant. Lim confirms his interest. Jang Yong Shin, the only superhuman in Korea specializing in crafting. He asks where the challenger is. Lily reminds Lim not to forget 4 servings of boneless chicken and a large order of French fries. Lim promises to keep his word, but only if she passes on everything exactly as he taught her. They walk into a barber shop, and Lim remarks that they have a lot of toys. The woman behind the counter says her son enjoys doing different things. Meanwhile, Lily sits on the couch. Visibly bored, Lim asks her to sit quietly. Suddenly, Lily spots something she likes among the items on display. Lim quickly shouts at her not to touch anything, fearing she might break it. But Lily picks up a toy and says it looks like the chicken she loves. The woman tells them her son made it and offers it to Lily if she likes it. Lim apologizes, saying his little cousin is a real troublemaker. The woman laughs and reassures him that it's not a big deal. They have plenty of toys. Lim then asks how old her son is. He says he's 13, her son. Jang Young-shin has savant syndrome, a rare condition where individuals with developmental disabilities possess exceptional skills in specific areas. Because of this, his social skills are very low and he doesn't enjoy talking to people. Lim immediately understands. Unlike other superhumans, you must approach Zhang gently and naturally. Step 1 is to visit the barber shop more often. The woman adds that even now, Zhang is probably crafting something in the storeroom. Lim hopes they aren't distracting him with their conversation, but the woman assures him that Yang is so focused. He rarely notices anything around him. Still, Lim picks up on the fact that they aren't whispering. If Yang is a superhuman, he might be hearing everything. Lim wonders if now is the right time to test that theory. Suddenly, Jiang walks out and asks his mom if everything's okay. She's surprised he's never come out on his own like this before. Lim realizes that Jiang must have sensed mana, confirming he's superhuman. Recognizing her cue, Lily launches into action. She runs up to Yang, showing him the toy chicken and asking if he made it. She says it's insanely cute and asks how he did it. Yang, slightly confused, says it's nothing special. Lily, despite her shaky Korean, praises the toy, calling it incredible. Lim observes that her craving for chicken seems to be helping the plan. Yang tells her he can make a lot of things and asks if she'd like to see more. Lily agrees enthusiastically. Zhang's mother is astonished. He's never spoken so freely before. Lim feels awkward, but realizes that Zhang may have taken a liking to Lily. The hero decides it's fine. After all, they've managed to bring in a valuable ally, someone capable of creating equipment for superhumans, worth hundreds of billions. The very next day, Zhang officially joins the guild and starts developing battle uniforms. After a few days pass, Lim admits that the Uruk chieftain's leather works well for the uniforms. He asks Lily how she likes her new outfit. She says it's comfortable and cool, and that it even has chicken and pizza designs on it. Wang asks about his own uniform. But Lim tells him he doesn't need one just yet. Lim has done everything possible in a short amount of time. Beck reports that the support team is fully prepared. She says it's time to move out. Smiling, she asks Lim if he's found a new hairstyle. It must be hard maintaining it. Lim realizes that she must be the reason. The barbershop has no customers. Then they arrive at the gate, and Beck is furious, yelling at a man who let another guild go in ahead of them. He claims the queue was changed, and that the heroes would have been late. Beck demands to know who told him that. Apparently 4 guilds are taking part in a joint task. Lim calmly says that none of this changes the mission. The heroes will proceed as planned. Beck says that even if they enter now, there's probably nothing left. She apologizes for not being better prepared. Lim reassures her it's possible they'll find something better inside. Lim remarks that the other guilds have already swept the place clean. 2 hours after entering the labyrinth of fallen spirits, the team is still navigating. The twins are also in the vehicle. Lim was supposed to give them a ride, but they missed their chance. Originally, the labyrinth's difficulty was rated B, but after multiple failed attempts to close the dungeon, its threat level increased dramatically. Suddenly, Lim becomes alert. He orders everyone to stop and gets out of the car. He senses something nearby. He tells Wong to stay and guard the vehicles. The labyrinth of fallen spirits is notorious. It transforms people into zombies. The twins see something that terrifies them. They can't comprehend what it is. Lim inspects the figures and notices their tattered clothes. He suspects they're members of the Red Shark Guild, likely infected by zombies. Their sharp fangs are strong enough to tear through battle armor. Lim deduces that these Red Shark members must have been bitten when they let their guard down. It's fortunate there aren't too many of them. He instructs Wong to demonstrate his training. Wong hesitates, terrified. Lim warns him that even a scratch from the infected could spread the virus, pushing him forward. Lim tells Wong not to be a coward. Wong steadies himself and starts fighting. Lim notices that Wong's petrification technique is more stable than during training. Lim reminds him not to kill the infected. Wong, surrounded, asks what to do. Lim tells him to figure out. Wong begins striking the infected with his petrified hands. After landing a solid hit, he shouts with joy. Lily, still bored, asks why she can't just burn them all. Lim explains that these people are not just civilians. They're also members of another guild. Destroying them isn't an option. Lim checks on the support team. One twin says he's recording everything. Lim confirms they'll use the footage to claim compensation. The other twin says he's finished preparing repellent suits. Another man brings out an antidote that Lim had entrusted to him earlier. Lim says the antidote is crucial in this kind of dungeon. He begins analyzing the situation. The Red Shark support members must have been superhumans. Their movements confirm it. Lim begins knocking out the infected one by one, using only a single flick to the neck. With all the infected neutralized, Lim says they've done well. He tells Wong to lay the infected out in a row. Among the items Lim prepared for this dungeon, the anti-zombie venom antidote is key. Once bitten, a person has 10 minutes before symptoms appear. After 30 minutes, they become mindless warriors who serve the zombie hive. Lim calculates that more than 30 minutes have passed since these people were bitten. So even with the antidote, their minds will still be unstable for a while. Lim asks everyone to step aside. He says he needs to concentrate. Then, he approaches the infected and says quietly that he had saved them, so they should also help him. Lim is experienced and understands that those with talent can focus and improve. But as survival rates increase, people like Lim must develop multiple abilities. For this reason, Lim has traveled through various dimensions in his past life. The Gaia continent Morum, the underworld, and the Byron continent. He survives, thanks to the magic and martial arts he learns during those journeys. One of the techniques Lim picks up along the way allows him to control animals with low intelligence. Now, facing the infected, Lim tells them they will fight alongside him. Surprisingly, they seem thrilled by the idea, since everyone agrees. Lim instructs them to begin hunting the zombie bees and to follow his orders carefully. Later, Wong appears in a bug control suit. Visibly exhausted, he reports that he's caught the queen bee, but they're surrounded by too many others. Lim orders Lily to burn them and then offers her food, unable to resist the promise of a meal. Lily happily obeys one of the twins' remarks, but he didn't expect members of the Red Shark Guild to actively support them, and asks if the commander did anything unusual to convince them. Lim denies this and says they simply offer to help. As repayment, he announces that the bug control suits are now ready, so they can move on suddenly. Lim orders everyone to stop as he realizes someone is approaching. A group of superhumans appears. Lily recognizes them as the ones she saw with the snails. She's already controlling them now. Lim says he hopes they're grateful and willing to make amends. The situation seems to unfold more smoothly than expected. On the fourth day in the dungeon, one of the twins reports that monsters have broken into the supply storage and devoured the rations. Lim inspects the scene and concludes that based on the tracks, the creatures should still be nearby. He gives Lily an order using a special whistle. Lily rallies all the creatures they've saved to fight the monsters. Lim is relieved to see her enjoying the act of commanding reptiles. The ground is now littered with the bodies of red-dyed poison mice. Lim feels confident they've prepared for all kinds of scenarios, and everything seems to be going smoothly. However, he knows better than to let his guard down. The boss-level monsters are still lurking. Suddenly, something begins flying through the cave. It's a demonic mirror devil, an intermediate boss. Lim immediately warns everyone and commands them to prepare for battle. All vehicles are abandoned. Lim orders Wong to advance, noting that the Red Shark warriors, now brainwashed, are immune to the bat's illusions. This monster creates hallucinations for anyone who looks into its mirror, turning them into minions. Lim warns his teammates to be extra cautious and yells at Wong not to look into the mirror. But Wong, terrified, turns and admits he's scared. Lim and Lily scold him harshly. Lim tells Lily to create a fire shield to block the bat's path, and then orders everyone to move at least 2 kilometers away. He says he'll gather intel and rejoin them. Lim whistles and his subordinates scatter. Lily asks if she should just burn everything down, but Lim tells her to lower the flames for now. Using a concealment spell, Lim vanishes. Lim, now alone, searches for the bat. Suddenly it spots him. He throws a knife, but misses. He quickly realizes that the bat's erratic flight pattern makes it hard to predict. He decides to observe from a distance. Eventually, Lim returns. The twins are relieved and ask if he's hurt. Lim reassures them and quickly begins explaining the next steps. There's no time to waste. The bat continues circling the dungeon as Lim orders the tech support squad to retreat. They confirm the retreat and report that fortifications are in place. Lim praises the progress and instructs his team to prepare for battle. The bat, meanwhile, unleashes her minions who begin attacking the team. Lim leaps into action, attempting to strike the bat, but evades him. He calls on Lily, who tries to incinerate the bat with fire. However, the creature skillfully dodges each attack. The bat mocks the heroes and lets down its guard for a moment. Lim seizes the opportunity. He forms a shield around the bat, leaps forward, and with Lily placing a fire platform beneath him, lands a powerful kick. His attack slices off the bat's head. He declares that he's keeping the mirror. The heroes then arrive at a mysterious gate. Lim announces that they've reached the end, but warns them not to drop their guard just yet. Lily asks how long cowardly Wong will stay petrified. Lim replies that he plans to leave him like that until they defeat the final boss. Otherwise, Wong might fall under mind control again. The scene shifts to a new location. A cloaked figure appears. It's a skeleton wrapped in a raincoat, its eyes glowing with eerie blue flames. It is a spirit hunter at Lim's sharp whistle. All his subordinates storm into the room. The spirit hunter looks stunned as Wong lunges forward with a wide grin, wrapping his arms around him, declaring that hugs are always welcome. The spirit hunter slashes in retaliation, but Wong quickly blocks the attack undeterred. Wong scoffs at the hostility and mocks him for being such a hater, then parries another incoming strike with surprising composure. Lim watches from the sidelines. Quietly observing, he notes that Wong still shows signs of hesitation, but he is holding his ground far better than expected. Lim reflects. that this is exactly the moment Wongo had been preparing him for. As the spirit hunter becomes aware that he's surrounded, he activates a spell runes glowing underfoot. It is a spirit connection spell, one meant to turn nearby opponents into mindless puppets, extending his control across the field. But Lim grins completely unfazed. He knows the spell won't work. The subordinates remain unaffected. Charging forward, the spirit hunter looks around. Clearly puzzled, the spell should have worked. But it doesn't. Lim's countermeasures, rooted in the defeated demonic mirror bat's power and a small trick of his own, have left the subordinates in a constant low-level trance, making them immune to this particular enchantment. The spirit link has failed. Suddenly, the spirit hunter notices that he cannot lift his sword. Turning in alarm, he finds Wong gripping the blade tightly, locking it in place. Wong beams and declares that he also likes the spirit hunter, calling him a buddy with cheerful sarcasm. Lim, still relaxed, glances at Lily and signals that it's her time to shine. He recalls that the second ability of the spirit hunter is devil summoning, watching closely. Lim suspects that this is some variant of monkey summoning magic and smiles, knowing he already has countermeasures in place. Lily doesn't waste time. She unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames roaring around the spirit hunter. She laughs and teases that if everything burns, maybe they can have roasted chicken for dinner. Panic spreads across the spirit hunter's face. Lim compliments Lily and assigns her the task of handling all summoned monkeys, which only fuels the spirit hunter's rage. In a burst of anger, he throws both his sword and Wong directly toward the heroes. Lim hesitates, briefly thinking he just saw something odd, but quickly dismisses it. This isn't Lim's time to fight. His goal remains simple: clear the dungeon with minimal effort. So he continues to observe, calculating every moment. As his subordinates continue wearing down the spirit hunter, Lim lets the battle stretch on. 1 hour passes. The spirit hunter grows frantic. Shouting in frustration, Lim takes that as his cue. He whistles sharply at once. His team retreats from the fight, jumping back as one unified force. Lim walks forward slowly and remarks that the waiting is over. Spirit hunter shouts something incomprehensible, and though Lim doesn't catch the words, he picks up the meaning. The enemy is calling him a coward. Lim responds coldly. He declares that some people don't have the luxury of courage or glory. Some simply live like this. Then he lifts the illusion mirror. It cannot brainwash the spirit hunter, but it does what Lim hopes. It distracts him. That one moment is all Lim needs. A single lightning fist crashes down, cracking the skeleton's armor. Then Lim notices something astonishing. Deep within the chest of the spirit hunter lies a spirit stone, glowing, rare, and far more powerful than any high-level magic crystal he has seen. This is no ordinary reward. This is a miracle. This is why Lim came to the labyrinth of fallen spirits. He leans closer, mesmerized, muttering that such a treasure will be put to good use. Lily, standing nearby, asks if the battle is finally over. Lim remains silent, grinning at the stone with eerie fascination. This is more than a prize. It is an opportunity. With this, he can activate transform. If successful, his body will become the perfect vessel for mastering the arts. But Lim isn't concerned with power alone. What he really desires is the ability to slow aging, to extend his youthful years well beyond retirement. He is just 3 years away from freedom, and this stone might buy him decades of enjoyment. Lily looks at the glowing crystal in his hand and curiously asks what it is and if it tastes good. Lim replies that it isn't edible and warns her that she will get sick if she tries to eat it. Lily argues that he already tried to eat it himself, crossing her arms with childish defiance. Lim starts to respond, but before he can finish, the spirit stone vanishes from his hands. Shocked, he stares at the empty space where the miracle once rested. That gem could have been worth $1 million at auction. Had he chosen to sell it, Lim has no idea why it disappeared. He glances down and notices something strange. His watch is no longer ticking. The hands have stopped. Lim realizes that it is now powered by external magic. That means the energy from the spirit stone is still active, but redirected suddenly. The world shifts. We are pulled from the labyrinth and back to the real world. On the news, reporters discuss the four major guilds that united to destroy the gate. 10 days have passed, and they have yet to return. Experts suspect they are already dead. Bike stands quietly near the gate. Eyes full of worry, her uncle approaches and makes a casual remark about seeing her here again. He reassures her that the second White House team will return, along with the seventh team. Fully intact, he asks her not to worry too much. He is Bang, the commander of the second team. Bake responds, noting that the other guilds have already abandoned the idea of a rescue mission. She admits that she trusts Team B's ability to clear in a ranked dungeon, but still pleads with Bang to be careful. Bang promises that they can be relied on. The second team gathers in front of the gate. Bang gives the signal to move out, but just as they are preparing to enter, the gate begins to shimmer strangely. Something is happening, Bang shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. Then, to everyone's surprise, the seventh team emerges from within. Lim stands at the front. Bang stares in disbelief, but gasps, then sprints forward, flinging herself into Lim's arms. Lim stands frozen, confused. He asks her why she's acting like this. He reminds her that he has a child on his back and requests that she let go. Beck ignores him and asks what caused the delay. Lim, calm but vague, replies that there were a few unexpected circumstances that are not appropriate to discuss in public. He asks her again to release him, but she refuses. She clings to him tighter, admitting that she was deeply worried. Lim lets out a tired sigh. He feels completely drained. All he wants now is to go home. Thanks to the White House's seventh team, all superhumans from every guild have returned home safely. However, new information confirms the gate was far more dangerous than the government originally estimated. The driver remarks that the whole country is now buzzing about Lim's actions, branding him a national hero. To Lim, all the attention is just an extra headache. He inquires whether it rained while he was in the dungeon. Driver assures him that it didn't. Not a single cloud in the sky. He assumes Lim must be asking because of the rainbow, which appeared 4 days ago. Lim immediately understands this is not a natural occurrence. It is the warning sign of the first great calamity, and he knows what is coming next. The colors of the rainbow will slowly vanish one by one when the final color disappears. The first great calamity will begin. The night of the 7 months. Gates will open everywhere, and endless waves of monsters will pour into the world. In the past, Lim only survived by hiding inside a shelter. But things are different now. The calamity of fire is on their side, and Lim is stronger than ever before. His watch, infused with the mana of the Spirit Stone, can even transform into an iron gauntlet. Before we return to the present, we flash back to earlier that day. Lily is choosing an outfit and complains that her waist feels tight. She jokes that she plans to eat a lot, so Lim recommends she wear a pair of coveralls. Lily refuses, explaining that she doesn't like the style. Lim shrugs and questions what she expects him to do. J.W.E. had given Lily the dress after discovering she didn't own any evening wear, and it would be rude not to wear it at least once. Lim finally advises her to just walk in the dress, and if it gets too uncomfortable, she can change later. Lily beams and praises the idea, calling Lim a genius that night. After safely returning from a dungeon, a celebration is held at the White House. Kang-soo welcomes the heroes at the door, throwing his arms around Lim and proclaiming that he always knew Lim would come back alive. Beck compliments Lily, observing that the dress suits her perfectly. Lily smiles and expresses thanks for the gift. Beck then notes that Lily's voice seems to be improving with each passing day. Zhang overhears and invites Lily to dinner sometime. Beck catches the gesture and finds it touching. Eventually, Zhang and Lily leave the party together, and Lim observes how everyone appears genuinely happy. It is a feeling he never experienced back at the Black Hound Guild. While Lim is enjoying the evening, Chansu approaches him with a drink in hand. He inquires about Lim's goals. Lim doesn't understand at first, so the slightly tipsy guild head clarifies that he's curious about what young people are dreaming of these days. Lim responds honestly he wants to retire, live in comfort, raise enough money to build a 900 square meter mansion, and invite friends over to do whatever he pleases. Zhang, Wang, and Yin are all stunned by the audacity of his dream. Beck calls it a beautiful goal, Wang concurs, adding that a peaceful life sounds nice. But Changsu pushes further, questioning if Lim still desires to grow stronger. He's about to offer to train him personally, but Beck quickly interjects. Shifting the subject, Lim had once planned to avoid future disasters, but now, with the strength he has gained and the trusted comrades by his side, he knows he must find a way to use the disasters to his advantage. Later, the team takes a brief vacation in the Forbidden Territory, standing beside a crystal-clear lake. Chengxu remarks how beautiful it is and leaps into the water with joy. He exclaims that nature always lifts his spirits. Lim calls out to the others, encouraging them to take the week off and enjoy themselves. Then he calls back, who asks him to help scratch her back. She complains that she can't reach it herself. Lim teases her, advising that she practice stretching and demonstrates by reaching his own back easily. Beck pouts and pleads with him to just agree already. Instead, Lim points at Wang and Sarutik, suggesting she ask one of them to help. Beck turns to Sarutik and remarks that she hasn't said hello to him properly. She inquires who he is. Sarutik, stunned by the attention, rushes over and introduces himself as Kim Min, also known as Red Bean Sarutik. He nervously mentions that she can call him that too. Beck chuckles and responds that it's nice to meet him, but they're not quite close enough for nicknames. Lim jokes that if Kim says something like that again, he'll rename him Whipped Blood Pie. He then shouts to Changsu, asking if he wants to race across the lake. Changsu laughs and agrees that it sounds like fun. They decide that whoever reaches the other side first wins. They toss a rock, and the moment it hits the water, they both dive, and Changsu takes the lead immediately. Lim knows that as a Chapter 1 superhuman, Changsu is incredibly fast. Thanks to him, Lim expects a huge catch today. As they swim further, Changsu suddenly halts. Something disturbs him. A massive octopus rises from the depths. Furious, Changsu demands to know how it dares to interfere. He launches himself at the monster and lands a crushing blow. The octopus reels stunned, but Changsu continues striking without pause. Lim watches in awe. Changsu battles with nothing but his bare hands, and it works. Lim silently congratulates himself for bringing him along. With a few more strikes, the octopus is defeated. Lim checks if Changsu is okay. He nods and expresses relief that Lim wasn't hurt. He warns that the restricted zone is full of surprises and points out that they've swum pretty far from the group. He recommends they return and bring the octopus to the lab. Lim agrees, but remarks that he wants to explore the lake bed a little first. Changsu calls after him, reminding him to come back for lunch. Lim dives deeper, shield raised. He believes this area is clear and no monsters will show up. He recalls how the Kren creature had died for interrupting their fun, but now a greater threat may be waiting below. Lim has no idea how deep he must go, but he's confident that treasure lies at the bottom. As Lim descends, a faint green glow appears. He finally finds what he was searching for. Satisfied, he thinks he can return later with Lily and explore further, but something changes. He begins to feel a powerful force pulling him downward. Suddenly, his shield cracks and shatters. He tries to swim away, but the force is too strong. Panic rises in his chest. This is bad. He had just promised to return soon. Meanwhile, Jang and Lily sit together on the shore. Jang offers her a drink and tells her to enjoy it before Lim returns. Him finds himself inside a mysterious cave. As he regains consciousness, he hears faint voices murmuring that he is awake. The small creatures with worried expressions wonder what to do with him and whether something terrible is coming. Lim, still groggy, realizes he is bound, but easily tears through the ropes with little effort. The creatures recoil in fear, thinking he might harm them, but Lim quickly calms them down, assuring them that he means no harm. Recognizing the creatures as Nun, a type of kind-hearted fairy from the continent of nostalgia. Lim recalls working there as a guide. He remembers that fairies usually live near the clear water and are rarely seen elsewhere. The Nunan are surprised that Lim knows who they are and begin questioning him rapidly, asking if he's been to nostalgia and whether he speaks their language. Lim, slightly overwhelmed, asks them to take turns and tries to make sense of their presence in this lake. The Nunan explain they once lived peacefully in the lake, until a strange phenomenon transported them to another dimension. They describe how terrifying monsters began to fight and devour each other, and how octopus monsters slaughtered many of their kind. Lim realizes they're talking about the Kraken, one of the creatures he recently defeated. The Nunun reveal that the lack of sunlight and the constant threat of predators left them weak and hopeless. Lim informs them that the octopus is dead now, and they can safely return to the surface. Skeptical at first, the Nunun test his words by touching his hand with their tail. When it glows green, confirming his truthfulness, they erupt into joyful celebration. Lim, however, grows irritated by their loud excitement and tells them to calm down. He agrees to help them return, and they eagerly declare that they are now friends. Lim starts thinking about turning the lake into a snowfall theme park and wonders how much money he could make from it. But suddenly the Nun warned him not to step forward. There's a trap ahead thanks to the warning. Lim avoids the trap and acknowledges that navigating the area alone would have been far more dangerous. The Nun announced they're almost at their destination and want to introduce Lim to their friend, the one who allowed them to live there. Lim grows uneasy when they describe the friend as a white, hard creature half his height. When the figure emerges from the shadows, Lim recognizes it as a powerful golem, likely the guardian of the area. The passage behind Lim slams shut. Trapping him, the golem immediately identifies Lim as an intruder and locks onto him as a target for destruction. Lim protests, saying he thought the golem was a friend. Snowdrop, the lead snowcap, is shocked as the golem transforms into a massive combat machine. Fierce battle begins. Lim uses his iron glove to block attacks, but is still pushed back. He realizes the golem has a self-healing function and that he's in serious danger. He tries to strategize a retreat, planning to bring reinforcements like Wang Guaho and Lily next time, as Lim attempts to escape. Snowdrop blocks his path and pleads for snow, blind the golem not to attack. Lim is confused but pushes through. He strikes the golem again, insisting they could discuss things later. Snowdrop accuses him of hurting a friend, but Lim insists he had no choice. After defeating the golem, its chest opens, revealing a glowing key. The Nun mourn their fallen friend and angrily reject Lim, claiming friends don't kill each other. But Lim says the golem can be revived and that he knows someone, Yang, who can do it. Nun, surprised by this revelation, realizes Lim is telling the truth. They acknowledge his honesty, though their emotions remain raw. Lim presses on entering a newly opened gate. Inside, he finds what he came for, the drink of life. It's a golden liquid with incredible healing properties. Overjoyed, Lim takes a sip and feels its rejuvenating effects. He realizes this potion could save countless lives. When the calamity of the 7 months begins, he shares a drop with Nunun, who immediately begins to glow. The transformation surprises them both. Lim suspects the drink might have unique effects on water fairies. Snowdrop says her body feels lighter, but Lim notes she appears smaller. He decides they'll investigate it further later. For now, it's time to leave. Lim tells the Nunun to bring the golem and follow him up. As they ascend, the water warms, and they see a bright glow above. When they breach the surface, the sky is dark but burning with light. The Nunun mistake the light for the sun, but Lim recognizes the source immediately. It's Lily. She floats above, conjuring a massive fireball, likely experimenting with her magic or sleepwalking again. Lim looks up and smiles, realizing she must have followed his instructions, and in the most explosive way possible. Lim shouts up at Lily, telling her to put out the fireball and come down immediately. He asks if she truly intends to destroy the lake. From below, Changsu calls out to Lim, demanding to know where he has been. Lim realizes then that had he stayed away even a little longer, there would be serious consequences. He tells Changsu that the situation is extreme. Changsu responds that he is glad Lim has returned safely and stopped Lily just in time. Otherwise, she might dry up the entire lake. At that moment, Bike and Wang come running yelling. As they approach, Changsu tells them to stop searching. June rushes toward Lim and hugs him tightly, asking where he has gone. Snowdrop suddenly flies out and begins to ask something, when Changsu shouts that there are monsters behind them. Lim steps forward and asks everyone to calm down. He explains that the approaching creatures are not enemies, but new allies, promises to explain everything in detail later. Then Lily crashes into Lim, burying her face in his chest and hitting him repeatedly. She says it is dinner time and he is nowhere to be found. She shouts that she has been worried and has skipped dinner just to look for him. Lim gently places his hand on her head and apologizes for being late. Vacation does not last long. Soon everyone returns to their daily responsibilities. Time passes and the heroes are back on the battlefield, fighting monsters and ordering the evacuation of nearby citizens. They face off against orcs. Lim issues a command to Wong as part of their monster extermination assignment. Among Wong's daily duties are eating 5 rich meals and training hard. When a monster extermination request arrives, he goes first. His growth rate exceeds even Lim's expectations. Lim thinks that with some luck, Wong might play a major role during the first calamity. Lim then tells Wong he has done enough for now and asks him to step aside. Lim asks Lily if she is ready. She nods, demanding a minute. Apparently Lim has promised her French fries, which she reminds him of while burning the monsters to ash. She says she has followed orders and now wants a monster burger set as a reward. Lim tells her she is 5 seconds late and will have to settle for just one item. Long Gang approaches and asks if he can join Lim for dinner. Suddenly Lim notices something behind Wong. Without hesitation, he rushes over and covers Wong's back. It is a shadow goblin hiding in wait to strike. Lim warns everyone and asks what this other dinner Wong has mentioned is about. Wong excuses himself, saying he will eat something nutritious and train extra hard. Lim praises Wong's determination and notes that his abilities have reached the same level. As in his previous life, shadow goblins no longer pose a threat to him. The mana pool has also grown. If Wong continues at this pace, he will become even stronger. Then they look up at the sky. A rainbow has formed, but Lily points out that it is missing red. Lim wonders if the rainbow will disappear in 2 weeks. To survive the upcoming night of 7 months, they need a few key elements. Lim knows it will take firepower to eliminate the waves of monsters, a specialized team to destroy the gate core, and a plan to minimize city destruction. Healing and restoring the physical strength of the superhumans is also essential. Lim takes on this responsibility while preparing the rest. We flash back briefly to see Beck reporting on potion sales. She says that distribution is starting this week. Lim tells her to proceed and to report any problems immediately. He asks if the food sales conditions are approved. Beck says it no longer matters. Reclaimed superhumans are lining up on their own. In her report, she has included prices for each dish and noted that serving sizes are fixed. The prices are high, which Lim says is good. Beck asks if she has managed to please him. Lim asks about Jiang. He says there are reports that the golem can already move. Beck expresses doubt, but admits that Jiang claims he can manage it. As Lim gets into the car, he asks her to rely on Jiang. Beck asks why he is so confident. Lim says it is all for the chance to take Lily to the zoo. Then he opens a document that lists the names of friends who have attended a retirement party. He realizes that since his intervention has changed the future, there is no guarantee they will meet again. He keeps the document with him. Bake asks if he needs anything else. She says she wants to work with him a bit longer before his week-long vacation. Suddenly Lim asks the driver how long it takes to get to work. The driver replies that it takes about an hour. Lim remarks that it is quite far and must be tiring. The driver denies this and says it is no problem. Still, Lim asks if he would consider moving to an apartment near the guild headquarters. The driver is stunned. Lim tells Beck to prepare the driver's new quarters with enough space for his entire family. Lim says he will cover all costs. Beck smiles, quietly thinking that Lim is a very strange person. The driver asks what Lim means. Lim says it would be more convenient for everyone. He adds that he has more than enough money, so the driver should not refuse. The driver is left speechless, wondering if he is dreaming or if it is his birthday. Lim reflects that while money is no longer an issue, thanks to potions, he knows he cannot evacuate everyone he cares about this way. There is still much work to be done. We then transition to another scene, where Sia wishes the heroes a successful mission. Lim asks him to take care of the house in their absence. Lily teases that Sia will not be able to escape from responsibility. The heroes set off walking through a forest and come across Val, standing silently in front of a rock. Lim asks Lily to lower her voice. He says they will just move along since Val is clearly focused. Wong mutters that it is too slow and will not do. He says that if he does not get stronger, the commander will throw him out. Lim is slightly embarrassed to hear that Val is so worried about being left behind. Still, he thinks that whatever the motivation, striving to improve is good. So he chooses not to intervene. As they continue flying, Lily announces that she will create a shield. Lim is impressed and asks when she has learned to do that. Lily says she has just tried it and it worked. She then asks if he can do it too. Once again, Lim is struck by her talent. They finally arrive at Lim's personal treasure trove, filled with rare items collected from the Forbidden Territory. Lily greets the nun, who says there has been nothing to report. Lim tells them to continue patrolling near the cave. The nun has consumed the elixir of life and can now move as fast as bullets. He relies on their speed to contact him in emergencies. Lily looks around and asks why they are there. Lim explains the different items. The mask of a charlatan makes one attractive and charming, changing the voice to sound like a speaker. And sage robe radiates a mana aura difficult to withstand, and a wooden staff glows when mana is injected. Lim dons the sage robe, and Lily wears the charlatan mask. She says her voice has changed and sounds strange. Lim replies that they are ready and the operation can begin. Suddenly, they appear at a portal gate. The people nearby are stunned to see two figures emerge from the gate. Lim thinks it is good that there are so many witnesses. He takes off his hood and introduces himself as the mage, Aximus from the Gaia continent. He has come to warn them that a great calamity is soon to befall their land. People wonder who he is. They can't understand what language he's speaking, because they have never heard it before. They speculate whether he came out of the gate. Then suddenly the staff glows. Lim asks them not to worry and announces that he will use translation. Magic, he requests permission to introduce himself again. He declares that he is the mage Aximus from the Gaia continent. Lim urges them to listen carefully. Lily recognizes this as a signal and casts a shield. They climb onto the shield, and Lim shouts that he has come to warn them. People begin to murmur, agreeing that he must be a magician. Lim proclaims that the rainbow is a sign of a curse. He explains that when all the colors disappear, a calamity descends upon their lands, opening thousands of gates to hell. Lily interprets his signal again. Lim continues, saying that monsters and demons will flood the earth and heavens. The living will close their eyes and the dead will rise. He insists that they must all unite and prepare for the coming disaster. Lim feels pleased, realizing he has captured their attention. His special mask amplifies his voice, and the sage robe radiates an aura that draws everyone's gaze. The staff simply emits light, but enhances his presence. A police officer then steps forward and inquires how they can avoid this disaster. Lim responds that it can't be avoided completely, only minimized. He then asks where the king of their world is, and states he will provide all the details. Suddenly we shift to the Blue House interrogation room. Ju Sang-wook, head of the Superhuman Support Service, remarks that he's never met anyone like this. Lim replies that he understands the surprise, but reiterates that he's only here to warn them of danger. He demands to be taken to their king immediately. Sang-woo questions why Lim is so sure he isn't the king. He suggests that maybe their cultures are different, and that's why he doesn't resemble a king from Aximus's world. Lim counters that he finds that unlikely. He explains that he can read fates, though not very well. He claims he can glimpse events that shape history and the destinies of great people. Lim asserts that Sang-wook is not a king now, but he will strive to become one in the near future. Sang-wook is stunned and asks how Aximus knows this. Lim recalls seeing Sang-wook's future, his presidential candidacy, and his role as a judge of superhumans, who abhors when they commit crimes. However, Lim says he can't reveal more, and that's all he's seen. Just then someone enters the room and announces that the president wants to meet the mage from another dimension in person. Sonu hands Aximus his staff and offers to escort him to the king. The Blue House had been rebuilt a couple of years ago, after the first gate opened on its roof and a monster emerged, killing the president and most of Parliament. A new president was elected, which only slightly stabilized the chaos. Now the Blue House resembles a military facility. They enter the president's office. The president greets the hero and introduces himself as the nation's leader. He informs that he's heard that Aximus came from another dimension. Lim confirms this and introduces himself again as a mage from the Gaia continent. He asks forgiveness if his assistant's translation magic isn't perfect. The president assures him it's fine and invites them to sit. Lim approaches the chair and notes that it's unusual. The president explains it's a lie detector. If Lim lies, they'll know immediately. Lim shows slight unease and suggests the president should sit on one. The president asks him to repeat, but Lim shrugs it off, saying they have nothing to hide and he's ready to answer. The president asks if they truly come from the Gaia continent. Both Lim and Lily confirm. He then asks if their prophecy about the disaster is real. Lim answers that it is, and that's why they're here. He adds that his assistant doesn't know much about it. The president requests full disclosure. Lily struggles to understand half of what is being asked. Thanks to martial arts training, Lim controls his breathing, pulse, and sweat, so the lie detector fails to detect anything. The president orders all equipment removed from the magician. Lim lets out a sigh of relief. The president apologizes for doubting him. Lim responds that he would have done the same. Then the president leans forward and asks a personal question. Can Lim help him escape to Gaia before the disaster strikes? And will it be safe? He speculates that since Lim came from there to warn them, it might be Lim erupts in anger, asking if this is truly a king speaking, someone ready to abandon his people. The president shouts back that he's not a king. It just so happened that the position fell into his lap. He offers money resources. Anything Lim once he confesses. He's tired of living in a world where death lurks at every corner. He pleads for Lim to take his family and friends with him. Lim is stunned. He admits that he had a different opinion of the president. Grabbing Lily's hand, he declares that they are leaving immediately. The president protests, saying the mage promised to help. Lim retorts that the president would never understand what's in his heart. He declines the offer and turns away. Just then the man who has been standing silently removes his mask. It's Kim Suho, the first awakened titan. He moves with lightning speed and blocks the hero. Things take a bad turn for Lim. He realizes he can't meet Suho's eyes. Then Lim tries to walk away. Suho smirks and asks what's so funny. Lim calls him out and asks how long they plan to continue this charade. He identifies Suho as the real king. Suho is surprised and asks how Lim knows. Lim points out the massive destiny star over him. Kim Suho is the one who restored order to South Korea after the first gate opened after awakening his abilities. He mobilized the police to protect civilians. Post-election, he rebuilt the Blue House and led the country's recovery. Everyone in South Korea knows this. Next, we move to the headquarters of the Disaster Response Center. Soho announces that before the meeting begins, he wants to introduce the magician who brought the prophecy him. Steps forward, states his name is Aximus, and urges everyone to listen carefully. He then shares the full story and warns that the disaster threatens them all. In the room are powerful figures. Monster Bijang's Demon King Kim Taijin, the Ice Queen Han Ji Hai, and the Iron Wall Min Tai Wong. These are the strongest among the first awakened. Along with Kim Suho, they help destroy monsters and stabilize the land. The president states he will declare a national emergency tomorrow morning. He urges the assembly to cooperate. Jean questions how the president can believe such an outlandish tale. Taiwan agrees, suspecting Lim to be a fraud. They argue that such a drastic action without solid proof is reckless. As tensions rise, Suho yells at them to stop. The president affirms he has verified everything. He reminds them of the chaos during the first gate's opening. Suho says that if nothing happens, no harm is done, but if they're unprepared, they'll suffer greatly. Taeyong sighs, mumbles something about hard work, and then rushes forward toward the heroes. Lim panics, wondering if he's under attack. But Tae-won grabs Lily. He sneers, saying she annoys him and orders her to stay still. He reaches for her mask and scoffs, saying it's probably to avoid recognition. Lily's mask falls to the floor. Lily suddenly transforms into a cat, and she is very angry. They begin to question whether she is even human. Lim asks the assistant to calm down and explains that it was a mistake. They didn't know the truth. Lim says that people like Lily are ashamed to show their real faces, which is why they always wear masks around him. Lim remembers how he and Lily prepared for this exact situation. The cat mask doesn't just disguise. It also alters her voice, but if it's forcibly removed, it triggers a transformation spell that turns the wearer into a cat. Lim wonders what Tai Lung will do now that his assumptions have been proven wrong. Suho yells at Tae-yoon and demands he apologize. Tae-yoon sincerely apologizes for removing Lily's mask. Without her consent, Lim thinks to himself that Lily is really good at playing the role of cat. The next day, Suho declares a state of emergency on national television and radio. Standing on stage, he announces a major crisis in Korea. There's some initial confusion after his speech, but the citizens quickly adapt. The military, the superhuman police, and various guilds begin large-scale exercises in preparation. Someone approaches Lim and mentions that they heard the sage is leaving today. Lim confirms the power of dimensional transfer magic is running low, and he must return in a few hours. The man asks if Lim can do him a small favor before he departs. Lim agrees to try his best. The man explains that he has several books that were confiscated as loot during the national uprising. He only brought the ones in good condition and asks Lim to take a look at them. Time is short, so he just wants Lim to check if any of them are important. Lim says he isn't a scholar and not to expect too much from him. He wonders if they really see him as a sage or just a fool. Lim can speak any language, but he can only read the languages of the Gaia continent and the martial arts world, and even then only in the fields of martial arts and magic. As he walks through the library, one book catches his attention. The hero senses something special and wonders if it might be the Sword Emperor's notes. The book is narrated from the perspective of Nangong, the Sword Emperor known in the martial arts world as the Incarnation. Lim realizes the language is one he can read and suspects the book might be authentic. When the assistant asks if something is wrong, Lim explains that the writing seems demonic in nature. Lim asks if there's a sword connected to this book. The assistant says the sword also contains a demon and will corrupt whoever wields it. Lim asks him to investigate further. He secretly hopes the Heavenly Emperor's sword is among the recovered items, but the assistant says they only found the book and some old clothes in the collapsed cave. Lim is disappointed, but says it's fine. He decides the book is too dangerous and announces he'll seal it himself. Since the king is busy, he asks the assistant to keep it secret. Later, Lim reads the book. It tells the story of Nangong, the illegitimate son of the Nangong clan. Though born with divine martial talent, he was discriminated against after his mother's death. He steals the clan's martial techniques and elixirs. Lim is uninterested in the early parts. He already knows this history. What intrigues him is the Sword Emperor's battle with Tianma, which he lost in a single moment before disappearing. Suddenly, Lily appears and asks what Lim is doing. She says she's bored. Lim tells her to amuse herself while he reads. She runs off mischievously. Lim calls after her, telling her to return soon. He's happy to be alone in silence again. As he reads, Lim grows tired. The book is long-winded. He comes across a section about the divine art of shattering the heavens, but there's too much unnecessary rambling. Still, he senses the main part is coming. The technique is explained in such simple terms that even a monkey could understand it. If he doesn't get it the first time, he knows he'll just have to reread it. Lim crosses his legs and sits in meditation. A red circle appears at the center of his torso. He remembers that inner strength has 3 categories: accumulation, stability, and radiation. Lim realizes that Diha Simbap, the technique he previously studied, focused mostly on stability. But Peyton Simbong achieves perfect harmony in all 3 areas. Lim calls it a truly perfect and pure Simbap. He now understands why martial artists dedicate their lives to improving their techniques. He simply wants to practice it just for today. But then he checks the time and notices it's already past lunchtime. Lily still hasn't returned. Suddenly Lim senses something and turns around. A gate appears in the sky. People begin shouting monsters are coming. First to emerge is a minotaur. Its huge people scream and flee in panic. The minotaur raises its mace to attack, but Lim quickly protects the crowd with a magical shield. He tells them to stay inside the barrier and reassures them it will hold until reinforcements arrive. Lim knows using full magic could destroy the palace, so he chooses to fight using only his body. The minotaur slams its mace down, but Lim leaps onto its head and punches it. Sending it flying, he's surprised. Why is the monster so weak? Then he realizes it's not the monster that's weak. He's become stronger, more monsters begin to emerge. Lim understands that avoiding palace damage is no longer possible. There are too many of them. He raises his hand and shouts, calling fire to rain from the sky. Spectators are stunned. Even the future president remarks that it's a magnificent spell. One day, a statue of the great sage will be erected in Gwanghwamen Square to honor him after the monsters are defeated. Soho thanks Lim and promises never to forget this favor. Lim replies that he only did what was necessary. The assistant approaches and offers a gift in gratitude. Lim initially refuses, but they insist. He finally accepts it and wonders how many high-quality magic stones are inside. Lim says he can't stay here any longer. He and Lily stand on a magical shield and prepare to depart. It turns out one of Lily's new friends is a Titan, one of the first awakened ones. As they leave, Lim hopes everyone remains safe back home. Lim asks Tae Wong if he's taken care of the house. Tae Wong bursts into tears and asks where the heroes have been all this time. Sir Taeok says something terrible has happened. Tae Wong reveals that if all the floating rainbows in the sky disappear, disaster will come. Tae Wong is horrified. The president says hundreds of gates will appear. Lim and Lily glance at each other and grin. Beck asks what everyone is laughing about. Wong also went to the guild after the emergency call. Suruishiak asks to be informed when his brother returns. Lim praises him and suggests they head to the guild immediately, although Lim initially thought he might run away. He's impressed that he is waiting for them even in this situation. As he looks up at the rainbow, he realizes there's less than a week left. He urges everyone to go to the guild together. At the guild, Beck confronts Lim, indignantly demanding to know where he's been. She says she tried to contact him during the state of emergency, but even his phone was turned off. She continues scolding him, asking if he even understands how serious the situation is. Lim responds that he's already heard enough of this on his way over, and turns away just then. Tae Wong arrives and greets Beck. She recognizes him, saying they met at the lake and haven't seen each other since. Beck asks where they plan to evacuate. Lim inquires if there are any rooms left at the guild, but adds that he doesn't plan to stay long. Beck asks if he's returning from beyond the gate, and offers to call someone to escort him. Instead, she suggests Lim go straight to the head. Lim ignores her and tells Sarek to move his luggage and rest. Beck points out that Lim is the only one who didn't respond to the emergency call, warning that even the head will be furious. Lim replies sarcastically, saying the head won't be angry if she also failed to answer her phone over the weekend. Suddenly, Wong rushes out to the heroes. Lim asks where Van is, but Wong unexpectedly calls out to the commander and attacks Lim. Lim dodges and asks if Wong has lost his mind. Through tears, Wong says he thought Lim had abandoned him, and his attack was out of happiness. Lim assures him that even if others ignore or accuse him, he would never leave Wong behind. Van is overjoyed, and Lim knows Van is truly useful. Lim knocks on the head's office door. All the heroes gather as the head asks them to sit. Bike reports that Lim was outside the forbidden territory. Changsu responds that it's no excuse. The chief asks Lim what he knows about the impending disaster. Lim says he heard some things on his way back. Changsu explains that the great sage, Aximus, spoke to him alone and gave him a prophecy. Aximus mentioned the seventh night, telling Changsu to leave the wheel of fate for them to lead, and that they would bring the light. Changsu believes Aximus was referring to Lim's team. Everyone agrees. Lim feels a bit ashamed and says that if the invasion begins, the seventh team should operate independently. He insists everything will be fine. He explains that simply eliminating monsters in designated locations is a waste of time instead. They should focus on enabling independent action and destroying the main gate. The disaster is called the Night of the 7 Months because 7 special moon color gates appear among hundreds of others' main gate, which anchors surrounding gates, vanishes along with dozens nearby. Lim, through Aximus, shares intelligence on 6 of these critical gates. In a flashback, Aximus tells Changsu he can't handle the red energy or determine its location. Changsu says it's unfortunate, but still helpful. The only thing Aximus withholds is the red gate's exact location. Due to the soulstone, Lim reflects that this time he might finally fulfill his dream and become handsome. Kangsu shares the same hope, but wonders if the prophecy is really that simple. Baek speculates that there may be hidden meanings, and Wong adds that it's too abstract to grasp fully. Lim, feeling a bit awkward, questions whether a great sage trying to help would make such a cryptic prophecy. He concludes they shouldn't distort anything. After some persuasion, the 7th Squad is granted permission to operate independently. 3 days later in the White House training ground, Lim asks Van to focus on the path of mana circulating in his body. Van admits he doesn't remember. Lim says they'll try again and urges him to concentrate. Lim studies an image from the Sword Emperor's records. He knows the Diamond Power Fist. Martial art emphasizes external power, and that the breathing method is simple. It's good for physical strength and basic development, and Lim believes it'll also benefit Van. Lim asks Wong if he now understands, but Wong still struggles. They repeat the process over and over. Eventually, Lim loses patience and shouts. It's the 30th attempt, he says. Wong is worse than A. Monkey Wong insists he's improving and will practice alone. Lim excuses himself, saying he has something else to do. As Lim walks away, he notes that only the purple band remains in the rainbow. Disaster is near. He sees Lily eating and asks if the food is good. She says it is Lim had bought 3 boxes of chicken, but they're already gone. He tells her it's time to get ready. She needs to repay the meal. Shocked, Lily realizes why he bought the chicken. Lim knows the Red Gate holds terrible dangers. Boiling lava, soaring flames, and strong auras. Fight the boss there, they need the Ice Dragon Fawn, unfortunately stored in the Black Hound Guild headquarters, Lim's former workplace. He remembers working under terrible conditions there. In his previous life, at age 20, the job offered no vacations unless you were sick or injured. If he'd undergone proper rehab back then, maybe life would have turned out differently. Now equipped with the sword energy, modified by the Pakan technique, Lim needs intel on the building's layout, including security cameras and key items. He identifies the security control room as a potential exit. Inside, one man mutters that he should have robbed a grocery or department store. Another blonde says he left the door open and plans to sprint to the shelter when disaster hits. They all calm down when the camera feed suddenly cuts out, assuming it's a broken lens. They're shocked to find the camera was facing their door. But it's too late. Lim bursts in and knocks them out. Lim activates an alarm. The guild realizes someone has infiltrated the representative's office. It's Lim. A hero reports that 4-armed intruders, not superhumans, broke in. Lim instructs staff to gather at the rep's office. When they arrive, the room is empty. Confused, they realize the control room is locked. Lim says the intruders are secured elsewhere. He and Lily break through a door. Lily is amazed. Everything sparkles. She asks if it's all money, then wonders if she can get chicken again. Lim doesn't understand her obsession, but says the statue is too heavy to carry. Instead, he shows her the special armory where otherworldly items are stored. There it is, the Ice Dragon Fawn, well preserved. As they prepare to leave, Lily says she wants to see what's behind a certain wall. She senses powerful mana. Lim tells her to stand back. He activates his watch and smashes through the wall. Inside, he finds something valuable and praises Lily. As a reward, he gives her 3 raw balls. Lim plans to consume the next soul stone himself and lets Lily eat this one. But Lim is disappointed by the results. It barely makes a difference. Only his claws grow still. He figures it's enough to claim an unpaid severance package. He decides it's time to go home. The next day, the rainbow vanishes. Lily is most concerned about one thing. Her cheese balls the next day at the third evacuation shelter. Lim appears calm, even chuckling with a faint smile. His team is surprised by his demeanor, especially with one of the worst gates about to open. A team member approaches curious if something good has happened. Lim replies that he finally received severance pay from a company he worked at long ago. As Lim talks, a menacing aura becomes noticeable nearby. The scene shifts to the fourth evacuation shelter, where the source of the aura is revealed to be Kim Tae-jin, leader of the Black Hound Guild. His members gather concerned by his behavior. One mentions hearing a rumor that their guild warehouse was robbed yesterday, and they still don't know who is behind it. Back at the third shelter, Lim speaks on the phone with Beck, who apologizes for the delay. Lim thanks her for her work. Soon after, she finishes upgrading his armor, marking the completion of equipment preparations. Lim checks in with the support team using his earpiece. Cheon Il Nam confirms he can hear him, followed by Il Nam, who says the sound is coming through clearly. Lim turns to Lily and Wong, asking if they're ready. Lily complains that her armor is too tight, and Wong agrees, saying his new suit is embarrassing. Lim explains their suits are custom-made. Lee's for defense, Wong's for mobility, with a flexible material. As they talk, Lim notices Wong in an odd stance and asks if he plans to fight. Like that, Wong calmly responds that if posture becomes a problem, he'll use petrification to fix it. Bake approaches and reports that the people Lim mentioned a few days ago have arrived at the shelter. Lim thanks her and declines to meet them, saying this is enough to repay their kindness. He's requested protection for those who attended his retirement ceremony, and also for friends lost in a previous life's disaster. This time he's determined not to let that happen again. Suddenly, Chung Su shouts that the disaster could come at any time, and that he will stop it. Lim is startled and asks Beck if she's been able to sleep when Chung Su gets like this. Beck admits she hasn't, and shyly says it sometimes feels like she's raising a child. Lim surveys the area where tanks, military vehicles, weapons, soldiers, and hunters have gathered. He feels confident that this force should be enough to stop the disaster. In the distance, robotic footsteps approach, causing the hunters to tense up. As the sound gets closer, they realize it's an ally. Lim smiles as Young Shin's robot arrives. Lily approaches the robot and asks if Young Shin can see her. He confirms and announces that he is inside the robot. Lim, surprised, asks if he manually modified the robot. Lily tries to climb inside too, but Lim stops her and asks Young Shin if he has his mother's permission to use the robot as a combat suit. Yoon Shin ignores the question and blushes while promising Lily he will protect her. Lim scolds him, saying, "This is not the time for love." Buck, looking at the sky, notices something off and calls Lim's attention. Lim looks up and sees that the rainbow-colored lights in the sky have dispersed, signaling something ominous. He immediately instructs Young Shin to return to the command room. Suddenly, countless gates open in the sky, releasing an overwhelming number of monsters. The soldiers and hunters take defensive stances, visibly shaken by the sheer number of enemies. Lim overhears their panic, but remains composed, knowing this is only the first wave. He reminds everyone that these are monsters they've faced before, and urges them to focus encouraged. The soldiers prepare to engage, and Lim feels confident enough to leave, the shelter's defense in their hands. Gunfire erupts as soldiers begin attacking the monsters. Hunters take charge of any that get too close. The battle continues relentlessly, and the number of monsters doesn't seem to dwindle. Chang-Su joins the fight, happily expressing how long it's been since he was on the battlefield. He declares he will destroy everything, including the dark blue core gate. The core gates have been divided between the first Awaken team and the professional hunter team, as decided by guild leaders and the president. Lim plans to act separately and enter the red core gate on his own terms. He turns to Young Shin, who still refuses to return to the command room, and tells him to pay attention to what a battlefield truly looks like. Though annoyed, Lim allows him to follow and support him. Lim instructs his team to move to their assigned positions. As the solo operation begins, he Wang and Lily board an armored vehicle, while young Shin follows in the robot. Lim's strategy is to appear as though they're moving aimlessly, before eventually reaching the red core gate. Along the way, Nam informs him that monsters are approaching from all directions. Lim tells her to ignore them and keep driving. Inside the vehicle, Lim assembles a spear, though unfamiliar with military-grade weapons. His 2 decades in the superhuman force give him the skill to manage. As the vehicle nears a pack of werewolf monsters, Nam alerts Lim, who tells him to keep moving. He climbs onto the roof of the vehicle and uses the spear to eliminate the attacking monsters. He instructs the driver to turn at an upcoming intersection and watch out for corpses on the road. Lim asks Lily if she's ready. She's been charging a fireball and says she is. Lim points to distant monsters and instructs her to attack. Lily launches the fireball, saying she wants to finish quickly so she can eat at the chicken buffet. Her attack incinerates the monsters, but young Shin worries about driving through the flames. Lim insists they must keep moving. Lily raises her hands and parts the fire, allowing the vehicle and robot to pass through. She continues shouting about food, and young Shin watches her in amazement. Lim smiles and urges everyone to move at full speed. He continues giving directions, telling them to turn right at a hospital, and then again after 2 blocks. He calculates they're getting close to the red core gate. Soon the gate comes into view. Nam smiles and wonders if this is what the great sage's prophecy meant. As they approach the gate, Lim tells the team to prepare for entry. Suddenly a creature drops from the gate, initially appearing like slime. It morphs into a giant T-Rex and reports they are only 1 kilometer away and asks if they should slow down. Lim decides not to risk delay, fearing more monsters could arrive. He tells Nam to maintain speed and calls on Wang to engage the T-Rex. Wang jumps from the vehicle and faces the monster as its massive jaws close around him. He activates his petrification ability. His body glows gold, and he holds the monster's mouth open. Lim recognizes the golden aura as the Diamond Powerball's mana. Wang, proud of his progress, continues to hold the beast at bay. Lim calls on young Shin to act, reminding him of his earlier promise to protect Lily. Young Shin launches toward the monster. The T-Rex, noticing him, spits out Wang and attempts to bite again. But young Shin maneuvers the robot skillfully. He grabs the T-Rex's tail, lifts it, and slams it to the ground. The team is stunned, watching in awe as young Shin overpowers the massive beast. Jealous murmurs arise. They all want to turn in the robot now. Young Shin's attack immobilizes the T-Rex, and Lim uses the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Afterward, he approaches the massive corpse, guessing from its size that something valuable might be hidden inside. He quickly dismembers the beast and finds a glowing, pearl-like object called Naden, a rare and nourishing item. Holding it in his hands, he admires it until Wang calls out, pointing at a new wave of monsters emerging from a gate. Lim smiles excited like a child in a candy shop and urges the team to move toward the red core gate. Destroying the red core gate requires defeating the fire giant sleeping inside the volcano. After fighting the new monsters and entering the gate, Lim halts the team so C can help them change into armor suited for the intense heat. Once suited up, they all feel better. Lim clenches his fist, smiling as he remarks how surprisingly cool the combat suits are. He stretches his shoulders and tells C that the suits are not just efficient and comfortable, but visually impressive too. He believes this armor will make future encounters easier. Sina shares her surprise at the quality of the suits, revealing that young Shin helped design them. She praises him as a valuable ally. Lim reflects that stealing from the Black Hound Guild and requesting the suits early is now paying off. Young Shin approaches Lily and asks her to press a button on the robot's arm. When she does, a popsicle pops out and she thanks him. Young Shin blushes and downplays the gesture, not wanting young Shin to get too cozy with Lily. Lim orders Team 7 to prepare for departure. Soon after, they encounter a group of firewolves. Wang jumps to the front line without waiting for orders, which surprises Lim but doesn't bother him. Lim climbs atop the armored vehicle, pulling out a gun, expressing that it's been a while since he's shown off his shooting skills. As the monsters approach, Wong braces himself for combat, but the heat overwhelms him. Lim shoots the monsters, freezing them with liquid nitrogen bullets and saving Wong. He feels relieved to have brought this weapon, grateful to the White House Guild for preparing it in advance. As Lim finishes freezing the monsters, he tells Young Shin to finish them off. Young Shin immediately responds, flying in and punching through the frozen creatures in one strike. Lim watches in awe and acknowledges how much more comfortable his work has become. He informs the team that they will keep this momentum and quickly move past the flame centipede ahead. Later, Lily sighs in boredom, catching Lim's attention when he asks what's wrong. She complains that her fire ability is useless in this environment. Lim responds that it's obvious and tells her to rest. The suggestion disappoints Lily, and she wonders aloud if she is now useless. Lim, annoyed, turns his back and tells her that after resting, she will have plenty of fighting to do. He asks if she prefers that to resting. Lily shivers and admits that fighting sounds less fun, then lowers her head with a soft smile. Eventually, Team 7 arrives at a lava lake. Lim orders everyone to stop, sensing that this area could pose serious problems. Despite the lack of visible monsters, he asks the medical team to fetch a monster corpse. Cheon Il Nam brings a small one on a tray, which Lim throws into the lake. Suddenly, a giant lava monster leaps out and devours the corpse whole. Everyone except Lim is shocked. Lim sighs and says that charging ahead blindly would have been a disaster. The monster retreats back into the lava, and Lim realizes they need to lure it out. He calls for Il Nam and asks if she brought any large fishing rods, even if only single-use ones. Il Nam, surprised, questions if Lim is seriously trying to catch the flame snake. Lim acknowledges the risk, but insists on trying. Il Nam leaves to search through the equipment. Meanwhile, Lim tells Wong and Young Shin to play rock, paper, scissors. The two exchange puzzled glances, but follow his instructions. A moment later, Wong is thrown across the lava lake by Young Shin. The flame snake immediately emerges and swallows him. Lim instructs Young Shin to pull with all the robot strength, and a tense tug of war begins inside the snake's mouth. Wong remembers Lim's instructions and activates a hidden device, piercing through the monster's jaws. Stunned, the snake is vulnerable, and Young Shin pulls it out of the lava. The snake spits Wong out, then collapses on the ground. Lim rushes over and asks if Wong is all right. Wong confirms that he is, but before they can rest, the ground trembles Lim, and Wong instinctively turn to the volcano as a massive hand emerges, gripping the crater's edge. Using it for support, the fire giant begins to rise. Lim watches as it descends the volcano, wondering if their earlier activity triggered its awakening. Realizing this changes everything, he shifts his focus back to the recovering flame snake. As Lim approaches the flame, snake whips its tail toward him, but he dodges by jumping into the air. His movement distracts the snake long enough for Wong to grab its tail. As the monster prepares to attack again, Lim assaults its face while calling on Young Shin to flank. From the left, Young Shin activates a drill weapon and jumps into action. But Lim soon notices that their attacks are ineffective due to the monster's thick scales. Suddenly, the flame snake lifts its head and spews venom. Lim barely escapes, but Young Shin's robot arm gets hit and begins to melt. Lim glares at Young Shin, noting his inexperience with monsters of this caliber. Young Shin, sensing Lim's concern, reassures him that the robot has a restoration function. Lim says he is aware, but tells Young Shin to retreat for now. He also orders Wong to move back and get checked, as Lim draws the monster's attention. Young Shin carries Wong to safety. She asks Lim if he can manage alone. Lim confirms that the flame snake has yet to corner him. Still concerned, Il Nam says she will monitor the surrounding area with cameras to ensure he does not encounter other threats, as Lim dodges more attacks. Il Nam adds that their focus should be elsewhere. Lim agrees, knowing the fire giant is the true danger. Il Nam reports that the fire giant stands approximately 40 meters tall and is moving faster than expected. She suspects its massive size enables its quick advance. The giant is now halfway down the volcano, and its looming presence makes its sheer scale even more daunting. Lim recalling that in his past life, the first awakeners were the ones who handled this gate. Now realizes the responsibility falls on him. He clenches his jaw, questioning what he should do next. Lim's original plan is simple. First, he would defeat the flame snake at the lava lake. Then, while the fire giant still slept inside the volcano, he would approach and stab it with the ice dragon's fang. Finally, once the creature is weakened from the fang's cold energy, he would deliver the finishing blow. Lim believes it is a perfect plan, but now that perfect plan is in ruins. He sighs and instructs all members of Team 7 through the earpiece to retreat to the rear and wait for his signal. Wong asks how they can retreat without their team leader. Lily, also concerned, looks on as Wong speaks. Lim responds by asking if Wong has never heard the saying about how, when whales fight, shrimps always suffer. He explains that staying here would make them shrimps, releasing his aura with a slight smile. He tells Wong that they must first make the whales fight each other until they are both weakened. With that, Lim leaps at the flame snake, landing on the monster's body. He uses Heavenly Destruction Step to launch himself across its back. An approach its face, the snake raises its head as Lim draws near. It opens its mouth and sprays venom at him. Lim swings his spear, cutting through both the venom and the creature's tongue in one motion. The snake writhes in pain. Rolling on the ground, Lim starts running toward the fire giant, taunting the snake to follow him. Enraged, it gives chase. As he runs, he uses the earpiece to ask if everyone has reached a safe area. Suddenly, Lily shouts that she refuses to retreat. Lim begins sweating nervously. He begs the others not to let Lily come his way and turns off the earpiece, hoping she won't cause more problems. Soon, Lim reaches the front of the fire giant, despite his fireproof combat suit. The heat from the creature's body is suffocating. The flame snake catches up and swings its tail at him. Lim dodges just in time, and as the snake moves past, the fire giant takes notice. It slams a punch into the snake. Disorienting it, Lim watches with anticipation as the two monsters now turn on each other. They size one another up, waiting for the other to make the first move. The fire giant strikes first, but the flame snake dodges. It spits venom at the fire giant's face. The giant raises its arm to block, but the venom begins corroding its flesh, hidden behind a rock. Lim watches the battle unfold and thinks the monsters are doing well. He takes out the box containing the ice dragon's fang and studies it. He knows the fang would be most effective if it pierces the fire giant's heart, planning to wait for an opening. He puts on combat gloves to shield his hands from the heat. His attention returns to the fight. The flame snake now wraps itself around the fire giant's arm, then quickly coils around its neck. Starting to constrict, Lim believes this is his chance. He grabs the fang, activates his stealth skill, and begins sneaking closer. As Lim approaches the fire giant, still struggling, suddenly turns its head and glares at the flame snake. And flames begin to consume the snake from its tail upward, while it cries in agony. The fire giant punches it in the throat and begins ripping it apart. Lim watches, anxious still. He intends to strike while the fire giant is distracted by its victory. He uses Heavenly Destruction Step to move through the air. But before he can act, the fire giant suddenly appears behind him. It notices Lim and attacks. Lim tries to activate his shield, but he is too late. The giant slams its fist into the ground, attempting to crush him after lifting its hand. The giant is surprised to find nothing underneath. Then a voice interrupts. The fire giant turns and sees Lily, who tells Lim he would have died if not for her. Still dazed, Lim sits on the ground, wondering why she came. With a cheerful expression, Lily says she came to pay for food, infuriated by being ignored. The fire giant fumes and charges at them. Lily steps forward, saying she will handle the fire giant as she activates her fire ability. Lim hurriedly tries to stop her, telling her not to use fire, but it's already too late. Lily releases her flamethrower skill, and the flames rush toward the giant. The fire giant begins absorbing the flames. After absorbing a good amount, It lets out a loud burp. Lily is stunned that it could eat fire. Lim, pale and nervous, explains that this is exactly why he wanted her, to avoid fire-based attacks. Feeding the fire giant flame is like pouring oil into an engine. Worse yet, Lim has lost both his weapon and the ice dragon fawn during the earlier attack. Disappointed, Lim tells Lily they should fall back and reorganize. But Lily, seemingly excited, asks if she could do what the boss monster just did. Before Lim can answer, Lily starts inhaling. The fire giant notices something is wrong. The flames it emits are now being drawn toward Lily. It tries to resist by releasing even more flames, but that only increases the rate at which Lily absorbs them. Lim watches stunned as the scene unfolds. The fire giant finally realizes that Lily is about to absorb all of its flames. Panicking, it starts running away. Lim is shocked, but quickly realizes what is happening. Lily's control over fire surpasses even that of the boss monster. Her fire control is at a higher level. As the fire giant flees, Lily absorbs the last of its flames, leaving behind only a dry husk. Lim, baffled by the outcome, stares at the fire giant's remains, unable to comprehend how his team managed to win in such a ridiculous way. Following the destruction of the Red Core Gate, other core gates across the city are also destroyed by the guilds assigned to them. The disaster ends sooner than it did in Lim's previous life. A week later, citizens and construction workers volunteer to rebuild the damaged parts of the city. Team 7 from the White House Guild joins the effort. Sarek, seemingly in charge of the construction team, rallies everyone to work quickly so they can finish today. Wong helps carry heavy materials, and Youngshin assists with welding using his robot. Some construction workers take a break and call out to Sarek. They ask whether Team 7 is really part of the White House Guild. They remark that usually guild members don't bother with helping on the ground like this. After hearing them out, Sarek clenches his fist and passionately responds that this is exactly what guild members should do. He says that if there's a place that needs help, hunters should step up and offer it. The construction workers, moved by Sarika's enthusiasm, pour him a drink and invite everyone to join their break and eat. Lim gladly accepts the invitation and joins Sarah and the others. However, one construction worker begins to grow suspicious. He wonders why everyone is working so hard. He asks Sarah and Lim to point out the person responsible for this effort. Caught off guard, Sarah and Lim hesitate to answer, but the construction worker has already started looking around. His eyes settle on Lim, who is lounging in a beach chair while Lily, sitting beside him, eats popcorn. Sarah tries to explain. He says Lim is their team leader and is still injured, but the construction worker notices Lim's glowing, relaxed expression and questions. What kind of injury makes someone look that refreshed? Lim tries to explain, saying that even if it doesn't look like it, Lim was the one who suggested that the White House Guild should provide public support. The construction workers appreciate the idea, but still think someone as young as Lim should be contributing, physically too. As their complaints continue, Wong suddenly slams the table and says he really enjoyed the food. His sudden outburst shifts the tone of the conversation. One of the construction workers stands up and says they should do their part. The others agree. The worker invites Wong and the rest of Team 7 to join them, saying the Awakeners' help is still needed. With a smile, Wong responds that he'll be right there. According to the final prophecy left by the great sage Agamas, the citizens believe no new gates will appear for 31 days, following the recent disaster. With this reassurance, people unite quickly to rebuild the city. Without hesitation, guilds stay busy, disposing of monster corpses and conducting research. A few days later, while Lim is resting and reading, Beak approaches him, interrupting his relaxation. She smiles cheerfully, asking if he still plans to continue relaxing like this. Lim looks up and wonders aloud if such a lifestyle is even possible, reminding her that his dream is to chill and relax forever. Lily turns to him and questions if that dream is just an excuse to be a wealthy slacker. Though Lim finds her comment annoying, he decides to ignore it given her accomplishments. Eek, still staring at him, notices something different and points out that his skin has suddenly improved. Lim smiles and touches his cheek. proud of how his skin glows after defeating the fire giant. He used its core to activate a body transformation technique. Now he enjoys the benefits of a handsome appearance and healthy skin, even in retirement, striking a strange pose. He tells Beak he got a facial massage recently. Beak brings her hands to her mouth, imagining how pleasant the massage must have been. She asks Lim how it felt and where the place is. Lim quickly explains that the massage parlor closed down, making it impossible to visit. Beak remains persistent and jokes that he should not hoard all the benefits of the fire giant's core for himself. Lim knows that only half the mana from the core has been used, and that it can still be activated one more time, but he chooses to save it, avoiding further questions. He asks if she came just to talk about his skin. Beak corrects him and hands him documents related to potion supplies. She explains that although production has increased, it is still not enough. Several organizations have requested partnerships. The potion based on the elixir of life is currently distributed exclusively by the White House Guild. Thanks to this potion, many lives have been saved. People previously fated to die or live with permanent injuries have recovered. Death tolls have dropped to 1/10 of what they used to be. Lim acknowledges the rising demand and praises Beak's work, encouraging her to handle the partnership decisions herself. Beak then brings out another paper and asks Lim what to do with the fire giant's corpse. Lim interrupts, saying the matter is easy to resolve. He asks for 20 kilograms of the giant's skin, some bones and blood for personal use. The rest can be managed freely. Wanting to return to his rest, he asks if there's anything else. Beak places the paper back in her bag and informs him about a joint funeral ceremony being held today. Lim reclines in his chair and declines to attend, saying such events feel suffocating. Beak is shocked by his response and asks why he requested details about the families of those killed in action. With a serious expression, Lim says he wanted the information because he thought it was time to call Santa Claus. Despite it being summer at the ceremony, President Kim addresses the crowd. He announces that 7 days ago, they faced the gate anomaly known as the disaster or catastrophe. On that day, 427 citizens lost their lives. He pauses to regain composure before continuing. Among the dead are soldiers, police officers and hunters, people who are parents' children, friends and citizens. Kim steps up to the gathered flowers, each bouquet representing a life lost, and vows they will not forget the sacrifices these heroes made. Sniffles rise from the crowd. A little girl pulls on her sobbing mother's clothes, asking when her father will return. Mother remains silent and continues to cry. The child hugs her and tells her to stop crying, warning that Santa Claus might see her sadness. She keeps encouraging her mother to smile. The weight of the moment falls on Kim. He closes his eyes, unable to face the grieving citizens. Suddenly a silhouette appears in the sky. Lim, dressed as Santa Claus, flies over the ceremony in a red sleigh with Lily by his side. Snowies glide alongside, creating a surreal scene. Someone in the crowd points to the sky, and the hunters look up, unsure if it's a monster. They remember the prophecy and remain alert. The little girl notices the sleigh and excitedly tells her mother that Santa Claus is here. As the sleigh flies above, Lily activates the shield, forming a vibrant pattern in the sky. Kim assumes it's a gate opening and prepares to launch an attack. He leaps into the air, shouting that whoever is doing this picked the wrong moment. But midair, the beautiful pattern created by Lily stops him. He descends slowly, mesmerized. The little girl points again, begging her mom to look. Lily enhances the scene further by using her shield skill to create fireworks. Spirits begin to lift. The Snowies drop bubbles for the children to play with. A worker asks Kim for orders. Smiling, Kim tells him to leave it be. The worker is concerned about how to report the event. Kim, still gazing at the sky, says they will simply report that it was the real Santa Claus. Later, Lim brings the sleigh to the rooftop of the White House Guild. After landing, Lily jumps off and plays with the Snowies, saying it was fun to deliver gifts. Lim follows, suggesting they eat something delicious. As they approach the rooftop door, they hear Beak's voice. She greets them and asks if they had a good trip. Lim thanks her, saying the sleigh and costumes were crafted beautifully. Beak leans against the wall, brushing off the praise and asking why he did it. Lim explains that simply compensating grieving families felt hollow. It's also a burdensome task. He starts to explain further, but stops recalling memories from past life. Most of the deceased were heads of their households, soldiers, police, and hunters. Lim knows that what their families need now is realistic help. Government aid is minimal and insufficient. Lowering his gaze, Lim admits that the final reason is simple. He did it because he could. He has the ability, and when he's not lazy or drinking in retirement, he wants to help others who are struggling. Beek listens with crossed arms. When Lim finishes, she sighs and touches her cheek. Expressing concern, Lim asks if she's worried he will become too soft, smiling blissfully. Beek admits she's afraid she might fall for him if he keeps this up, and confesses she already has feelings. Lim brushes past her, saying that people should keep their love life and work separate. Beek fumes at his reaction, muttering to herself and questioning if Lim is a eunuch. Lim hears her and sighs. The three head into the guild building. Inside, decorations are up and music is playing. Lily runs ahead excited, saying she'll sing along. Lim becomes nervous, wondering when she learned to sing. Sirik and Wong see them arriving and warmly greet their team leader. Him thanks them for their hard work during the disaster and rebuilding. Young Shin guides Lily to a table with her favorite food. Prepared in advance, Lily praises him, calling him the best, just as young Shin turns to sit beside her. Lim takes the seat smiling. He asks why there are only 2 seats. Young Shin, flustered, quietly adds a chair next to Lily. Lily eats enthusiastically. Lim wipes crumbs off her face and tells her to eat slowly. She agrees and returns to her food. Watching her, Lim realizes she never speaks about her family. He calls out to her. Lily looks puzzled as Lim asks if she misses them. He mentions that she never says things like missing her parents or wondering how they're doing. Lily's expression dims. She sets her pizza down. Young Shin, annoyed, asks Lim if he's scolding her. Lim calmly explains he's trying to talk about something important. He turns back to Lily and says she doesn't have to answer if she doesn't want to, but he wants to know if she wants to see her parents again. Lily replies that she does want to, but before she can explain further, Lim pats her head and says they'll need to go to the continent of Gaia. With a pleasant smile, he asks if she wants to pack anything, since they'll be finding her parents. The scene shifts. Lily runs through a dark forest, seemingly being chased. She sees Lim in his combat uniform and runs to him, calling his name, but Lim remains silent as she grabs his arm and pleads for help. His appearance changes. A goblin mask covers his face. He turns to her and asks if she's asking him for help. Lily jolts awake, screaming. She climbs out of bed and sneaks into Lim's room. The sound of her crawling into bed wakes him. As Lim tries to orient himself, Lily speaks in a terrified tone. She admits she doesn't actually want to return, but feels she has to. She misses her mother and made a promise to someone named Wendy. She wonders if everyone is okay after all this time. Lim stares at the ceiling and pats her back, comforting her as she repeats that she must return, even though she doesn't want to. Lily begins to tell Lim about her past. She explains that she comes from a poor family, and that she and her mother were often hungry. At night, her mother would hold her tightly, always apologizing for their situation. But Lily never minded because her mother was always by her side. One day, her mother calls her and asks her to listen carefully. She tells Lily that she will become a maid for a wealthy family, and if she follows instructions, she will no longer starve. Her mother hugs her and promises to find her later when life improves. Not long after, a carriage arrives to take Lily away. As it travels through a forest, Lily observes the other children inside. The child next to her turns and introduces herself as Wendy. Without waiting for a response, Wendy leans on Lily's shoulder, thanking her for being warm. She then asks Lily's age and reveals that she is a year older. Soon the carriage stops and strange men order the children to get out. They are lined up and march through an unfamiliar place. That clearly isn't the rich family's compound they were told about. One man strikes the ground with a whip, silencing the confused children wearing a goblin mask. He tells them coldly to shut up and follow him. Lily and Wendy are locked in a large prison cell. Over time, the other children begin to disappear, Lily remembers little of what happens next, but she recalls waking up in a strange room. Two men stand over her. One mentions that this is already their third attempt. The other confirms it, explaining that they used the essence of fire, blood fragments of a demon, and that all the items have been successfully integrated into Lily's body. They check for signs of rejection, but find none, though one man warns the risk is still high. Before he can continue, they notice a reaction in Lily. They declare their success, celebrating the baptism now settling into her body, though Lily is in pain. The men rejoice in finally achieving their long-cherished goal. One asks if there are any side effects. The other dismisses the concern, stating that Lily is no longer a person, but a monster from that day. A magic circle appears on Lily's stomach, and she becomes increasingly hungry. During these times, Winnie always gives Lily her portion of food, though Lily refuses when he threatens to throw it away, leaving Lily no choice but to eat. While apologizing, Winnie always comforts her, saying it's okay one day. Winnie suggests they escape. She gets Lily's attention and shows her an ice crystal in her hand. Lily is confused, but Wendy admits she doesn't know how she can do it. As she speaks, her hair changes color from blonde to blue. Lily notices, but says nothing. Wendy then proposes they run away. Lily agrees with a smile, however. During their escape attempt, their discovered hooded figures restrain Lily, while the masked man grabs Wendy by the neck and lifts her. He admits he never expected Wendy to awaken, had she revealed her powers earlier. He claims he could have avoided more suffering. Lily screams for him to let Wendy go. Wendy, in turn, fires ice spears at the masked man, shouting for him to die, but a green shield forms around his body. Deflecting the attacks, he looks at Wendy and smiles, saying even though she has awakened, she still cannot stop him. He declares that she will serve as a puppet in the future. Wendy grits her teeth, grabs his arm, and vows to die before returning to the prison. She releases a chilling wind and tells Lily to run. The masked man grows irritated by Wendy's defiance, but Wendy continues directing freezing winds at the men, restraining Lily as a result. The two captors freeze and Lily's powers awaken. Her hair turns red and flames erupt from her body. The masked man notices and orders the others to catch her. Wendy shouts for Lily to run, insisting this is her only chance. Lily obeys as Wendy expands her powers, forming a blinding ice tornado to mask Lily's escape. Wendy's distraction buys Lily time, but the men eventually track her as she runs. Lily promises Wendy that she will return, with her pursuers close behind. A red gate suddenly opens before Lily. With nowhere else to go, she runs through it. The men shout for her to stay away, but the gate begins to vanish. Lily takes one final look back and promises again to come back for Wendy. In the present, after sharing her story, Lily collapses from exhaustion. Lim watches her in silence and mutters the words "goblin masked man." With anger the next day, Lim visits Changsu and requests a month-long vacation. Changsu slams his desk in anger, questioning Lim's timing, especially with how busy the White House Guild has been. He reminds Lim of their recent disasters and refuses the request, saying the maximum he can allow is 1 week and not until next month. Lim stays quiet. Beak stand behind him, visibly nervous, the serious tone. Lim says he has a reason and something personal to ask. Before he can explain, Changsu cuts him off, saying he's not interested in excuses. Lim then calls on Beak and asks about the guild's monthly profits. Surprised, Beak hesitates. Lim remarks that demand for potions is so high, the guild can't meet production. He questions whether it's necessary for the White House Guild to be the sole supplier. Changsu is taken aback and leans back into his chair, unsure where Lim is going. Lim then brings up the loot from the Red Core Gate, reminding Changsu that even all the other teams combined cannot match Team 7's achievements. He questions if it's worth staying in a guild where he's treated this way. Changsu feels the pressure. He lowers his head and asks if Lim is threatening him. Lim sighs and asks how much it would cost to break his contract. That finally breaks Changsu, who angrily agrees to the vacation, but adds sarcastically that he wishes he could go too. Lim smiles and thanks him, promising to bring back a gift. Changsu asks what Lim plans to do with a whole month off. Lim says he is looking for people. Beak suggests leaving the search to the guild, but Lim insists on doing it himself. In his mind, Lim resolves to find Wendy or Lily's mother. As for the masked man, his anger builds, a vein pulsing in his forehead. Regaining composure, Lim reminds Changsu that he had another request. Changsu folds his hands and asks what it is. The two discuss, and after a while, Changsu looks at Lim and questions if this is truly what he wants. That evening in the White House Guild's accommodations, Lim calls Lily to look at a map he's drawn. With confidence, he circles a region and says it matches Lily's memory. Lily is shocked, realizing her house might be there. A knock interrupts them. Lim turns to the door confused. Lily calls out, equally puzzled. When Lim opens the door, he finds Young Shin and his mother. Young Shin's mom asks if they may come in. Lim lets them in, and after greetings, she prepares to explain, but stops letting Young Shin speak. Young Shin tells Lim that he wants to go on vacation with Lily. Lim is caught off guard. He realizes he may have said too much, leading Young Shin to learn of the trip, though hesitant to bring him. Lim knows having a creator like Young Shin could be useful. He considers the risks and explains they'll be traveling through dangerous territory. Young Shin grows nervous, brainstorming ways to protect his mother. He suggests taking the robot, but he finds no way to keep her safe. Young Shin's mom chuckles and tells him she won't stop him just because she can't join, but asks Lim to return her son safely. Lim promises to do so. Young Shin then approaches Lily and tells her with a bright expression that although he is weaker than her, he will still do his best to help. Lily smiles warmly and thanks him. At midnight, Lim heads to the main building of the White House Guild. As he rides the elevator, an unexpected thought crosses his mind. He never imagined a day would come when he'd have to visit this place. Alone, the elevator halts at the 12th basement floor, the personal training hall reserved for Changsu. As the doors slide open, a wave of steam rushes out, revealing Changsu in the midst of an intense warm-up, heat visibly radiating from his body. Noticing Lim's arrival, Changsu immediately stops and turns toward him, accusing him of being late. Confused, Lim explains that he arrived 10 minutes early, only to be met with a sheepish apology. Changsu confesses he was simply too excited to wait and began warming up on his own. Changsu then brings up the real reason he called Lim here, a request he had made earlier, which Lim now understands is for a 3-day spar. This surprises Lim, especially since he had always avoided the topic. He laughs nervously. The truth is, Lim willingly signed up to get beaten because Earth was no longer the most dangerous place. The Gaia continent was brimming with powerful people, and before venturing there, Lim wanted to thoroughly test the martial arts he'd gained through his cosplay. As the great sage, he believes Changsu, one of the most gifted individuals he's ever met, would be the perfect opponent. Steeling himself, Lim unsheathes his sword and respectfully asks Changsu to take care of him for the next 3 days. Changsu reciprocates the sentiment and assumes his fighting stance, signaling that the warm-up phase is over. He explains that Lim should have already prepared himself physically before showing up, and then immediately unleashes his aura. Lim realizes he's made a mistake trying to backpedal. He claims he was being overconfident when he made the request, but Changsu cuts him off, saying from now on, they'll only speak with their fists. In a flash, he charges. His attacks are explosive. Every blow that lands on Lim's sends shock waves throughout the White House Guild building. 3 days later, inside the rental accommodation room that Lim and Lily are using, Lily walks up to Lim and asks with an intimidating aura why his face looks like it's been hit by a truck. She demands to know who did it so she can scold them herself. Lim, his face swollen and bruised, waves it off and asks her to start packing. The truth is, getting beaten down by Changsu for 3 days helped Lim master the new martial arts he'd recently acquired. But the prolonged use of those techniques drained his stamina, and the final day of sparring had been particularly brutal. As he drinks a potion, Lim quietly wonders where monsters like Changsu even come from. Later, after their preparations are complete, Lim and Lily head down to the first floor of the White House Guild main building. They're met by Changsu, Wang Sirak, and Beak. Changsu greets them warmly, noting that today is Lim's big vacation day. He advises Lim not to go anywhere dangerous, especially places where he could get beaten up again. Lim, however, does not share the same cheerful energy. He looks completely wrecked. Dark-eye bags and a drained face tell the whole story. He replies sarcastically, thanking Changsu for making him feel invincible. He then turns to Wang and officially puts him in charge of Team 7 for the next month. Wang is flabbergasted and asks whether that's even allowed. Lim snaps, warning Wang to take excellent care of the team, or else. He makes a slashing motion across his neck to emphasize the consequences. Tears stream down Wang's face as he promises to do his best. Surik walks over and begins consoling him, prompting Lim to comment that Wang still hasn't realized how capable he's become. Lim sighs and instructs Surik to keep an eye on Wang, to which Surik agrees with a warm smile. Lim then turns to Beak, preparing to give her instructions. But freezes. Beak is staring at him with a dreamy expression. Eyes closed, lips puckered. Lim, confused, asks if she got dust in her eyes. Beak erupts in frustration, grabbing Lim's arm and demanding to know how. He doesn't understand that she was asking for a goodbye kiss. Lim, trying to escape, plays dumb and claims he's never heard of such a thing. He instead asks her to handle Team 7 in his absence, and to complete the tasks he had previously assigned her. This only irritates Beak further. She accuses Lim of exploiting her, but he doesn't respond, because Changsu is now glaring at him with deadly intent. From behind her, Lim knows he's not trying to use Beak, but he also doesn't want to die. Yet hurriedly, Lim turns around, looks back one last time with a smile, and tells everyone it's time to go. Lily smiles and waves goodbye. Lim grabs her hand, and they both bolt out, not wanting to risk being burned by Changsu's furious glare. After Lim is gone, Beak remains silently watching where he left, sadness in her eyes. Changsu comes over and gently places a hand on her shoulder, asking why his beautiful daughter looks so down. Beak lowers her head and says she feels like she may never see Lim again, but quickly dismisses the thought as silly. Changsu reassures her. He tells her Lim is far stronger than even he expected. He mentions one move Lim used the day before that was dangerous enough to threaten even someone like him. Beak is surprised to hear this, and Changsu confirms it with confidence. He clenches his fist and tells Beak that when Lim returns, they'll all get back to work. But until then, they'll keep training and improving. He himself plans on undergoing some special training to make their next spar even more explosive. As Lim and Lily approach the restricted area, Lim begins to feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. He can't explain why when they arrive. Young Shin immediately notices the look on Lim's face and comes over to check in. Lim drops his backpack to the ground and brushes it off, saying there's nothing to worry about. He asks if Young Shin already said goodbye to his mother, and Young Shin confirms he did earlier that morning. Lim then expresses concern again over Young Shin's decision to join them. 3 days ago, he tried to talk him out of it. Even with the robot, it would still be dangerous. Lim stresses that the whole vacation thing is just a cover. They're crossing dimensions to bring back Lily's mother. Yoon Shin brushes it off and says that, since they're going to Lily's home, that's all that matters. He then pulls out his phone and shows Lim the modifications he made to the robot, just like Lim asked, pressing a button. Young Shin triggers a transformation. The robot turns into a sleek carriage pulled by a mechanical horse. Lim and Lily are stunned seeing their reactions. Young Shin humbly says it's no big deal. The transformation feature already existed. He merely customized it. Lim is in awe, slowly realizing just how talented Young Shin is. Young Shin mentions there are other transformation modes, but Lim stops him and says the carriage will do for now. At that moment, Lim notices the flow of mana starting to swirl. He steps away from Lily and Young Shin, announcing that he's going to open the gate. Gathered mana begins to concentrate in a single location. Lim kneels down and draws a large magic circle. Beneath it, Earth and the Gaia continent are technically connected. They're just separated by a door. And now he's about to unlock that door. Once the circle is complete, Lim pulls a soul stone from his pocket. Normally the gate would open on its own in a year's time, but the stone will accelerate that process. He crushes it in his hand, and its stored mana fuses with the swirling energy above the circle. The reaction is instant. A gate begins to open. Lim tells Lily and young Shin to get into the carriage quickly. Once they're inside, he joins them and they wait as the portal widens. Lily watches with anxious eyes. Lim gently tells her to relax. Comforted, she smiles and says she's ready. A few moments later, Lim turns to her and declares, "It's time with that." The carriage charges through the gate. The portal closes behind them. Meanwhile, in the Gaia continent, chaos unfolds in a town engulfed in flames. A gang of bandits rampages through the streets, killing civilians as they search for something specific. Their red-haired leader, wielding a club, approaches the town's chief, bound and forced to witness the destruction. The chief shouts in defiance, praying to the gods to punish these criminals. The red-haired leader laughs and tells the chief he should have just cooperated, pointing his weapon at the old man's head. He threatens to kill the chief's grandson if he doesn't give up the information. The chief, terrified, sweats but stays silent. Losing his patience, the redhead screams for answers. Watching from the shadows, a man with a fake mustache clenches the hilt of his sword. He had stayed hidden, observing the slaughter. But now he can't stay still while his benefactor is in danger. He prepares to reveal himself, apologizing to the chief and saying he can't let him die. Just then a portal appears in the sky. Before anyone can react, Lim's carriage crashes down from above, violently landing in the middle of the town. Shock ripples through the bandits and the mustached man alike. Everyone stares in disbelief at the strange object. Lim opens the carriage door, dizzy and disoriented, complaining about the rough landing. As he steps out, he notices the bandits and the bound town chief. Assessing the situation, Lim immediately realizes what's happening. Lily, curious, tries to peek outside, but Lim quickly shuts the door in her face, instructing her to stay hidden. Lim turns and glares at the bandits. His attention shifts to one who is still partaking in the killing of the townsfolk. Then he notices a crying child and another child, trying to quiet them down. The sight infuriates Lim. He releases his aura and states that he is deeply disappointed, especially since he had been excited to see the state of this town. Lim knows that in 1 year, the gate connecting to Earth will open in this village. Therefore, to raise the value of his property, it becomes clear to him that he must develop the village himself. A man with a mustache approaches Lim, throws himself in front of him, and kneels, addressing Lim as a magician. The mustache man desperately pleads for help. Lim is taken aback and questions if the man is truly referring to him. The mustache man explains that with teleportation magic of such scale and an extraordinary carriage, Lim must be a magician who has reached unimaginable heights. Mustache Man presents a bag of golden coins to Lim, saying they will be truly grateful if he helps them. The sight of the gold coins makes Lim happy. He had brought some magic stones to exchange for gold, and the sight of actual coins makes him gleam with joy. As Lim grabs the bag, the Mustache Man adds that if Lim takes care of the bandits, he will pay him 10 times the amount in the bag. The bandits begin to panic. One questions if Lim is truly a strong magician. Another nervously asks their boss, the redhead, if they are really going to attack such a person. The redhead, annoyed by their cowardice, points at the Mustache Man and reminds them that he is one of their targets. He also notes that their comrades will arrive soon. The bandits quickly regain confidence. The redhead turns to Lim and advises him to take the money and leave. However, Lim pays no attention. He is too busy counting the gold coins in the bag. This irritates the redhead, who angrily asks if Lim is ignoring him on purpose. Lim continues to ignore him. He turns to the Mustache Man and notes that there are 25 coins in the bag. He then asks if the Mustache Man truly intends to pay 10 times more for taking out the bandits. The Mustache Man, smiling, affirms that he would. This gets Lim thinking. He asks if the Mustache Man would be willing to pay 20 times the amount, instead of 10, if he kills the bandits. The Mustache Man hesitates, so Lim turns his back and says he will be going if the man won't accept. The Mustache Man quickly grabs Lim's shoulder and agrees to the payment. Getting rid of the bandits was something Lim planned to do anyway. So this feels like killing two birds with one stone. He turns to the mustache man and accepts the mission. The mustache man thanks Lim for ripping him off wearing a smile. The redhead, fuming, orders his subordinates to shoot Lim. The bandits open fire, but Lim activates a shield. The arrows bounce off harmlessly. When the assault ends, Lim opens the carriage door and asks Lily to get out. As Lily steps out, Lim asks her to extinguish the fire. Lily motions her hands forward, gathering the raging flames into her palm. She then consumes them and remarks that this fire is worse than that of fire giants. Seeing Lily eat the fire, the bandits lose their confidence again. They assume Lily must be a magician as well, and this makes them question their attack on Lim. Redhead, frustrated, turns to his shaken comrades and orders them to release the battle ogre. He insists that with the ogre, they have nothing to fear, as magicians are nothing without someone to protect them. This revives the bandits' morale, and they quickly release the ogre. Once free, the ogre lets out a battle cry. Lim, annoyed, turns to Young Shin and tells him to handle it. Young Shin steps out of the carriage and leaps onto the robotic horse. Pulling it, he taps the side of the horse's neck, initiating a transformation. The mustache man watches in stunned silence as the horse and carriage transform into a golem. The ogre charges and attacks with a downward axe swing, but the weapon shatters upon contact with the golem. Young Shin counters with a powerful punch, slamming the ogre into the ground and defeating it in a single strike. The bandits panic. They attempt to flee, but Lily cuts off their escape with a wall of fire. Lim moves through them swiftly, cutting down each one when he slays the last of them. The redhead calls out to him. Lim turns. The redhead is holding the village chief hostage and begins making threats, warning Lim not to come any closer. The mustache man, anxious, pleads with Lim to save the chief, calling him his benefactor and begging Lim to keep him safe. Lim responds that if the hostage is indeed the chief, the mustache man will have to pay extra. The redhead becomes hysterical. He says that if Lim wants to save the chief, he must first put out the fire and bring a horse. He begins to explain what will happen if Lim defies him. But before he can finish, Lim suddenly appears behind him and decapitates him. As the redhead's body hits the ground, Lim pauses. He reflects on how he just used a sword technique, enhanced with stealth and physical power. Though it is his first time using the move in real battle, he feels the execution was not bad. As he checks himself for any side effects, he notices a piece of paper falling from the redhead's pocket. Lim recognizes what it is and discreetly puts it into his own pocket. Later, once everything is settled, the chief invites Lim, Lily, and Young Shin to his home for a meal. After serving the food, the chief sits down and bows his head. He thanks the trio for saving the village. He adds that although Lim acted like he did it for the money, he does not believe Lim is a bad person. He points out that Lim used expensive-looking potions on the wounded villagers after the fight when there was no longer any need. Because of this, the chief tells Lim he can consider the village his home and hopes he will enjoy dinner with them. Before Lim can respond, a familiar voice interrupts. Lim looks and sees the mustache man smiling at him. The mustache man expresses gratitude for Lim's earlier help and asks the chief if he may join the meal. Chief invites him and the two people accompanying him to sit, but first turns to Lim and asks if he is comfortable with them joining. Lim says he does not mind. The mustache man takes a seat at the table with gratitude. His two companions sit as well, and he introduces them. The person in the green cloak is his wife, and the other is their escort guard. Lim responds outwardly with a polite smile, but inwardly his suspicions grow. The so-called escort guard was nowhere in sight during the bandit attack. Lim glances at Young Shin and Lily, who are enjoying their food, and decides to suppress his doubts for now. However, it becomes increasingly difficult when he notices the three newcomers glaring at him, intently sensing the tension. The chief tries to change the subject. He asks Lim if he is traveling somewhere and wants to know his destination. Lim answers that they are heading to a small village in the Terror Kingdom. To find someone, this response startles the mustache man's wife. Lim notices her reaction and watches her, but she quickly averts her gaze. This strengthens his suspicions. The mustache man then adds that to reach the Teru kingdom, Lim will have to cross the border. He smiles and says they too are heading that way. This confirms one of Lim's suspicions. You can see now that they are making plans. The chief rises, saying he will bring more food. Lim concludes that while they call the chief their benefactor, he likely knows more about them than he lets on. Lim continues pretending to be unaware and shifts his focus to the meal. The mustache man calls for his attention and says he has a favor to ask. Bringing his hands together, he requests Lim's help in escorting them to the border. Lim continues to act unaware and asks why they need help when they already have an escort guard. The escort guard responds sternly, stating he has heard of Lim's remarkable skills, and since their destination is the same, questions why Lim is making a fuss over such a request. Lim smiles, and the tone of the escort guard confirms his final suspicion. These people are not peasants. They are nobles pretending to be commoners. Lim reaches into his pocket and takes out the piece of paper he retrieved from the redhead's corpse. He places it on the table and declines their request. It is a wanted poster, showing someone who closely resembles the mustache man. The name on the poster is Hawken Allen, a court magician with a bounty of 100,000. He is wanted alive for the crime of mutiny. As Lim presents the poster, he explains that the leader of the bandits had it in his possession. From his calculations, Lim estimates that Earth and the Gaia continent will be connected in about 1 year. Trade between the two dimensions should begin roughly 6 months after the first contact. In his previous life, Lim was only able to travel to Gaia after all the political conflicts had been resolved. However, during his time there, he learned about several major historical events, some of which may be unfolding now. Currently, they are in a small village called Round, located within the Principality of Hicks, in the southeastern part of the continent. If Lim remembers correctly, a rebellion should be underway in the Duchy of Hicks around this time. Smiling smugly at the thought, he suspects that the people around him may be directly involved. Allen stands up from his chair and approaches Lim, asking if there is only one flyer. Lim confirms that there is. Without hesitation, Allen kneels at Lim's feet and begs him to let his wife and their escort to cross the border, in exchange for taking Allen and claiming the bounty on his head. Instead, the woman and the escort are both stunned by Allen's plea. But before they can respond, Lim suddenly rises from his chair, asking if they're trying to make a fool of him. Lim explains that something has been off from the start. Specifically, the woman Allen claims is his wife. Lim reveals his suspicion that she is none other than Princess Alina, the last surviving member of the Hicks royal family, who reportedly escaped during the rebellion's extermination of the monarchy. His guest terrifies Allen and the others. The escort, though shaken, quickly regains his composure. He positions himself firmly in front of the woman and commands her to stay behind him. Turning to Lim, he warns that any further step forward will be met with force. The escort draws his sword and slashes down, but Lim, wielding only a table knife, effortlessly blocks the attack. The escort presses on with a flurry of strikes, yet Lim deflects every blow with ease. While dodging, Lim remarks that if it weren't for the escort's age and injuries, he might have actually been a threat. In a swift motion, Lim sidesteps, takes the escort's foot out from under him, and sends him sprawling to the floor. Lim mocks him for making excuses. Turning back to Allen, he asks if they can speak alone, but Allen, now agitated, warns Lim to stay away and begins casting a fireball spell. He threatens to burn the entire place down if Lim gets any closer. Before he can finish the incantation, Lily interrupts, nonchalantly absorbing the fireball as she munches on her sandwich. She scolds Allen for playing around during mealtime and turns to Young Shin for support. Young Shin, uncertain of what's happening, just nods. Lim walks up to Allen and punches him with such force that Allen is sent flying like a bug. As Allen rolls across the floor, Lim muses aloud that he was hoping this show of force would calm everyone down enough to talk suddenly. The village chief bursts in, brandishing a blade. He shouts that no matter how much Lim has helped them, they won't allow harm to come to the princess. As he charges, he declares that he once served as a knight and only retired to become the chief of this village. He is more than willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. Lim steps aside to avoid the charge, then taps one of the chief's mana points with 2 fingers. The man collapses, instantly paralyzed. Lim walks past the fallen chief and addresses the princess directly, urging her to calm down and listen. Alan shouts from behind for the princess to flee from the ugly bastard. Alan insists Lim won't be able to take the princess while he's still breathing. Lim smirks and mockingly asks what Alan plans to do if he decides to take her by force. Before anything more can happen, the princess calls for everyone to stop. She lowers her head and admits that she always knew this day would come. Removing her hood, she agrees to go with Lim peacefully, on the condition that he lets the others go. Alan and the escort protest. The princess remains firm. She demands that Lim take her away quickly. Lim drops Alan and sighs, looking at the princess with frustration. He asks why she's acting as though he's the villain. He reminds her that he never said he intended to hurt anyone. The princess asks if Lim intends to turn them over to the rebels. If not, she says, then perhaps they can talk. She reaches out a hand, offering a truce. Lim eyes her hand and replies that nothing in this world is free. The princess quickly retracts her hand, thinking to herself that she was right. No one is free from greed. Resolving herself, she throws her cloak into Lim's face, obstructing his vision, then leaps forward to strike. Lim dodges and tries to grab her hand, but she vanishes and reappears behind him. He turns surprised by her agility. She uses the same movement technique to take Lily hostage, holding a blade near Lily. She warns Lim to drop his weapons or the girl will be harmed. Lim hesitates and warns the princess not to do anything reckless. Young Shin, completely unbothered, tells Lily he managed to save the food. Lily, visibly annoyed, shouts at the princess for interrupting her meal. Confused, the princess orders Lily to stop moving, but before she can react further, Lily activates her shield and sends the princess flying. As the princess struggles to regain her footing, Lily rushes back to the table to keep eating. Seeing her disoriented, Lim approaches the princess and asks if she's ready to surrender. But before he finishes, she launches a barrage of knives. Lim deflects them all with ease, activates stealth, and closes the distance in an instant. He grabs her by the face and starts pulling off what appears to be a mask. Despite her protests, Lim insists that he needs to verify her identity. When he finally removes the mask, he confirms that she's a half-elf, most likely Princess Alina. Satisfied, Lim strikes one of her mana points, telling her to calm down and get some rest. She collapses. Alan and the escort charge in, shouting at Lim to stop, annoyed. Lim quickly disables them both with pressure point strikes. He turns to Lily and Young Shin, saying he warned the others not to move. Annie asks if they can help carry the unconscious bodies. Once they're done eating, Lily, still chewing, tells him to wait a second so she can finish her meal. Sometime later, the princess regains consciousness. Alan and the escort are visibly concerned, noticing that they've been tied up. The princess mutters that it looks like they've finally been caught. She turns to Lim, who sits in front of them, and asks what he plans to do now. This woman is indeed Princess Alina, a direct descendant of the Hicks royal line, and granddaughter to an elven elder. As a half-elf of noble birth, Lim knows from his past life that she is fated to die a tragic death, one that would ignite a devastating racial war, and Lim wants to prevent that. So he raises 3 fingers and offers them 3 choices. First, he could sell them out to the rebels. Second, they all part ways and pretend they never met. Hearing this, Alan quickly jumps in, offering all the money they have in exchange for their freedom. Lim laughs, saying if he wanted their money, he could have taken it while they were unconscious. Finally, Lim presents the third option. He will personally escort them to the elf forest. The offer stuns Alan and the escort, who question why Lim would do such a thing. Lim grins and says they're headed in the same direction anyway. But again, nothing in life is free. He asks the princess to arrange a meeting with her grandmother. The princess hesitates. Having someone as powerful as Lim escort them is more than she could hope for, but she still doesn't trust him. Narrowing her eyes, she asks why he wants to meet her grandmother, and warns that if he means harm, there will be consequences. Lim sighs in frustration. He tells her bluntly that if he wanted trouble, he wouldn't be offering to help. His honesty catches her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless as she thinks. Lim recalls the main reason they came to the Gaia continent, to search for Lily's parents. But he also plans to gather certain useful items along the way. If manipulating people like Alina helps him achieve that, so be it with a smile. He tells her that the only reason he's doing this is because he wants to arrange something important. For some people on the continent of Gaia, there is a being who has lived longer than any other, a creature known as Abraxas, the wise dragon. Legends say he has mastered all the knowledge and magic in the world. Lim believes that if anyone can help him understand the strange watch, affixed to his wrist the likely cause of his regression, it would be this dragon, however. Only an elder elf can meet such a being. Lim calmly asks the princess and her escort if his request is truly so unreasonable. The princess speaks, explaining that even if her grandmother grants permission, there's no guarantee the dragon will agree to a meeting. Lim accepts this and tells her that he only wants her to uphold her part of the deal. The rest is up to him the next day. Their journey to the forest begins. Inside the carriage, Alan marvels at the magical features, the controlled airflow, the unfolding chairs. The reflective mirrors. Lim, however, stares ahead, irritated. He tells Alan to be quiet, warning him not to wake the children. Alan apologizes outside. Leonard holds the reins. Lim notices Leonard's injuries and asks if it's safe for him to drive. Leonard was poisoned but has been detoxified. Lim suggests they switch later and lets the two decide the matter themselves. Inside the carriage, Elena sits upright, arms folded, refusing to make conversation. Lim turns to her, curious. Lim reminds her of the rules. She's not to expect royal treatment. She must follow Lim's instructions without question, and until they reach the elven forest. Her royal seal is collateral. Alina reflects silently. Only she knows that the real seal is with her, and not even her bodyguards are aware of it. Yet somehow Lim discovered the truth sitting across from her. Lim asks what she plans to do once they reach the forest. Alina replies she'll reclaim the seal. Lim says he has no intention of keeping it. She then declares that she will gather her forces, punish the traitors, and take back her kingdom. Lim warns her that such ambitions will lead to war. He tells her to do as she wishes, but warns that obsession with revenge will cost her her youth. He smiles gently and says it's just advice from an older man. Elena watches Lim, calling him lazy and overly optimistic. He shrugs and says that's just his way of life. As the sun filters through the trees, the carriage suddenly halts. Alina turns away, anxious. Lim senses they've been overtaken. Leonard confirms that this is the detachment, pursuing the Marquis of Ormond. Lily's still drowsy, murmurs about breakfast. Lim orders young Shin to stop the carriage. When asked why the horses had stopped obeying, Lim says they'll move again soon and tells Leonard to rest inside. A group of armored warriors appears, surrounding the carriage. One man steps forward, greeting Leonard with mock familiarity, asking if the half-elf is inside. Leonard seems to know him and calls him a traitor. A man named Viscount Monty says he's a count now. He mocks Leonard's former title of hero and laughs at the idea that someone who never reached sword master status could deserve such praise. He announces he'll face Leonard alone, and his knights step aside. Leonard raises his hand to cast a spell, but Monty strikes, first knocking his weapon away and stabbing him. As Monty prepares for a final blow, Lim intervenes. His strike slices off Monty's mustache, distracting him. Lim quickly orders the mage to take Leonard back to the carriage and heal him with an expensive potion. Manchi is enraged and calls Lim a bastard. He threatens to cut his soul with an aura blade. Lim, unfazed, says he can conjure one too. Manchi is shocked. He claims no youth should wield such power. As they cross swords, Lim mocks Manchi's technique, easily parrying his strikes. Manchi roars that he'll finish Lim, but Lim remains composed, reflecting on his recent progress. Thanks to sparring with Beak and manifesting the records of sword, Emperor Lim has grown. But defeating someone like this count requires more than swordsmanship. Munchie mocks Lim for retreating like a rat. Lim replies that he hasn't even begun. Lim surges forward and lands a clean hit. Munchie slashes at what turns out to be a doppelganger. Furious, he calls Lim a coward again. Lim slices off his mustache. Losing composure, Munchie orders his knights to attack the carriage and kill everyone, except the princess Young Shin mounts his horse, declaring that he'll handle the knights alone. A towering robot appears beside him. The knights gasp. Young Shin replies that he's more than enough on his own. The machine charges, scattering the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Lim continues battling Manchi. Manchi refuses to yield. Lim urges him to focus. Manchi's rage builds as he unleashes a demonic aura. Lim realizes Manchi is wielding a cursed demonic sword. Manchi grins wickedly and announces Lim's death. He hunts Lim, asking if he truly believes he can handle such a dangerous weapon. As Munchie ignites a red aura around himself, he answers with unwavering confidence that he can handle it. Then he sneers, demanding to know where Lim keeps trying to escape. Lim tightens his grip on the sword. Parrying blow after blow, cracks begin to spider web across the blade. Dark energy surging into the fissures. The aura blast throws Lim back violently, and he coughs up blood. Gasping for breath, Monty steps forward, laughing loudly at Lim's struggle. But before Monty can press the advantage, Lily extends her hand, calling out sharply. Streams of fire burst toward Monty, who snarls and commands his cursed sword to absorb the flames. Suddenly, a robot appears beside Lily, warning her not to engage directly. The danger is too great. Young Shin watches cautiously. Ready to intervene, Munchie now confronts Lim, relishing the taste of a real fight after so long. He mocks childish games and urges Lim to stop wasting time. Lim clenches his fist, a spark igniting in his eyes. He announces that now he will reveal what a true cheat item is capable of. Munchie lunges forward, sword poised to kill. Lim swings his fist, unleashing a blinding stream of energy that tears through the air. Alina watches with concern, while Lily smiles with delight. A deep trench cracks open beneath their feet from the power of Lim's strike. Lim realizes this is his first time using the cheat item, and wisely limits his energy output to 25%. Even so, its power proves more useful than he expected. An ominous aura clings to the sword as Lim lifts it, noticing not a single scratch on its surface. The blade's durability is impressive. He narrows his eyes, recalling a similar weapon he once heard about, the demonic sword salad. He imagines a bloodied blade and countless victims, knowing the sword grants immense power. At the cost of its wielder's soul, the user gradually falls to madness, consumed by demonic energy. The weapon's ownership has changed hands countless times, each victim lost to the curse. Lim stares hard at the blade, now fully certain of its identity. It was last known during the height of the racial war, rumored to have the best stats among demonic swords. Though he holds it now, he hesitates to wield it fully, aware that even selling such a sword would stain his hands with blood. The carriage rolls through the forest, and Lim casually wonders if he could trade the demonic sword later for a holy weapon. Leonard glances away and asks how far they are from the border. Lim replies they will soon reach Randall, but to cross the border beyond the city, they will need to pass the border itself lies 3 days away. After leaving Randall, Leonard nods grimly, admitting uncertainty about whether he can hold out that long. The princess pleads with him not to give up, and the old warrior apologizes, explaining that his strength isn't what it used to be. Not even magic can restore his fading energy. Alina looks at Leonard and admits that his presence alone gives her strength. She urges him never to speak words that sound like weakness again. Lim flips through a book to stave off boredom. When asked what he's reading, he shrugs and says it's just a distraction. Leonard and Alina exchange looks. Then Leonard speaks cautiously, asking if he can request a favor. Lim slams the book shut and simply refuses to listen. However, Leonard continues and say if Lim helps them in reclaiming the kingdom, he will receive anything he desires, title, money, anything. But Lim replies He will only believe in their promises if they give it to him. Right now, the blonde mage sits next to Leonard, her hands trembling, as she imagines the hardships of crossing the border. With her, Leonard pictures long nights on horseback and his past glories, victories in wars, praised as a hero destined for mastery of the sword. Yet now he feels broken, unable to protect the princess from traitors. He lowers his gaze, burdened by failure. Lim looks out the window, telling Leonard he hears him and won't offer anything more. The carriage halts near the gates of Randall Fortress, torches flickering in the twilight. Lim declares that only he, Lily, and Alina will enter the fortress. The rest will wait here, Alan protests, concerned for the princess's safety. Lim questions how he can trust them enough to leave her here, including that Lim is taking the princess to prevent reckless acts. Alan tries to defend himself, but Lim retorts sharply, reminding them how they once took a baby hostage. Girl replies calmly that everything will be fine and that she will accompany him. They move quickly, darting along the rooftops surrounding Randall Fortress. Lim leads Lily and the princess onward. Alina asks if there's a store nearby to buy supplies, but Lim insists they must settle another matter first, and warns them not to be distracted. Alina wrinkles her nose at the foul smell permeating the area. She urges everyone to leave quickly. Lim explains it's the usual stench of the slums. The people are sitting on bare ground. Children climb into barrels. The princess questions how anyone can live in such squalor, and a local retorts that she knows nothing, having never left the palace walls. This poverty is part of the kingdom she doesn't understand. They go inside a local bar, where a man asks Lim if they want beer. But Lim pushes a coin forward, stating he wants to request information from the Thieves' Guild. The man eyes the coin suspiciously, asking if it is gold. Bandits behind them draw knives with intentions to steal, if they have anything valuable. Lily looks at Lim, who nods silently. They have come to the right place. Streams of flame envelop the bandits, who mutter about whether the newcomers are magicians. Lim averts his gaze as the man asks what they want. Leonard bows and asks to follow the man. Lim allows it, explaining he needs a pass and some information. They sit opposite a bald man, who speaks about the pass and asks their destination. Lim meets his gaze seriously, stating he is traveling to the kingdom of Teru. The man asks how long they need to make the pass. Alina can't believe the tavern's basement hides such a vast space. The bag of coins falls on the table. The man replies it will take at least a week, but can be done in 2 days. He thinks that the little girl must have gotten her hands on all the gold coins. Closing his eyes, first they must check if any records exist about this wizard, as Lim and his companions are told they must be taken too, saying it doesn't matter and that they can be taken wherever necessary. Convinced that Lim, who claims to be a wizard, he plans to get rid of them as soon as they arrive, and sees Lim's gold coins for himself. The man in the cloak halts at the gate, which is stained with blood. Lim reflects that if someone isn't part of the Thieves' Guild, finding its headquarters is nearly impossible. Most strangers who enter never return. This also means the guild's treasury must be full of valuable items. Lim glances at Lily beside him and asks if her legs hurt. She says no, but when he offers food, she admits she's a little hungry. Lim hands her a package and urges her to eat, hoping it will ease her tension. Lily blushes, chewing gratefully, and thanks him for the thoughtful gesture. Inside the reception area, behind the bald man, chairs line the room. The bandit politely asks them to wait while he fetches an informant. Lim suspects this is all a trap, and asks if they've really walked all this way. Only to wait again, he demands they be brought there quickly. Suddenly the man touches the wall, triggering a trap. A huge cage descends around them. Sealing their fate, the princess grabs the bars, screaming that they've been tea-lined and hunted all along. Gold Mary, the leader of the thieves, steps forward, crossing her arms. Lim wonders if this is the same Gold Mary he's heard of, and if Goblin Mask is influential enough to have brought her here. The bald man denies knowledge of Alina's identity, but Lim stands firm, explaining she sometimes deludes herself and they should ignore her. Gold Mary announces that the latest intel confirms the woman is indeed Princess Alina. Gold Mary is surprised and asks if the princess has changed her appearance, claiming she doesn't look like the face she knows. She orders her subordinates to send information about the princess and lure them with a promise to reveal what she really looks like. Elena protests, denying the accusations. Lim asks her if they know about someone who wears a goblin or orc mask. Gold Mary thinks Lim must be dangerous, since he is looking for masked men. So she asks Lim who he really is. Lim steps forward and questions why she asks so many questions, when he's the one paying to get some information. He demands answers and criticizes their filthy service. Gold Mary snaps her fingers and explains the situation. A magical seal blocks their powers. A glowing barrier appears overhead. Sealing away magic, Lim clenches his fist, annoyed that he didn't anticipate this trap. Elena explains that mana cannot penetrate such barriers. Behind Gold Mary, armed men stand guard. She demands Lim reveal why he's searching for Goblin Mask. Lim reaches beneath his cloak and reveals a gun. He claims he's after something. Holding the weapon, Zeus Young Shin's original firearm, in front of her suddenly. He fires, and the woman falls bleeding as men in black robes rush toward him. Elena covers her ears, and Lim orders everyone to hide under the table just in case. Lily nods in understanding. Lim reloads, thinking about the gun's name. Zeus and the power it holds. He continues firing from a cage, satisfied that they don't possess such a weapon. Gold Mary, bleeding on the floor, snarls that Lim is locked in the cage and threatens to return and kill him. Lim grabs his sword's hilt and asks where she's going. The sword glows, and he declares that even without mana, he can slice through these thin bars. Old Mary sits on the floor, asking if Lim is truly a wizard. He replies that he simply requested a pass. Now it's his turn to ask questions. Lim presses the woman where his goblin mask. Near the fortress, Alan is concerned that the sun is already up, but they are still not there and worries about saving the princess. An explosion erupts behind them. Alan shouts that they must hurry to the city, but just then Lim and his companions approach. Alan greets the princess, relieved she has returned safely. Mentioning concern over the fire in the city, Lim smiles, explaining the fire was intentional to destroy evidence. When asked about the bags he carries, he says they are gifts. An emerald staff and a mandragora pickled in honey. A parchment with blueprints for a magical weapon is revealed, alongside sparkling jewelry. The shadow bracelet capable of changing appearance, and the character necklace. Lim drops the bags with a clatter, stating he gave everyone what they needed. He surveys their haul and calls it a decent treasure trove. Lim's gaze falls, regret creeping in as he realizes much of his time was wasted. He learns Gold Mary has been brainwashed. She screams at him not to speak ill of them, calling them her masters. Lim is sure that even Gold Mary blindly follows them. She knows nothing of her true masters and their intentions. A red sphere glows in Lim's hand. It's a magical communication device used only to receive messages, and often used by criminals. Children sleep nearby as Lim admits everything feels confusing. He imagines a palace overflowing with gold coins, and deduces there are limited places where large sums could be invested in experiments on children. If his assumptions are wrong, the culprit must be a group with equally massive influence. Lim only wanted to catch Goblin Mask, but the conspiracy grew far beyond what he imagined. Lim looks at the sleeping Lily and suddenly realizes they must be looking for her. She was the one who ran away. Lim thinks it wouldn't hurt if he let them come to Lily. Before them rise the towering mountains, where the border wall of the Hicks Principality stands built in the deepest canyons on the continent. This ancient barrier has kept monsters from descending from the central mountain range. For hundreds of years, Lim spreads out a map and explains their plan. They will cross the border wall, then head into the elven forest to the north of the mountain range, and finally reach the kingdom of Teru to find Lily's mother. The princess and her bodyguards sit before Lim, their faces heavy with worry. He asks why they seem so gloomy, reminding them that the border is closed. Leonard wonders if Lim himself has lost hope with such a reckless plan. Lim simply explains they intend to rush through the barrier, breaking it down with speed and force, since they do not have a pass to cross the wall. This is the only option. Leonard shakes his head and warns Lim that he doesn't understand who guards that border. Lim looks forward steadily and says he does know. Count Gul'kan commands the Black Lion Knightly Order, sworn to fight monsters beyond the wall. He is a master swordsman. Leonard says he understands Lim's confidence, as he has defeated Count Munchi. But he warns Lim that Gul'kan is on a different level, considered the best swordsman in the world. Alina, the princess, lowers her gaze, bitterness creeping into her voice. When the traitor Orman rebelled, Gul'kan stepped up to protect the kingdom. Yet when a rebellion escalated, he refused to answer the call, insisting the wall could not be left undefended. She suspects Gul'kan guards the wall because he has something precious to protect. At the border wall fortress entrance, people are lined up according to status and purpose, waiting for passes. The fortress has 6 gates, and only those of high rank may use the largest ones. The princess watches a young man nearby mock the strict rules, questioning if the sky would fall if a lower-class person used the wrong gate. Elena presses her hand to the window, recalling how she once believed status differences were natural. Now she thinks of common people burdened by civil war, those who lost homes and freedom. Her eyes close, and she silently begs for a chance to fix this broken world. Leonard and Alan, another bodyguard, promise her they will create that chance and help her. Even if Manhart unleashes his wrath, they will break through the wall for her. Lim turns away from Alina, who thanks them quietly. Lim refuses to complicate things. Jock, the carriage driver, grips the reins. Lim tells him to drive, and Jock nods. Lim announces they are about to begin at the gate. A guard raises his hand to stop them and demands names. Warriors brandish blades, ready to defend. Lim steps forward, masked and confident, declaring they are headed to the Kingdom of Terror. He knows this will draw the attention of a real goblin who hunts souls. A gun suddenly points at the guard. A shot rings out, and a cry echoes as the wall's alarms blare. Lim turns to Jock, ordering him to ride faster. The horse-drawn carriage charges forward. Inside, 2 groups of men face each other. Count Gul'kan, a scarred man with a dangerous gaze, is asked to accept the sovereign's decree. He scoffs, asking for it to be repeated. An official demands Gul'kan kneel and accept the order. Gul'kan's eyes blaze with contempt. He refuses, saying he never recognized Orman as sovereign. If anyone has something to say, he demands they come face to face. Tearing up the decree, he dismisses the old man with a heavy hand. From a balcony, Gul'kan surveys the land behind him. A heavily armored warrior asks what to do if the princess is found. Gul'kan replies coldly, she fled the country and must be killed on sight. The warrior bows and says, it will be done. Gul'kan ponders the letter's contents, noting the mention of a boy who killed Klaus. There's a strong warrior here on this small land that Gul'kan did not know about. His eyes drift away meanwhile. The carriage speeds along the road. Lim, still masked, holds a sword. Blood drips from his mouth after a fierce strike. Warriors rush at him, but he fights fiercely. Lim spreads a map showing the fortress layout. The border wall is a 2-tiered structure, with another fortress wall a kilometer ahead. Their plan is to break through both as quickly as possible. Arrows fly, and Lily's shield skill intercepts them. Lim's eyes remain sharp as he anticipates danger. Mages atop the walls cast deadly spells, but Alan counters with a strong magical shield. The horse-drawn carriage pushes forward. Amid chaos, Lim commands Lily to direct her firepower at the wall. Flames ignite in her palms as she prepares to strike. Suddenly, Lim senses something dangerous approaching. Streams of fire shoot from the carriage. As he orders everyone to keep moving, Lim crosses blades with Gul'kan. The scarred swordsman is surprised. Lim stands firm. After blocking his strike, Lim's hand trembles slightly. He recognizes the raw power behind Gul'kan's skill. Gul'kan smiles cruelly and asks if he is the real one. Lim stands before the commander, who casually tells him to have fun. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Lim curses under his breath. He blocks Gul'kan's powerful strike with a swift swing of his blade. The masked protagonist watches nervously, as he had been warned. Gul'kan is obsessed with martial arts and shows no mercy in combat. His eyes have the wild look of a madman. The man with scars on his face grins widely as he faces Lim in a fierce standoff. The masked protagonist calculates his odds. Although Gul'kan's strength is immense, He realizes that he has the upper hand in speed. As Gulkin extends his hand to the side, exposing his flank, Lim notices an opening. Seizing the chance, he points his sword at the commander. Gulkin smirks and calls it very interesting. Then, swinging his blade forward, he remarks that Lim's sword, like his own, has clearly been tempered in real combat. With that, he invites Lim to show him what he can do. Lim raises his arm to the side and asks if Gulkin is truly curious, warning him that it might hurt. Lim's fist begins to glow with a blue aura. A bright flash erupts as he releases a strike. Using just a quarter of his strength, the tip of his sword scrapes the ground. Gulkin grips his blade with both hands and says, with surprising sincerity, that thanks to Lim, feels alive for the first time in a long while. Holding his sword defensively, Lim replies coldly that it's a shame. He was hoping Gulkin would feel dead. Instead, the commander steps forward and declares that since he started this, he should also finish it. Lim wonders aloud if the man is insane. He detests fights that bring no benefit, and notes that the carriage should have reached the fortress gates. By now, perhaps he thinks it's time to leave. Lim stares ahead in confusion when Lily's voice calls out to him. The girl appears in the air, confidently facing forward, and shouts that she will help him. Lim is shocked to see her and asks why she came back, especially when he's here risking everything to buy them time. Lily stands beside Lim and declares she couldn't abandon him. Not after what Shock said, and not when everyone else came back too. A carriage approaches with their comrades. Alan quickly checks if Lim is safe, and the princess insists she couldn't leave without her comrade. Lim mutters that he was wondering why things had gotten so quiet. At that moment, he notices a large number of knights behind the commander, and it hits him this place is completely surrounded by military forces. And worst of all, they still have to fight. Gulkin Lim lifts his sword once again and declares that there's no other choice. If they're going to escape, they must be prepared for one of them to die. Lim remains frozen, overwhelmed. The commander laughs loudly, placing his hand on his head. When asked what's so funny, he recalls running across rooftops and answers that he's simply curious. He wonders aloud why Lim hasn't killed anyone yet. Surely with his power, he could have punched through a wall in seconds. Gulkin's expression turns serious as he suggests that Lim finds them unworthy. Just then a blonde figure appears beside Lim. He calmly explains that it was the client's request. Gulkin's pupils narrow as he questions him again. Alina, still wearing her mask, stands silently. Lim reveals that the client was, in fact, a princess, and she didn't want anyone to suffer for Lim. It wasn't hard to comply with that request. Commander steps toward Lim and asks if he's still eager to fight. But then, to everyone's surprise, Gulkin declares that the fight is over. He offers to write them a pass, requesting only that they stay the night. Lim, sweating slightly, questions him again, amazed at the sudden change. Later during dinner at the Black Line's residence, it's revealed that Gulkin is fascinated by strong warriors. According to rumors, he even once invited superhumans from Earth to dinner. During their passage through the wall, Lim raises his pint and reflects on how strange it is to find himself in such an honorable place. He's heard that if Gulkin enjoys a fight, he sometimes gives gifts. Looking at Lim, Gulkin remarks that the boy appears younger than expected, though his swordsmanship rivals his own. Lim shrugs, replying that he simply has a youthful face, but he's lived a long and full life. Bottles pile up on the table as Gulkin, now intrigued, says that Lim doesn't seem like someone from this country. He asks where he learned to wield a sword so well. Lim thinks back to their conversation and realizes that Gulkin's family has guarded the wall for generations and will likely continue to do so. Curious, Lim asks why Gulkin, so interested in the outside world, doesn't leave the wall to see it for himself. Closing his eyes, Gulkin replies that abandoning the family duty for personal greed is unacceptable. He insists Lim should finish the story he started. Lim begins recounting what happened at the bottom of the lake, where he had lost consciousness. Elena stares at Gulkin and finally speaks, asking how long he plans to pretend not to recognize her. The commander casually picks his ear and replies that it suddenly itched. With rising frustration, Alina accuses him of cowardice, of being unable to face her because he failed to protect the sovereign. Golkin's expression darkens as he releases a menacing aura. He replies coldly that if Lim hadn't intervened, he would have personally slit her throat. She should be grateful to still be alive. The blonde princess clenches her fist and defiantly declares her name. Alina Reinhardt, rightful heir to the throne. She reminds Golkin that he is a knight of the wall and demands he remember his oath. Golkin smirks, saying she is better than her father. Bold and well spoken, the blonde protests, asking him not to insult her father. Golkin scoffs, calling her father a coward, who feared his own strength and never supported him. Lim grows tired of the conversation and calls it boring. Alina objects, saying that's no excuse for insults. Gulkhan then explains that his decision not to intervene in the civil war was strategic if the wall were left unguarded. It would risk invasion, he argues. That her father was not worth endangering the entire country for, and warns Elena not to return to this land. If she does, there will be consequences. But Elena refuses to back down. She promises to return, punish the traitors, and reclaim her country. When Gokin questions her belief that she can change things, Elena firmly says yes. She recounts the bloodshed she witnessed, the brave knights who died for her, and the poor citizens suffering under tyranny. She vows to change the system. Standing tall, she announces her first decree. The 6 local gates will be opened to the public, and the class system will be dismantled. Golkin narrows his eyes and asks if she truly believes he'll let that happen. Alina responds without hesitation. This is the will of the Empress. As tensions simmer, Lim simply turns his head, thinking about finding a place to nap. Galkin laughs again, and the men near the wall continue their duties. One insists he's on an urgent mission, but is told to wait, it will take time. As Gulkhan walks along the wall, he orders Orman's dogs to stand at the gate a few more hours, before being sent away when asked what to do with the princess. He replies that he'll wait and watch. One day, they will meet again at this wall. The scene shifts to the central mountain range, where the sun illuminates the elven forest entrance. A voice says they've been waiting. An elf steps forward, placing a hand on his chest, and introduces himself as Grand, a researcher from Sephora's elven forest. He explains that the Supreme Elders sent him to escort them. Lim stands behind Alina, who urgently asks to be taken to her grandmother. Lim reflects on the Elders' gift of foresight and feels relieved. They can safely proceed to the village. Lim stops as an elf approaches and questions him about a demonic presence. Surprised, Lim asks for clarification. The group stands near a carriage. As the elf explains, he senses corrupting demonic energy, making Lim unfit to enter the village in this state. Lim wonders if it's just elven prejudice against humans. Garant reaches out for the blade, confirming it's a demonic sword. Lim suggests it's probably his fault and offers to take the weapon. Lim calmly replies that the matter is settled and proposes they move on, but the elf disagrees, holding the sword out. The elf accuses Lim of being a vile devil. Lily gasps in fear, shocked by the accusation. Lim approaches Gran and asks what he's doing. Gran, visibly disturbed, exclaims that his eyes aren't deceiving him, that the girl is the devil. Worried, the girl looks ahead and pleads with him, insisting that she isn't like that at all. But the elf, sensing terrible demonic energy, explains that he can feel a great evil within her. He accuses her of suppressing a deep burning desire to kill, calling her utterly disgusting. Lim steps in, standing behind Garan, and urges him to stop. Garan calls Lim ignorant and demands to know if he even understands who he's protecting. The elf then points his sword at Lily. Lim, unfazed, calmly replies that he does understand, and that's precisely why he's asking Gran to stop. He explains that, although the girl appears to be an ordinary child on the outside, inside she has undergone a demonic baptism. Garan grimaces at Lim's words, insisting that the girl must be destroyed immediately, as he raises his hand in front of Lim. The boy stops him, asking if he even hears himself. In a flash of anger, Lim punches the elf researcher and warns him never to say such things in front of the child again. The elves behind Garan draw their weapons, demanding that Lim step aside. They question how he dares to attack one of their own. but Lim remains calm and silent. Despite their aggression, dark energy begins to emanate from Lim, as he orders them to deliver a message to the High Elder. They are not allowed to enter the Elven Forest. He adds that if she does not come to them personally within 2 days, he will burn everything to the ground, under the night sky and among the trees. Lim advises the mage to rest in the carriage if he feels tired. The mage responds that he's fine. Lim then sits across from Alan, who admits that he's ashamed to look Lily in the eyes. He reflects on the outrageous claim that she underwent a demonic baptism, noting that even healthy adult men usually die from the ritual. 9 out of 10 don't survive. Lim, listening carefully, says it seems Alan knows a little about it. Alan explains that he once read about the baptism in a book, and that only high-ranking sorcerers can perform such a ritual. He adds that it demands a tremendous amount of money and magical materials. Most importantly, the pain is unbearable. Nearly no one survives. Lim clenches his fists in anger, silently vowing to finish off the bastard in the goblin mask, who did this later. As they sit by the fire, Lim ends a conversation, urging everyone to sleep. Lily, hugging a stuffed animal, tells Lim that she can't sleep. He suggests she switch places with the mage to feel more comfortable. Clouds drift over the treetops as Lily sits by the fire. She turns to Lim and asks softly if she will become a demon. Lim, sitting opposite her, replies honestly that he doesn't know. Lily then asks what she should do if her mother ends up hating her. Lim exhales, opening his mouth before speaking. He says half-jokingly that she does resemble a devil because she never listens, eats a lot, and has a difficult personality. Lily looks at him, seeking more clarity. So he continues. He admits that he was exactly the same at her age, never listened to anyone, didn't study, and only spent time goofing off with friends. His parents probably thought he was a devil too. Lily tightens her grip on the toy as Lim says her mother is probably just as worried about her as his parents were about him. Lily nods, agreeing that her mother isn't any different. In the center of the clearing, Lily suddenly suggests that the three of them live together. Once they find her mother, Lim laughs and asks if she really intends to block a decent bachelor from getting married. He jokes that he'll buy an apartment near the guild and live there with just her. Lily then innocently asks where he would live, as she lies next to young Shin. Lim comments that she's very clingy, stepping down onto the grass. Lim suddenly hears someone approaching. A blonde elf appears silently before him, despite having expanded the range of his senses to avoid a surprise attack. Lim is stunned. He didn't sense her presence at all. Sweat forms on Lim's brow, as he realizes only one person among the elves holds that much power. He wonders aloud if she's the Supreme Elder. The elf bows respectfully and confirms his guess. She adds that she has heard her children behaved rudely toward him and offers her sincere apologies, placing her hand over her chest. The Supreme Elder thanks them for saving her granddaughter and changing her fate. Lim stands before her and replies that he isn't the one who deserves the apology, though he still accepts it. He then brings up Alina, asking whether the elder was informed of the conditions under which he agreed to bring the girl there. The elder confirms that she has already contacted the dragon. Lim then asks about the response. She tells him that the answer hasn't come yet, and it may take a few days. Lim, deep in thought, considers whether they should check the kingdom of Teru. In the meantime, the Supreme Elder asks if they wish to wait for the dragon's response. In the Elven Forest, as buildings come into view under the forest canopy, she formally invites them to Cyphers, the heart of the Elven Forest. Looking away, she privately reflects on Lily's tragic fate. The carriage pulses with dark energy, as the elder resolves to purify Lily from the effects of a demonic baptism. Fearing the child could become a disaster for the world in Cyphers, elves gather near the carriage, alarmed by the demonic sword and aura it emits. They question why the Supreme Elder would bring such dangerous things to their sacred land. Just then Alina smiles brightly and rushes over, relieved that everyone arrived safely. Alan runs toward her, thrilled to see her again. Lim nods and says he's glad to see her doing well. Alina admits she felt uneasy for not traveling with them. Lim mentions that the old woman accompanied her, but is now nowhere to be seen. Elena explains that Leonard's condition worsened, and she stayed behind to care for him. Lim suggests that when time allows, they should visit him. He then hands Elena a sealed object. Recognizing it, Elena clasps her hands together and declares that their contract is complete. She promises to repay him one day for all he's done. Lim smiles, showing the coin she gave him. Tells her to think carefully over the next year. Perhaps something like giving the White House Guild a monopoly over the principality's magical goods. Elena asks if he will visit her after that year. Lim responds seriously that it's possible. Pleased, she vows to achieve her goal within that time. She envisions clasping hands with the others, using the royal seal to uncover her ancestors' relics, and forming a pact with the 6 elven families. Once she gains Gulkin's support upon her return to the wall, her preparations will be complete. Lim asks again what she plans to do officially. Elena only smiles and says that she never promised anything specific. Meanwhile, Lily, now resolute, announces that she's ready. The High Elder sits beside her, gently warning that the purification may hurt, but promises everything will be fine afterward. Lily, her eyes calm, says she isn't afraid, she's used to pain. The Elder acknowledges her courage. Lim appears and asks if the preparations are complete. The Elder confirms, and Lim draws a sacred sword from its sheath, which will be used in the ritual. They stand beside a sacred spring as the purification begins. Elsewhere, in a dark dungeon lit by torches, a man approaches the bars. Gordon holds a glowing sphere, remarking that despite everything, the man is lucky to be alive. Inside the sphere, an image of the carriage and the group appears. Lily opens her mouth as if casting a spell. A dark-haired man stares forward in shock, recognizing her as the Child of Fire. When asked for confirmation, he's told that she's the one he missed. Alan and Lim wear masks as the man grits his teeth in fury, recalling how he became a test subject after that day. Grabbing the bars, he's told this is his last chance. With trembling hands, he reaches for a red mask and is ordered to correct his own mistakes. Lim and the elf watch as Lily steps into the water. Moving slowly, the elven elder raises her hands and begins chanting. A green energy spiral around her fingers. A magic circle forms around Lily and water rises, enveloping her suddenly. A surge of dark red energy bursts from her and she screams in pain. Monica watches concerned. She had expected this outcome, but is still shocked by the intensity of the demonic energy radiating from Lily. She warns the ritual will be difficult and urges patience. Dark energy pours from Lily's stomach. She cries out in agony. A red cloud of mana erupts, echoing with tormented screams. The elf collapses, gasping that something must be done. Lim charges forward and places himself in front of Lily. The elf warns that the baptism can only be broken by defeating the demon within. As she speaks, the swirling red energy solidifies, and a monstrous insect-like creature emerges. Lim releases his blue aura. He leaps back, then launches into the air toward the demon. The creature flees, leaving a trail of red smoke. Lim slashes through it, trying to close the distance while chasing. He mutters bitterly that he's tired of fighting demons. Meanwhile, Lily collapses into Monica's arms, trembling. Monica gently asks how she feels. Lily averts her eyes and asks about her uncle. Watching Lim fight, she senses his rage. Monica explains that when someone dear is harmed, anger is a natural response. Lily listens quietly, comforted by the thought that she matters that much to him. Back on the battlefield, Lim pants. Facing the injured demon, though it's weakened and slower, it still tries to escape, drawing his sword with both hands. Lim activates his autumn energy. He runs through the heaven-destroying mind technique, the sequence he knows by heart. The demon lunges. Lim counters with the first divine sword technique, landing a powerful slash. He follows immediately with Heaven's Vengeance. Blast of light is so intense. The girls shield their eyes. When the dust settles, Lim stands victorious, but barely. His body shakes from exhaustion. Pain pulses through his limbs. His sword cracks and crumbles. He finally understands why these techniques aren't meant for use. Before reaching the Wagio level, looking down, he spots a glowing crystal buried in the dirt demon's core. He expected as much, drawing his demon sword. He smashes the core. Dark red energy surges into the blade. Transforming it, Lim watches the change and nods in approval. Lily suddenly runs up and hugs him tightly, overwhelmed. Lim tells her he's hurting and gently asks her to loosen her grip. She teases him, asking if the pain's gone now. He strokes her head and admits he feels lighter inside. Later in a forest house, Lim sits cross-legged in meditation. He reflects on the battle, letting the lingering pain etch the martial arts in his body. He's avoided potions and healing spells to allow natural adaptation. Even his internal wounds are healing. Monica enters with food and asks how he's feeling. Lim thanks her, saying her care helped. He asks about the baby. Monica replies that the baptism's effects linger, but recovery will be swift. Inside the sacred tree, Lily's appetite has exploded. Lim simply says she's always eaten a lot. After finishing the meal, he sets the tray aside and thanks the elf for her help. Monica says it was repayment for saving her granddaughter Alina. Lim explains their deal with the princess is separate and insists he'll repay the favor in his own way. Monica tells him to focus on getting stronger. She expects nothing in return. With a smirk, Lim offers to explore the foggy forest for her. Monica is surprised he knows about it. He admits to overhearing a conversation thinking about the forest. Lim recalls that its fog is lethal to elves, but harmless to others. He declares confidently that he'll go. The elf's voice carries into the room, saying if he's serious, she'll prepare an official request and reward. Lim waves it off, saying he wants to repay their kindness and doesn't need the money. Elsewhere, Leonard quietly admires the forest. Lim approaches and asks how he's doing. Leonard smiles, saying he heard about the demon's defeat from the excited princess. He notices the familiar book in Lim's hands and chuckles, asking if he's reading it again. Lim flips a page, remarking that it's full of self-praise, but still worth reading. Leonard reminisces about the border wall battle. He poured out all his strength and mana and saw his limits. He wonders how things might have gone if he'd realized that sooner, a year earlier or even 3. Leonard gazes at the huge mountain wall before him and reflects. There's a different world, sword skills beyond this wall. He once thought he could overcome this wall and reach a new world of sword skills. Lim continues reading the ancient martial arts book from Urim. He reads out loud, even though his body feels shriveled and his mana core empty. With a serious expression, he continues that his appearance is more corpse than human. The old man beside him, puzzled, asks what he means without looking up. Lim keeps reading his first day with a sword, near-death experiences, and how he had forgotten why he even started. All he sought now was mastery of martial arts. Leonard, moved, begins to cry. He says that although the words come from a different world, he understands Lim completely. Leonard then asks if he might be allowed to show his swordsmanship. Lim rises, unsheathes his blade, and says he's not good enough yet, but he'll show him once, so watch closely. Lim positions his sword and freezes. Then, in a burst of motion, he begins executing precise movements. Leonard, inspired, grabs a stick and mimics him, smiling as he repeats the boy's technique. They're training amidst a bright light. Lim shields his eyes, realizing he must push past his limits. Looking at Leonard holding his sword confidently, Lim remarks that he can't even be called an old man anymore. The scene shifts to a foggy forest. Leonard swings his blade through the mist, loudly telling enemies to come at him. Lim warns that monsters could be drawn by the noise. Leonard is confident he'll handle them all with his aura blade. Seated on a log, Lim adds that the deeper they go into the forest, the thicker the fog becomes. Alan agrees, saying there are no monsters nearby, but wishes they had a golem for safety. Lim recalls young Shin sitting by a tree, refusing to move until his girlfriend wakes. There are rumors that this fog had been a pain in the ass, for the elves as well as for goblins too. Lim agrees, clearing it would increase their safety. Leonard suggests it might win the elves' favor. Alan agrees it would speed up their plans. Lim nods, implying that was part of the strategy. He imagines a home built into a tree trunk and dreams of retirement in the elven forest. Alan calls him magnificent for working so hard for the princess. Leonard adds their gratitude. Surprised, Lim asks what the princess has to do with anything. Suddenly, Lim senses something. He warns of an enemy. Leonard charges forward, and Lim thinks this turn of events is rather convenient. Leonard slashes at a monster stitched together from various parts. Lim explains to Alan that it's a chimera elf. The spirit stone in its chest is its weak point. He leaves the chimeras to them and turns to face the real threat. He sees shadowy figures behind the monsters and quickly deduces the fog's origin. Facing a black-haired elf, Lim recognizes this might be the work of Archmage Dryts, guardian of this foggy forest named Mordria. As soon as she sees him, she fires a fiery arrow. Lim dodges and closes, and she releases another attack. 3 elemental arrows. Lim deflects them with a smooth blade motion. Suddenly a surge of green magic erupts behind him. Lim activates his shield skill and blocks it. Looking sideways, he remarks that the original far outclasses the fakes. Remembering his past life, he recalls that Mordred is a doll modeled after the elf that Archmage Darius loved the most. And this incident took place thousands of years ago. She was killed by superhumans long ago. Later, the production method was leaked. That allowed many copies of her to be made, but none matched the original. Lim knows capturing her will be difficult, but it must be done, so he uses his skills to vanish. Mordria is stunned in an instant. He reappears behind her and strikes. Wounded, she tries to counter, but fails. Lim delivers a fist strike directly into the magic stones embedded in her body, standing before the defeated elf. Lim admits she was tough. Alan and Leonard finish their battle. Leonard realizes the problem was the doll. He asks if Lim really plans to take her. Lim affirms she's too valuable to leave behind. Lim suggests, as they're done here, they should pay a visit to the Guardian's place. The group heads to Archmage's wooden hut. From the outside, it looks like a small shack, but inside its basement holds great treasures. Alan rushes to the bookshelves, marveling at rare magical ingredients and lost manuscripts. Lim tells him not to fuss. They need only the essentials. Lim opens a small chest on the table. Inside is Archmage's second greatest legacy besides Mordria, spirits of various elements. They burst out and surround him. Lim thinks they'll be useful if he can harness their power. The spirits ask if they can live with him. Lim agrees, but demands a high rent. They happily merge into his hand. There's no outward change, but he feels their energy inside. Leonard asks what just happened. Lim downplays it and urges them to collect what they need. Then they must destroy the fog's magic circle. Night falls and the fog dissipates. The group treks through the forest. Leonard notes the clear weather. Suddenly Lim halts, noticing a strange reaction from a purple orb in his hand. He signals silence, covering his mouth. He tells everyone to stay quiet and not come any closer. In the glowing surface of the magical sphere, a figure wearing a goblin mask flickers into view. Lim is confused because he's got no clue who this guy even is. The voice from the magical sphere speaks again, asking who he is and demanding to know the whereabouts of Gold Mary. Lim is frustrated and wonders if he is the one the lady had warned him about. He shifts his focus back to the glowing orb. The man in the goblin mask narrows his eyes and asks what Gold Mary might have said about him. Lim responds to the magical glob, introducing himself as Ansel and claiming to be a member of the Randall Thieves Guild, acting under Gold Mary's orders. He explains he is tracking the group, responsible for destroying the guild headquarters. He continues reporting that the fleeing enemies crossed the border, using the last surviving steel carriage. The man with goblin mask questions if that carriage could really be the one in question. Lim confirms, describing its unusual structure, something not easily found elsewhere, and mentions that it is pulled by a massive iron horse. Hearing this detail, the man in the goblin mask recalls that the Thieves Guild had burned to ashes. This confirms to him that the report is accurate and that it was wise to maintain contact through a magical link. A moment later, the voice from the ball asks directly if Lim is traveling with a girl who has red hair. Lim thinks to himself that just as he suspected, the man is looking for Lily. Goblin Mask speaks again, asking for the group's current location. Lim scratches his head and explains they are somewhere in the central mountain range, though he cannot provide exact coordinates. He hurried out without a map or compass and simply traveled as quickly as he could. The man in the goblin mask grows irritated and reminds Lim just how massive the Central Mountain Range truly is. Despite his annoyance, he instructs Lim to continue the pursuit and states that he will make contact every day. At the same time, Lim hints that a problem may prevent further communication. Curious, the goblin mask asks what he means. Lim squeezes the magical artifact tightly until it begins to crack. He calmly claims the crystal was damaged during the pursuit and says he cannot guarantee he will be able to receive the signal tomorrow. The man in the goblin mask slams his hand against the ground in frustration and demands to know what Lim just said. He asks if there is another communication sphere available for contact. Lim replies flatly that a simple thief would not possess a spare of such a rare and costly item. He adds that he has nothing left in his pockets and apologizes with feigned regret. The man with the goblin mask eyes the artifact and considers that their group may have intentionally announced a false route toward the kingdom of Teru to mislead pursuers. If the narrative was fabricated from the start, tracking them becomes nearly impossible. Right now, Ansel seems to be their only link to uncovering the whereabouts of the Child of Fire. The man in the goblin mask clenches his teeth and concludes that, regardless of circumstance, the boy must be eliminated. He promises to alert the organization and treat this as an emergency. He instructs Lim to listen carefully and explains how to contact the organization. Lim listens quietly and then asks if the masked man could finally tell him who he truly is, since he still does not know his name in his mind. Man with a goblin mask calls him insolent and declares that someone like him has no right to request a name. He then decides the boy's eventual death will be especially painful. The masked man eventually speaks again and says his name is the Red Goblin. That alone, he insists, should be sufficient. Lim repeats the name back to him. With that, he crushes the artifact in his palm and calmly announces that he will make contact next time. Moments later, Lim has awakened Mordria. Using the tattoo spirit retrieved from Archmage's hut, he asks her to accompany them to the elf settlement through the shortest route. Upon arriving, a grand elf festival is going on. One elf approaches Lim beaming with gratitude. He thanks Lim for waking his daughter and allowing him to see his son's face for the first time in over a century. Another elf expresses her thanks for saving her husband. Lim waves them off, saying they should enjoy themselves because he is too tired and wants to rest. The elves present Lim with countless gifts, and he stares at them in confusion, unsure of what half of them are. As he examines the items, Monica walks toward him with a knowing smile. Monica remarks that this is simply how people react after the foggy forest has been cleansed. Lim sits next to her and says he owes her for saving the little girl. Monica admits this is true, but also reminds him that he has altered Alina's fate. Lim agrees and reflects that Alina would never have reached this place without his help. Monica now looks ahead with a serious gaze and explains that she can read the essence of living beings. However, she can only observe and never interfere. She turns back to Lim and says that, curiously, his fate remains hidden from her sight. Despite this, she has seen many destinies shift around him. Lim looks away, suspecting that the reason lies within the tidal clock. He asks what Monica's conclusion might be. He wonders aloud if she expects him to sit idle with folded hands. The elf laughs and tells him that nothing of the sort is expected. She believes he is a good person and appreciates the changes he brings to the world. She expresses hope that he will continue altering lives. Him turns away, clearly flustered, and claims it is not so difficult. All it takes, he says, is doing what feels right. The unfamiliar feeling that follows catches him off guard. He rises from his seat and gathers the gifts. Monica watches and asks if he is leaving already. Lim explains that a hungry fate may already be chasing the little girl, and he must go help change it again. Monica remains seated, quietly observing her friend's departure. A soft green energy swirls around her, and she turns to her fellow. She asks what he thinks. Abraxas replies that just as she said, the boy is interesting and worth meeting again. Moments later, Lim is lounging on a deck chair, noting that they have lingered in the elven forest for far too long. He imagines the elves constructing a treetop villa based on his wish list, and decides he cannot leave without seeing the result. Mordred stands nearby, and Lim remarks that he must return to his world within a month, disrupting all his plans from outside the window. Lily's cheerful voice echoes as she shows off a painting, brush in hand, proud of mastering a technique. Lim steps outside and compliments her neat work. He tells them to clean up. While he loads the luggage, someone notices the state of the carriage wheels and suggests finding another one. A sorcerer nearby wonders if folding the carts by size might help, but Leonard explains that the cart is already overstuffed. Behind them, the princess declares that even more luggage remains. An elf hands him a bottle of family-made alcohol, explaining its importance. Another elf insists he take the spirit stone as well. Lim expresses his thanks, but says there are too many gifts. He promises to accept the rest next time he visits. Lim then tells his team to unload half the luggage. The group reacts with shock, protesting that they packed everything with great care. As the sun dips beyond the horizon, Lim announces that they can finally depart. The princess stands with her subordinates and says, "It is unfortunate they must part so soon." Leonard shakes Lim's hand and promises they will meet again and settle their debts. Alan bows and expresses deep gratitude. He hopes that their paths cross again when he has become a greater magician. Alina reminds them of the promise to meet her again in 1 year. Lim glances awkwardly at Monica, who still looks serious. She says she hopes he will return one day. Then, with a steady gaze, she wishes that he finds the answer he seeks at the end of his journey. Lim wonders aloud if Abraxas will be waiting for him there. With farewells complete, Lim announces their departure. The carriage begins to roll, and Lily waves from the window. Lim warns her not to lean out or she might get hurt. The princess and her companions wave back. As the dust settles, Alina lowers her hand and quietly acknowledges that he is truly gone. The knights behind her declare it is time to focus on their duties, and she agrees. A carriage enters the kingdom of Teru in the bustling city of Florence, under the cover of night. Lim sits inside, contemplating his new white hair disguise. Gaining entry had been simple, as Galkin had prepared the passes in advance. As they approach the hotel, he sees buildings of red brick and yellow concrete. He realizes this is the meeting place mentioned by the goblin. Inside, the group is greeted by the manager, who questions their appearance and suspects they may be the kind who flee. Upon hearing the room rates, Lim calmly places a bag of coins on the table and requests the 2 most expensive rooms. The manager stares at the gold in disbelief. Lim also asks for a magical communication tool, which is handed over without delay. He reflects on the grandeur of the great Florenza Hotel, one of the most iconic gambling establishments on the continent. Its casino spans 3 floors, with the deeper levels offering riskier games. A massive golden chandelier hangs above. Mesmerizing the group, Lily gazes around with delight, calling everything shiny and beautiful. Young Shin promises to craft similar treasures once they return. Lim hands them a pouch of gold and tells them to enjoy themselves. If they grow tired, they should return to their rooms and sleep. They agree without hesitation. Mordria is assigned to watch over them and report back if anything happens. With a nod, she joins the others. Lily leads the group toward food, and Lim, watching them disappear down the hallway, wonders if it is time for him to enjoy himself too. He flips a gambling chip into the air and decides to have fun while he still can. Before he reaches the hidden 4th floor, Lim walks into the casino, while voices murmur around him about losing bets and bigger risks. This is the 3rd and lowest floor of the Grand Florence Casino. The entrance looks open and unguarded, but Lim senses that the stakes here are more dangerous than above. No one stares at him directly. He feels the shift in the room. The managers have started paying attention. He doesn't recognize any faces, and they likely don't recognize him. Near one of the gambling tables, Lim pauses. His senses pick up on the presence of a skilled swordsman, a mage, and a couple of assassins blending into the crowd. There's also a magical barrier here, one that suppresses spell work. This is no casual gaming den. It feels like a trap or a staging ground for secret meetings. A man with brown hair steps forward and places a hand to his chest. In greeting, he gestures toward a roulette table and tells Lim that there's a game with simple rules. Pick a number between 1 and 50. If the spinning ball lands on that number, the player wins a chip. He asks if Lim is interested. Lim lays his hand on the table. He likes the simplicity and agrees to play. He pushes forward all his chips and announces he's betting everything on the number 7. The dealer pauses to clarify if he truly wants to risk it all. Lim simply nods. People call him reckless and a fool, someone ready to lose it all. The roulette wheel spins. The metal ball clatters against the board. When it settles, it stops on 7. Shock ripples through the onlookers. Lim clenches his fist. He says that today must be his lucky day. Dealer congratulates him and asks if he wants to go again. Lim doesn't hesitate. He pushes all his winnings forward and declares another bet on 7. Laughter and disbelief erupt nearby. The crowd thinks he's mad. The wheel spins again once more. The metal ball lands on 7. The dealer freezes. He asks Lim to wait a moment, explaining that the amount is too high to handle with normal chips. He needs to write a check before he can finish. Men approach Lim and offer him congratulations. Lim turns eyes cold and tells them to keep their hands to themselves. When someone asks what noble family he's from, Lim scoops the chips into his hand and tosses them into the air. The onlookers scramble to catch them, claiming the winnings as their own. Lim walks away from the table, murmuring that he's not doing too badly. On his palm, a faint glow pulses. Lim looks down at the creature resting there. It's a synthesized spirit he picked up in Dre's basement. Though weak for now, it's made with ancient magic and remains undetectable by most magical tools. Casino worker approaches and offers Lim a formal check. Lim accepts it, noting the hefty sum. He says it's enough to make him nervous. The stranger standing nearby scoffs and says, "That amount is pocket change to people like them." The man with gray hair steps in closer and whispers to Lim that high rollers, like him, are usually taken to a special area. Lim accepts the offer out of curiosity. They descend the stairs as they go deeper. Distant screams echo through the air. The man explains that people who come here want more than money. Sometimes they gamble with body parts. Deeper they go, the heavier the air grows. Lim smells blood. He hears pain. The 4th floor awaits behind a heavy black door. Escorting him inside, the staff says they chose room 7 just for him. Lim steps in and finds a few others already seated. They ask if he's here to play or just observe. Lim steps forward. He asks what the game is. The casino staff member says it's dice. Each player rolls 3. Highest sum wins. Matching numbers are better than mixed. 3 ones are the best. Lim listens. He understands. He places his chips on the table and says he's ready to begin. Another player rolls first, getting 3 4s and laughing about his win. Lim picks up the dice and tosses them all once. Silence fills the room. A bald man stares ahead, speechless. Another man with one eye grumbles that everyone gets lucky the first time. Lim offers to roll again. He throws the dice once more. 3 ones, then again and again. The crowd grows restless. Some mutter about tricks. They say he's cheating, but the anti-magic circle shows no tampering. Lim suggests his luck is heavy today, almost a burden. He puts a few chips on the table as a thank you and prepares to leave. But before he can go, the man with gray hair steps forward and blocks him. He tells Lim to stop. He knows he's using something from his cane. He draws a concealed blade and tells Lim the games are over. He demands Lim drop the bag. Lim doesn't flinch. He asks if they have proof. The gray-haired man says they'll make him talk if needed. Other players draw weapons. A one-eyed man rushes him. Lim reacts instantly. His blade flashes. 2 men fall defeated. The gray-haired man curses and strikes. Lim counters. The blade splits in 2 under the force of his aura. The man stares at the severed weapon. Realizing Lim is no ordinary gambler, he asks what a sword master is doing here. Lim glares at him and declares that the organization's treasurer needs better eyes. Shocked, the man asks who he really is. Lim raises a crystal and channels magic into it. Symbol glows in the air, the mark of pandemonium, the secret organization. Lim recalls the man with the goblin mask's warning. If they ask questions, say nothing. Trust no one. Lim dons a mask, the symbol of his position. The gray-haired man stiffens. He recognizes it. He whispers that Lim must be one of the red goblins, those handpicked by the organization's priests. Fear creeps into his voice. as he asks if Lim is pursuing the Child of Fire. He doesn't understand why someone like Lim is here. Lim answers coldly, this is a surprise inspection. The man leads him to the vault. Along the way, he claims their bookkeeping is clean. Lim suspects otherwise he's read the patterns. The money moves continent-wide. He wonders how such a vast operation stayed hidden in his past life. The gray-haired man urges him to inspect the records. Lim flips through them, piecing together how far the corruption spreads. Afterward, the man offers to show him their real work. A button clicks, a hidden mechanism works. A new door opens inside. Cages line the walls, unknown creatures shift restlessly in the shadows. The man explains that failures are kept out of sight. He invites Lim to see the more promising results. Lim follows him deeper, another cage appears. Two children sit, chained. The man claims these are the successful ones. He says they look ordinary. But once stressed, their monstrous traits emerge. He says he will now demonstrate what these children really are. At that moment, red fur begins to ripple over the girl's skin, and Lim watches closely, recalling his original plan. In a blink, the child transforms into a massive wolf, and the boy, observing this, figures out that the goal was to disguise themselves as red goblins, to gather intel on the organization. Along the way, they could also pick up a few spiritual stones and artifacts. The casino worker turns and asks what Lim thinks of the idea, and standing just behind him, Lim silently concludes that this scheme would more than suffice to stir trouble for the Red Goblin, placing a hand on his chest. The man with gray hair admits that there are still complications, but if they solve those, mass production could begin. At that moment, the girl shifts back into human form, and the casino worker offers to show Lim the other children. He calls out to Hannah, asking her to come forward. She trembles at his words, looking at the man with disgust. The girl declares that she has already displayed what was required of her. He tells her to be quiet, since they have an important guest, and she must fully prove her value. Lim suddenly snatches the whip from the man's hands and says he should give it a try himself. The man agrees without hesitation, but as Lim stares at the trembling Hannah, he realizes this girl must have experienced the same horrors. Gripping the whip tightly, Lim says he has changed his mind. With a swift motion, he unfastens the metal collar from her neck. A casino worker watches in disbelief, warning him that removing the collar will cause problems. Lim dismisses the concern, saying the girl can function without the device. Lim says he will also remove the collar from the other child, but the man with gray hair interjects, urging Lim to stop, warning that if they continue like this, it will become difficult to catch and control all the children. Later, Lim tells him to shut up. He wraps the whip around the enemy's neck and with a sharp pull decapitates him. Lim turns to the side with a dark glare, knowing well that his actions will bring serious consequences. Just then, figures appear out of a cloud of purple smoke. The shadowy figures are generous, enough to give our boy a chance to explain his horrible actions. He swings the whip and says he simply does not like any of them. His blow lands, and he wipes out the stranger in one strike. Another boy with purple hair steps forward, accusing Lim of betrayal and attacks. But suddenly he winces in pain and drops his blade. Lim snatches at midair and swiftly dispatches the second guard. Without pause, Lim keeps fighting off the attackers. The children huddle in the corner, fear etched on their faces. After a fierce battle, Lim stands victorious and declares that they must escape together. He smashes the bars of the cage and approaches the opening. One child asks why he is helping them. Lim replies that there is no time for questions, and if they prefer to stay, they may, but he cannot protect them because he must continue fighting. The girl stands and says she will leave because she wants to see her mother. Her brother agrees. Lim suggests they must stop talking and get moving. With powerful sword swings, he cuts through the nearby wall. Suddenly, more casino workers appear, and their leader demands that Lim surrender. Lim activates his mechanical arm and admits he does not like charging through obstacles without thinking. At this time, brute force is the only path. The guards prepare for combat and charge. In a blink, Lim disappears from view and reappears in front of the red-haired man, striking him with his fist and sending him flying. In response, enemy sorcerers cast fireball and ice spear spells. Lim raises a magical shield to deflect the incoming spells. Watching his barrier begin to crack, Lim realizes he cannot defend like this forever. A nearby enemy snarls that they face only one person and must push him into a corner. Lim suddenly takes a hit on his arm and notices a strange green vapor rising from the wound poison. Switching tactics, Lim focuses on cutting down his enemies with swift, brutal strikes. He tries to suppress the poison, using the heaven-destroying mind technique. Yet something continues to restrain him. The fog, the paralysis. He recognizes the layered curses designed to wear him down. Looking ahead, he spots a door and realizes the longer he fights, the worse his position becomes. Freedom still lies far ahead. Taking down another guard, Lim announces he is heading for the treasure vault and urges everyone to follow. But as Lim advances, an enemy suddenly appears behind him. Gritting his teeth, Lim regrets not bringing someone to watch his back before the attacker can land a blow. One of the children transforms into a beast and saves Lim, who is both surprised and grateful. Reaching the vault door, he urges everyone to get inside, while the children rush forward. Lim stays at the door, telling them to grab anything they can armor, weapons, magical tools. Everything must be used. He cannot hold off the enemy for long. Pointing to the top shelf, he tells them to bring the red stones. Glowing faintly, Hannah retrieves them without hesitation. Lim takes the stones with his mechanical hand, and a red light bursts from it. He watches this and calls it excellent. But then the mechanical hand freezes. One of the children asks what is happening. Before Lim can respond, a massive blast of fire slams into him and throws him across the room. Shaking and trembling, Lim struggles to rise. His body aches, and he curses the movement restricting spells that still cling to him. A man enters, standing tall above Lim, and announces that everything is over. He mocks Lim, saying he should have just walked away, since he clearly could have escaped alone. The casino worker barks in order to arrest only the successful test subjects and kill the rest. Lim, lying on the floor, thinks bitterly that he cannot let that happen. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, the ceiling collapses. Lim's allies burst through the wreckage. Lily sits on top of a massive golem and shouts that she has found her uncle. Lim looks up in disbelief and asks how she discovered this location. Lily shows her bracelet and says it has a lost child tracker. Lim lets out a relieved laugh and says she should have just washed up and gone to bed. Still, he is grateful she arrived just in time. The organization's guards panic and question whether the golem belongs to the elves. Lily rushes to Lim and asks if he is all right. He assures her he is fine. Then he notices a blue glow emitting from his mechanical arm and wonders if the device has changed once again. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, panic takes over. People scream in confusion as everything around them burns. All the gamblers rush toward the exit. Suddenly, a bright blue beam of energy erupts from the rooftop. Out of the wreckage climb our boy and his allies. Their enemies scream for them to be stopped, ordering that the mutated children be taken out first. Our guy, meanwhile, is having the time of his life, decimating everything in sight with that blue laser, courtesy of his newly upgraded glove. Then the enemy captain arrives on the scene. He demands to know what's happening, and one of his subordinates steps forward, explaining that the building suddenly caught fire and collapsed. Upon hearing the full report, the captain struggles to believe that the Red Goblin has betrayed the organization. Even now, doubt clouds his mind. But then a carriage bursts through the flames, and standing atop, it is none other than Lim. Rocking that red mask, the captain recognizes him instantly. All doubts vanish instantly upon noticing that familiar mask. It really was the Red Goblin. The betrayal is real. He roars and demands to know why Lim did this. But my guy doesn't bother answering and activates his glove, preparing to fire eventually. He unleashes a beam of blue energy, slicing clean through the commander's body. The commander falls dead, and his men can do nothing but watch. By the next day, the entire city is abuzz. Crowds gather around leaflets posted across walls and shop windows. The headlines scream of a traitor, someone who not only stole the treasures of Great Florence, but also reduced the place to ashes. The identity of the traitor is revealed. The name scrolled in bold ink is none other than the Red Goblin. Somewhere far away, a member of the organization crushes the leaflet in his hand. The kingdom now demands reparations for astronomical losses, and the organization's reputation has taken a massive hit. Inside a dark chamber, the Green Goblin sits down for a tense talk with the Red Goblin, supposedly the man behind all this. Green Goblin insists he return to headquarters, but the Red Goblin tries to explain that he had nothing to do with the incident. In the kingdom, someone is clearly impersonating him. The Green Goblin is actually aware of this. The problem is, the impersonator seems to have access to insider information. Hell, he even knew how to contact the Red Goblin directly. So for now, the Green Goblin wants to halt all external operations and focus entirely on rooting out internal traitors. The Red Goblin, however, has little idea who the real traitor could be. What truly bothers him is the damage done to his own reputation. As the Red Masked Goblin, he promises his senior that he will continue searching for the Fire Child. But the senior doesn't like his subordinate going off script. He threatens to label him as insubordinate if he doesn't return soon. The Red Goblin then hints that he has already found traces of the Fire Child and is confident he can locate her. Once again, the senior orders him to come back, but the Red Goblin stands firm. He had scoured the ruins of Grand Florenza and found red strands of hair, clear evidence of the Fire Child's presence. We then cut to the kids our boy rescued. They're skeptical about this mysterious man, showing them so much kindness, feeding them, treating their wounds. It seems too good to be true. Suddenly, one girl's leg starts hurting, and our boy quickly pulls out a potion to heal her. He even makes sure they're all properly bathed and dressed in clean clothes. One of the kids even suspects it might be a trap. Too much generosity always comes with strings attached. A short while later, that same kid, Zoe, is finally reunited with her mother. Lim advises them all to leave quickly before the organization's agents catch up. Meanwhile, Zeke, one of the rescued kids, watches everything from the carriage, still suspicious. The Fire Child overhears and assures him that Lim is trustworthy. In her eyes, he's nothing short of an angel. Zeke isn't fully convinced, but he decides to trust him at least a little. Night falls, and they decide to camp in a nearby village. Lim promises the children that he'll help find their families and reunite them with their loved ones. But their reactions say otherwise. They don't seem eager to return. Lim understands. Not every family will accept these mutated children back, so instead he decides to take them to the elf forest, a decision that brings joy to the kids. With a plan in place, it's time to cook some good food and fill their bellies. Zeke insists on cooking before Lim can volunteer. Nobody trusts Lim with a ladle. Apparently, he's a disaster in the kitchen. Soon a delicious stew simmers in the pot. The Fire Child can barely control her hunger, drooling at the smell as she runs off to play. Zeke stays behind to finish cooking, but he's ambushed by the Red Masked Goblin, who seems to have taken control of him. A while later, as Zeke continues cooking, he secretly adds poison to the stew against his will. The poison works wonders, and everyone is knocked out cold. After eating the stew, with Lim unconscious, the Masked Goblin returns and knocks out Zeke as well. He quickly rushes toward the Child of Fire, only to be ambushed by our boy. It turns out that ever since our boy began his journey, he knew very well that he was being sneakily followed by the enemy, so he stayed sharp and alert at all times. He was also aware of the mind control placed over Zeke and how the stew was poisoned. Lim cradles a battered enemy, telling him to open his eyes. They have much to discuss. The goblin begins glowing red, casting a mind control spell. Lim notices and immediately counters it with his own ability. He drops to the ground muttering something. The goblin leaps up, eyes burning with hate, and accuses them of stealing the Child of Fire and starting the fire in the gambling house. My guy cracks his knuckles and punches the bastard for objectifying the girl, as if she is some sort of property for this bastard to exploit. The goblin flies sideways from the blow. Out of nowhere, Mordria appears. The man glances at her, surprised, and instructs her to stay and protect the children, sending a signal if anything happens. Meanwhile, Kim notices this weird green aura surrounding the bastard. It's as if he isn't harmed at all. It doesn't even feel like mana reinforcement. It's something else entirely. It is then that Lim suspects that this red bastard is likely a test subject too. The goblin reacts with fury to the accusation. Roaring, he launches forward, flames erupting from his hands. Lim observes how the fire reminds him of Lily's magic, though it's far less refined. He dodges, analyzing how the body has been altered. Lim punches him again, doubting the enemy's ability to control his own strength. The goblin crashes into the ground. Skidding to a stop, he pulls out a crystal and extends his hand, snarling at Lim, who nimbly avoids the attacks and retaliates with calm precision. Birds fly over the forest under the moonlight as the goblin lies motionless. A thought flickers about how helpless he truly is. Despite his rage, the goblin screams again, claiming he's nothing like Lim. Someone reflects on the many dark baptisms he must have endured to shape such a body. He can crush stone with ease and control fire and ice without uttering a single chant. A blue potion splashes onto the goblin's face. A firm voice tells him to be silent. This is the kind of body he has now. But he still lacks the instincts to fight properly. The enemy rises slowly. Lim states it's time to talk, as he has plenty of questions. Calmly, the goblin raises a hand and glances at it. When asked about his link to the Child of Fire, he sneers, saying the child's family and relatives were unremarkable people. Lim cuts him off, insisting he stay focused and answer the question directly. The goblin glances skyward, relaxed, ignoring the seriousness of the moment. When asked about the purpose behind their chaos, he replies that he doesn't even know. He mocks Lim, insisting he'll gain nothing from this conversation. Lim flexes his fingers and warns that the lack of answers will only bring suffering. The goblin dares him to try. He has survived all forms of agony this world can offer. Lim remains calm, fingers twitching slightly. Light bursts from the enemy's body. His face twists in disbelief. Patterns form across his skin. Lim reminds him he claimed to have endured all pain. So now it's time to experience a different kind. The enemy collapses in pain, groaning. Lim lifts a hand, speaking of the art of joint manipulation, something he has mastered to such a level that no one has endured his interrogation for long. He wonders aloud if Blade is stronger than them. The enemy howls in agony, dragging him across the dirt. Lim reaches the carriage where Mordred stands nearby. He checks if she was the one who transported the children, and thanks her asking her to stay with them. Inwardly, he notes how she made the decision without being told, and silently approves. Lim moves over to Lily, brushing his hand across her face with a spell to clear the sedative. He tells her to wake up. She rubs her eyes and asks how long she has been asleep. Lim gestures for her to come with him. There is something she needs to see. They reach a tree where the red goblin is tied. Beaten and immobile, she looks at the goblin and asks who he is. One of the men answers grimly, calling him the enemy tied to the Child of Fire. She stares, remembering how she had once escaped him. The goblin sneers, saying that since she now has a protector strong enough to defeat him, she must think she's safe. But this, he says, is far from over. The goblin taunts her, promising to haunt her even in death. Lim stands focused, hand resting on the child's head. He considers the consequences of killing the goblin here. If he ends him now, Lily may never fully understand what tormented her. She may live on, afraid of a shadow with no face. He turns toward her and urges her to look closely. She must see for herself the cause of her fear. The goblin is bound. He can no longer hurt her. Lim reassures her. Someone near him tells her she could do whatever she feels she needs to, whether speak, strike, or simply stare, because until now she had no power. In her memories, Lily sees the goblin clutching her, as another man holds a woman in the background. Those days of fear feel close once again, but now she has a choice. Lim turns and says once she sorts out her feelings, they'll have a proper meal. The girl remains still, deep in thought. Her gaze burns into the goblin. No more running. Lily clenches her fist and drives it into the goblin's face. With fiery anger, the blow lands hard. The goblin reels back, stunned. but quickly snarls and demands to know how she dares strike him. Her eyes burn with defiance as magical spheres shimmer into existence above her. With a fierce scream, she declares she fears nothing. Fire ignites around the goblin, flames dancing like vengeful spirits. He cries out first in agony. Then in disbelief, he watches her rise, her figure suspended midair, a dense storm of mana forming above her head. His horror deepens. This child, who once escaped the experimental chambers of the organization, now demonstrates growth far beyond what he thought possible. The sight unsettles him. Her power dwarfs what any of the other test subjects ever showed, as flames roar around him. Lim steps and he halts the girl before she delivers the final blow. Her eyes flare as she glares at the charred goblin, but she complies and turns away. The goblin now lies defeated. Alone with Lim kneels beside him, silently contemplating how little information they've extracted. His thoughts swirl around pandemonium, the answers that keep slipping through their grasp. Time is ticking. Endurance only lasts so long. He pours a green liquid onto the enemy's wounds and mutters that this is where they pause for now. Lim casts a glance over his shoulder and states plainly that they are off to have breakfast. When they return, they'll talk again. The streets lie empty as the morning fog lifts. Time shifts, a new day begins, and they arrive at Lily's homeland. The carriage rolls to a halt as curious villagers gather. A bag is dragged from the vehicle, sparking whispers. Some wonder who these people are. Nobles perhaps, visiting such an isolated place. Others question the weight they drag, the reasons for their journey. Lim narrows his eyes and confirms that this is the right location. They only need to follow the street a little farther. Lily fidgets. Nervously she asks Shock what to say to her mother, and whether the woman will even recognize her. He assures her she will. Lim remains silent but uncertain. His instincts caution him. The organization never lets go of loose ends, and if Lily escaped, her mother could have become leverage. They reach a modest wooden house. Lily stops and quietly announces that this was once her home. She knocks on the door. Nothing happens. At first, a small group watches them. Lim points out the silence. Then a voice emerges from within, cautious, asking who is there. Lily shouts her name in response. Trembling with emotion, the door slowly creaks open. A blonde woman holding the handle peers out and gasps. Her eyes land on the girl and widen in disbelief. Lily has grown, she says. Tears well up as Lily steps forward, asking if she is recognized. The answer is clear. They embrace, and Lily sobs into her mother's shoulder, confessing how deeply she missed her. The air smells of grilled meat as the village prepares for a feast. Lim surveys the scene with quiet contempt. They have emptied their stores for this celebration. Still, seeing Lily happy makes it bearable. Sacrifices, he muses, must be made. Sometimes a mustachioed man approaches the family and confirms that the daughter has returned. He comments that Lily is her mother's mirror. They thank him with kind words. Lily begins recounting how she met the group. Her mother listens, visibly shaken by the dangers her child faced. Lim hands a man to the mother, a small toy chicken. She accepts it with a grateful smile and says she's heard of his friendship with her daughter. He introduces himself, keeping his expression guarded. Lily, glowing with joy, watches him. To her, her brother figure is invincible, a dependable force. Later that night, Lily lies fast asleep, and someone jokes that she's sleeping like a log. Lim approaches Amanda and quietly invites her outside. There are things he needs to discuss. They walk through the quiet village under moonlight. Lim explains that today has likely become an unforgettable memory for Lily. Her favorite foods, heartfelt conversations. This is a day she'll carry with her. Amanda agrees, saying it was special for her too. Lim stops walking when Amanda thanks him for giving her hope for the future. He looks away, annoyed. He leans in and flatly states that she is a fake. She stares at him in confusion. Her steps slow, she begins to walk away, asking why he says such a thing. He accuses her of acting well. He nearly believed her. But there were signs, too many coincidences, too few inconsistencies. He draws his sword. Making her tense up, he explains that since Lily's escape, the organization would have searched everywhere for her. The first place they would target is her family. Amanda flinches. Lim continues, observing how she acts like someone with no knowledge of the threat. There is no fear in her eyes, no hesitation in her voice. Not once did she show the signs of someone hiding. He asks again where the real mother is. She responds with a cryptic tease. A massive stone erupts from the ground, and Lim narrowly dodges. He curses. She flees. He catches up blade in hand and declares that he's experienced in these games. Her every move is readable. He strikes the weapon, pierces her, and she lets out a pained cry. Blood stains the ground, even impaled. Amanda warns him not to get comfortable. The organization still wants the child of fire. Lim calmly tells her that he has already scanned the village. No one else here can match him. A sudden glow appears behind him. He turns above. Magic circles layer upon one another. Something bright pulses at their center. He recognizes some of the symbols. Mana suppression, demon summoning, and something more dangerous. A beam of magic surges toward Lily's house. Lim rushes forward, thoughts racing. This is a transfer spell. The magic is not meant to destroy. It's meant to extract inside the house. A sharp scream rings out. Demonic creatures descend from rooftops, shrieking. Lim curses his delay. He hadn't noticed the hidden activation. The spell must have been time-locked. Monsters flood the streets. Teeth-bared, Lim clashes with one. Slicing it apart, he shouts that their tactics are loathsome, designed to ruin lives, not claim victory. Others run to Lily, who floats in the air, unmoving. Panic sets and they call her name. Her body doesn't respond. The mark on her forehead glows faintly, and it confirms his suspicion. The target of the transfer spell was her. He gently touches her shoulder, telling her to wake up. She opens her eyes slowly, still groggy, mumbling that she feels cold. Lim turns toward the red-haired girl lying nearby and, analyzing the situation, concludes that the spell's destination must be pandemonium. He estimates they have around 5 minutes, depending on distance and size. There is no time to waste. Without hesitation, he dashes off, calling out to young Shin to follow. He yells for the others as well, heading back to where they had left their supplies. Within 5 minutes, they must leave the village and find a way to break the spell. Magic gathers in the sky above like a storm brewing too quickly. A shout echoes as someone points to the rooftop. Turns out it's the red goblin behind all of this, who somehow got free. He is shooting down fireballs at our duo, while my guy is dodging them left and right. The bastard then orders his demons to strike, and they promptly follow the command. The sky turns as a massive magic circle ignites above. Below it, Lim tightens his grip on his weapon. He's within a mana sealing zone, but there's no time to hesitate. He channels energy until his veins feel like they'll burst. Pushing his limits, he launches a spell. Heavenly Demonic Cut, first technique of its kind. Monsters swarm toward the goblin, who quickly casts a shield to deflect the blow. Lim remains composed. He leaps in the air, then catches that bastard off guard and smashes him down in the ground like a goddamn meteor. He pins the enemy down, but a sudden noise makes him turn. People and beasts standing near Lily begin stepping back. Someone yells for everyone to duck. A blinding beam of light cuts through the air, grazing the goblin. My guy rushes to do what he can to get the child of fire out of the danger, telling the wolf children to keep the enemy occupied. He knows that even without magic, artifacts will do the job. The hero scans through the loot, choosing an item from the thieves' guild first, holding a strange mask in one hand. The item allows for a temporary transformation. Only 5 minutes, but enough. As soon as he puts the mask on that red goblin's body, he transforms into Child's twin. He then draws that spell on the enemy's forehead with a magical pen, replicating it perfectly afterwards. He pulls out this leaf. Sacred tree leaves rest gently on Lily's face, neutralizing magical effects. She rises into the air as a magic circle encircles her body. Someone says the connection is now broken. Now the target for transportation spell is the clone. Lim looks at the 2 identical girls, thinking this bait may be their best chance. My guy further puts a fucking ticking bomb along with the goblin, a little souvenir before this bastard is transported back to his turf. He confirms everything is ready, and tells the goblin to deliver a gift to his comrades. Focused and unshaken, he says that if the enemy survives, they will cross paths again. The clone groans behind the tape, trembling at Lim's words that next time he'll visit them himself. Back in the goblin's base, someone shouts that the child of fire has arrived. The goblin tells the red-haired girl to bow before him, or face the consequences. He reminds her how long it's been and that she surely has a lot to say. He rips the tape from her mouth, expecting sweet surrender. Instead, she screams. Her voice cuts through the noise as she warns everyone this is a trap. Everyone needs to run away. The clone panics, yelling that he is the real Red Goblin. The man bursts out laughing, calling it a cute lie before he can say more. A massive explosion tears through the area. Hundreds of elite soldiers vanish in flames. 5 pandemonium leaders fall. Research data and experimental materials are lost. Everything is reduced to ash. The city is engulfed in fire. The streets glow orange and the skies are stained with smoke. Lim gazes at Lily and senses her heartbreak. This is not the city where demons were meant to appear. But if nothing changes, undead will rise here soon. In Lily's soul, something collapses. She watches her homeland burn by her own hand. Tears form as she asks if her mother was fake. Lim answers calmly, saying she already knew. Deep down, she nods slowly, noting her mother must be gone. Lim reassures her by saying until they find the body. There's still hope. Maybe her mother is wandering around the continent. Looking for her daughter, Lily's eyes widened with hope. She suggests they should keep searching for her together. Maybe travel to another country. Perhaps her mother stepped into another dimension, just like she had before plans take shape. Someone says they first need to regroup with the others. The group rides in a carriage. Quiet but satisfied, their mission on the continent of Gaia is complete, and now it's time to return. Still, one last thing must be done. Lim visits Mordria and tells her that, as their business here is now finished. They are heading back. Mordria does not reply and keeps staring at him. Lim steps forward and addresses her by name, then corrects himself, calling her the wisest dragon Abraxas, now that the cat is out of the bag. The blondie appears, saying she played the doll role well. She wants to know when Lim noticed the ruse. Lim admits that it was intuition, though he avoids saying he had filmed her on the CCTV. She approaches Lim, saying he should give her the full story. She notes that she's never met someone like Lim in a long time. She probes deeper and guesses he must be from another world. That is obvious by the carriage's otherworldly design. Demonic soared his intent in seeking her. Lim wonders, even though Abraxas has deep knowledge, she always pursues mystery. He extends his hand, stating his desire to buy her wisdom. She is clearly intrigued and suggests if that is the case, she will decide the price. When Lim asks what she wants, she states she is not interested in jewels or money. Her eyes shine gold as she warns that if Lim can't pay with his abilities, he must be ready to bear the consequences. Lim remains silent, as she makes it clear that if he cannot repay her for her requests, she will still take what is owed. Lim, serious and composed, tells her that he won't disappoint her. Abraxas is liking his confidence and looking forward to what's to come. Nearby, Lily gasps and screams that the woman in front of them isn't Mordrea. She quickly hides behind Lim and insists that something is wrong. Abraxas considers Lily's reaction a natural one, with a casual snap of her fingers. She tells them to relax and assures them that she's indeed Mordrea, the same one who traveled with them before. Since they're all here now, she invites everyone to her place. Soon they arrive at a towering castle. Abraxas remarks that it's been centuries since she had guests. Not since 500 years ago, the group takes in their surroundings. And Lim reflects that, while many interdimensional travelers have met Abraxas before, returning home, none ever said they visited her castle, which makes them the first. His gaze lands on a beautiful fountain and then on a unicorn, and he wonders if the water there might be a magic elixir. Abraxas notices and casually tells him to take whatever he likes. Lim laughs in delight, remarking that her first words are more valuable than the second offer. Abraxas snaps her fingers again and suggests they eat first. Sit down at a large table overflowing with food. Lily eagerly begins eating, claiming it's the most delicious food she's ever tasted. Sitting beside Lim, she asks him to talk about the world they came from. Lim agrees and begins to speak, starting with the most ancient civilizations, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, and ancient China. By the time he finishes his plate is empty and night has fallen, pouring wine into a glass. Abraxas casually asks Lim what he truly wants to know. He offers him the chance to learn how to become immortal, to master the sword, or to destroy the world. Lim places a mysterious watch on the table and replies that he wants to understand all of it and how to use it properly. He explains that the watch consumes a massive amount of magic and that each time a certain amount is absorbed, the hands move. What interests him is what might happen if all 5 hands move at once. Abraxas examines the watch and sends a stream of green mana into it. She notes a protective barrier is in place and says she'll need time to analyze it. Lim asks how long that would take and what happens if she fails. Holding the watch in front of her, Abraxas promises that if she fails, she'll grant him any wish. Lim agrees to the deal, but asks what she wants in return. Extending her hand, Abraxas tells him to surprise her until she finishes analyzing the watch. He has free rein. Her expression darkens for a moment as she warns that if he fails to surprise her, she'll take his soul. Lim doesn't flinch and replies that they have a deal. Abraxas looks at him with curiosity, surprised that he doesn't seem afraid of anything. Standing up, Lim says that he's ready to surprise her now and sees no reason to delay. Abraxas watches intrigued, wondering what he has planned. She sits back and mentally guesses. He might try to attack her with a weapon from his world. Lim pulls out a laptop and announces that he's beginning. He closes his eyes and imagines a dragon. Before he came to this world, he had heard that Abraxas loved listening to stories about Earth from the Awakened, but people became greedy and demanded too much from her. Eventually, her patience ran out. Although she didn't change outwardly, many who tried failed to impress her. Still a few succeeded. One awakened Englishman created something remarkable. As music from Earth begins to play through his device, Hang's eyes widen. She's surprised that Lim didn't resort to force or tricks. The next day, Abraxas places her hand on her chest and begs him to take her with him. Standing firmly, Lim replies that she already knows he cannot. He recalls seeing the end of a world when a dragon crossed through a gate. The red dragon of the apocalypse once reached Earth, nearly wiping out the planet. Only when it was captured and killed did the world begin to recover. He closes his eyes again, knowing that Abraxas is even more powerful than that dragon. Letting her cross would guarantee disaster. Abraxas' eyes gleaming with excitement, says it would be dangerous, only if her true form passed through the gate. Since her power is sealed and she's in human form, there shouldn't be any issues. Lim calmly refuses again, reminding her that even in her sealed state, she must ask his permission before doing anything. Smiling brightly, Abraxas agrees to his condition. She hands him jewelry as a token of her promise. Just then a voice echoes from a loudspeaker, announcing that a new gate has opened and urging all citizens of the Maple District to evacuate. From the portal, ghost-like creatures with blades begin to emerge. Young man nearby yells in joy as yellow energy surrounds him. Wong stands ready, his body glowing with power. Wong closes his eyes and reflects on how strange it still feels to hear the nickname. People gave him streams of energy pulse from his hands. He grabs a monster by the head, throws it, and then pushes back the incoming ghost with ease. After dealing with the immediate threat, Wong looks around and declares the area clear before heading to regroup. Suddenly, he hears someone calling for help. He turns quickly and runs toward the voice. A building begins to collapse nearby. Wong returns carrying a girl in his arms. She stands in front of him, thanking him for saving her. A stranger, his face twisted in anger, slaps Wong across the face. He demands to know what kind of tank abandons his team during battle. Standing quietly, Wong bows his head and apologizes. He explains that he reacted to the cries for help. He promises to be more careful in the future.